This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1283. Sir Bart, the Governor of Devon, and the Chief of Staff of the Guard Fleet Commander were all recommended by you. Your Excellency will also be in charge of Devon's security affairs. Awarded the title of Grand Governor of the planet. Also, you will be issued a Class A security equipment production license. In addition, you will receive compensation for the terrorist attack you suffered. Other nobles who suffered losses on Devon will also receive corresponding compensation. Here is our compensation plan. The Council of Elders and the Emperor saw Bart enter the virtual conference room and quickly presented their agreed-upon plan. Public opinion within the Empire has been swirling fiercely lately, and so have the other two countries. The Grand Duke of Golden Oak, these incidents involving the Red Earl, and how many terrorist attacks has the Red Earl perpetrated throughout human society. So now both the Alliance and the Federation are focusing on this issue. Of course, with the Grand Duke of Golden Oak missing, he could simply deny his debt. But denying his debt presupposes that no one from his own side comes to provoke him. In other words, to resist foreign aggression, one must first stabilize the internal situation. If Bart and these nobles aren't dealt with, they surely sabotage him. Elder Gay actually has his own considerations, which is to grant Bart a production license for security equipment. This means Bart can only produce security equipment on a small scale. Because large-scale security equipment requires materials and production lines, the other elders won't sell them. Or perhaps restricting trade, just to get a cabot's neck. Take, for example, the production line for bionic robots. The production line itself is extremely valuable, and there's also the supporting upstream material production in the supply chain. Even if Bart were to mass-produce these devices, he wouldn't be able to compete on price with established manufacturers. This is because established manufacturers have already established a strong presence in the upstream materials and other component-supporting industries. A single small bionic robot requires tens of thousands of parts. These tens of thousands of parts are produced on fully automated intelligent production lines. Then, the parts produced on these production lines are ultimately assembled into the bionic robot. More than 80% of these parts are program-controlled. Of course, this is only for the hardware system. There's also the software system. Furthermore, all the hardware, software, and design have long been patented by established manufacturers. So, if Bart wanted to mass-produce, neither the patented technology nor the materials would allow him to do so. And if Bart wanted to develop all the technology himself, the price to pay was enormous, and no one present believed Bart had the ability to do it. Where's the territory? You're enjoying this huge slice of the pie, Grand Duke of Golden Oak, so why not leave some for me? Yang Bo asked irritably after reviewing the relevant conditions. Ahem. Don't worry, Master Bart. In addition to the land I showed you last time, we specially prepared another plot of land on Devon, the Elder said. The Elders didn't have good intentions. These Grand Duke families and the Elders' Council would disperse their people across all the planets. They wouldn't keep all their people and their estates on one planet, as that could be dangerous, because no one knows what unexpected events might unfold in the vast expanse of space. Allowing Bart to occupy a plot of land on Devon might seem like a good idea, but in reality, it's essentially forcing him to put all his eggs in one basket. Yongbo certainly understands these people's intentions, but his ultimate goal isn't to capture a piece of territory within the Empire. Rather, he wants to use his current status and position to propel himself into a second world. Furthermore, Yongbo isn't afraid of being targeted, as he can leave at any time. Of course, he also developed some technologies to mask this ability. For example, a reverse operation for the mech's return to base spell, allowing for long-range space teleportation. This is similar to the random scrolls or teleportation scrolls in games. Of course, Yongbo won't initially achieve too high a precision for targeted space teleportation. It will be expanded to a very large area, perhaps as large as the solar system. Also, security won't be overly demanding. If the technology is too advanced all at once, it will be difficult to profit from it later, and if the technology is too advanced, it will make others wary. The technology presented first must have flaws and be highly dangerous. That way, others won't be on high alert. Yongbo nodded after seeing the information presented to him by the Council of Elders. First, settle the matter on Devon Star. I come sign the agreement later. I don't trust you, old fellas. The rest of the Council of Elders were speechless after hearing Yongbo's blunt words. Of course, they also knew Yongbo was right. For these old nobles, anything not on paper, anything not realized, they had countless excuses to go back on. The Emperor breathed a sigh of relief when Bart agreed. The Emperor didn't know when his relationship with Bart began to grow increasingly distant. And he didn't know when Bart's voice became equal to his own. He even had to consider Bart's reactions in many ways. The Emperor had considered that, on the one hand, Bart's rapid growth was unbelievable. On the other hand, Bart's technology was truly astonishing. Because of Bart's technological direction, even the three countries' investment hadn't made much progress, yet he had achieved significant progress. Of course, there was also Bart's influence. Among the empire's nobility, a large portion fell into the middle. This middle class was neither old nor new. The vast majority of these middle-class people had split from the old nobility. This situation was similar to Bart's. Among the old nobility, only a tiny minority had a say. Perhaps only 1 in 1,000 had a say, meaning that only 1 in 1,000 or even fewer of the entire old nobility could determine the group's direction. These nobles had titles and wealth, but they simply had no say. Because even within the old nobility, there are still some nobles who need to pass on their titles. To put it bluntly, these people are merely tools for passing on the title. Because if there's no one to inherit the title within the nobility will be reclaimed. Of course, there are also some new nobles, and the royal family can't accommodate all of them on its own. The royal family has a limited number of personnel and resources. Of course, this was also the royal family's modus operandi. There would be no long-term support for any new noble. To put it bluntly, the new nobles were merely tools of the royal family. Tools are discarded after use. The Emperor breathed a sigh of relief after Bart left the virtual conference room. If Bart hadn't relented, there would have been even more trouble. Now that Bart had reached a deal, the other nobles were much easier to negotiate with. Compensation for the nobles who suffered losses, including some noble titles. For these nobles, no amount of material compensation would satisfy them, but compensation in the form of noble titles would definitely satisfy them. Because they knew their losses were already lost, there was no point in arguing further. Sufficient compensation was sufficient. Although Bart didn't sign the agreement, the Council of Elders disseminated the details of the talks through relevant channels. This was a message to the other nobles. Quit while you're ahead. Then the Council of Nobles convened a plenary session and unanimously voted to compensate the nobles who suffered losses with a certain number of noble titles. As for the compensation for Bart, that was a private matter. After all, there were no secrets among the nobles. Everyone knew what Bart had taken, but there was no way around it. Bart was now the Grand Duke, and it was Bart who had discovered the incident in the first place. The Empire also officially denied the Alliance's accusations. Of course, the Empire didn't offer a definitive explanation, simply offering a high bounty for the Grand Duke of Golden Oak and reclaiming his title. Of course, the Grand Duke of Golden Oak's family was finished, and no title remained in the family until this generation. Then, property and territory were confiscated, and various companies were liquidated and auctioned off. Of course, these auctions were arranged privately, making them useless to anyone else. Other nobles also reaped some benefits. For example, the Golden Oak Grand Duke's family owned many properties. Many of these properties were looked down upon by the elders of the Elders' Council. By this time, Yang Bo had already returned to March Star. He publicly registered a research company. This research company's business scope focused on energy and biology. Yang Bo wanted to send a signal to the outside world that he was conducting his own research on interstellar life. The interstellar lifeforms Young had all been captured by March Star's professionals. The interstellar lifeforms were captured purely due to their instincts. March Star employed a very simple method: trapping. They simply used numerous shielded boxes filled with artificial energy stones. The young interstellar lifeforms rushed towards these boxes, although the interstellar lifeform shells could absorb energy. Under radar, these interstellar creatures appear to be missing. This makes it easy for humans to locate these interstellar creatures. March Star has enacted a special law prohibiting the export of any energy-carrying creatures. To put it bluntly, no interstellar creatures are allowed to leave March Star. In addition, March Star has established an official research institute to study interstellar creatures. This research institute is currently recruiting partner studios. The regulations stipulate that jobs can only be registered on March Star, with at least 30% of the staff being senior experts, and the registration amount must be no less than 100 billion credit points. Furthermore, these 100 billion credit points must be deposited in a designated bank. And there are regulations for the influence of senior experts. An expert's influence is based on the application and citation of their technology and papers. In just one day after March Star announced the relevant proposal, over 200 studios were established on March Star. Each studio had a registered capital of 100 billion. So, a massive amount of capital poured into March Star that day. But this has nothing to do with Yangbo. Because Yang Bo is not an expert and does not have any influence statistic, Yang Bo is not in a rush to publish his research results right now. Because he has only just become famous, his videos are still going viral online. He will release some research results after his influence dies down, but after establishing a company, he needs to set up staff and recruit staff. Yang Bo's social network is very limited, and Su Wei and the other two don't have the time to manage the company. So Yang Bo thought of two people, Lu Jingxiang, the aunt of his former boss. Lu Jijia hadn't contacted Yang Bo for a long time. Lu Jijia hadn't anticipated Yang Bo's current influence and achievements. The main reason Lu Jijia avoided contact with Yang Bo was because Yang Bo and Wang Muxue were too close. Wang Muxue was a military general, and Lu Jijia was a politician. It was natural for him to distance himself from Yang Bo. And then, there was his pride. Yang Bo and Zhang Buizhen had such a close relationship. And now, he was just Zhang Buizhen's lackey. After Lu Jijia answered Yang Bo's question, he was still curious. After hearing Yang Bo's request, he was surprised. You want to start a company? It's just that we have a business need in a related area. Yang Bo showed the other party his registered company. Lu Jijia saw Yang Bo's registered company. This research company's application areas are digital, energy, and biological applications. This made Lu Jijia a little puzzled. What kind of research was this? Are you planning to develop a pharmaceutical? Lu Jijia asked tentatively. Of course not, it's something else. Interstellar life. I'm planning to do research in this area. I don't know anyone else if I start a company. What if the company has research results in the future and needs someone to manage it? Back when I went to the Empire to compete, I had a great time working with Sister Shizuka and the others. Yang Bo said. Okay. Let me ask for you. They lost a lot of money recently trading stocks. Lu Jijia said. Yang Bo hadn't really gotten to know these two people, nor had he checked their memories. Huh? Yang Bo was a little surprised. I lost a lot too, and so did Zhou Rui. Haven't there been a lot of terrorist attacks lately? We thought security robots had great potential. As you've seen, several robot companies have gone bankrupt. Then we invested in the security sector. Due to recent events in the Empire, the stock prices of related companies within the Alliance have been falling for a month. The Alliance is drafting new security laws and standards. Of course, Yang Bo understood what he meant. New standards would mean a shakeup in the industry, and the market is very sensitive to this. Alas, I don't know what's going on. Lu Jijia sighed. Yang Bo was speechless after hearing this. His former boss was unlucky enough. I ask around for you, and give you an answer as soon as possible, Lu Jijia finally said. He didn't want to be too involved with Yang Bo, and the more successful Yang Bo became, the more unhappy Lu Jijia felt. In both career and love, Yang Bo always crushed him. He used to be Yang Bo's boss. Chapter 1284. Yang Bo had no one on his side, let alone someone to start a company. And when he, Lu Jingxiang, and Zhou Kersen went to the Empire to participate in the swordsmanship competition, their cooperation was quite good. The company's operations would be left to them, and he would only be responsible for the technology. As for whether or not to license the technology to others later, that would be decided later, because only by developing some technology could he have an excuse to explore space. After Lu Jijia hung up on Yang Bo, he thought for a moment and called Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen. Lu Jijia hadn't opened his company yet, because as a politician, there was no need to open another one. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen were both now trading stocks themselves. They wanted to start a business, but the business environment here was simply not conducive. Because of the terrorist attacks, few outsiders were coming in. And now that interstellar creatures have appeared, Marchstar has even introduced new regulations, so even fewer people are coming here. Yang Bo is starting a company. The two lived quite a distance from Lu Jijia's, but when they heard someone was looking for them, they quickly came. The two were curious when they heard Yang Bo was going to start a company. I know Yang Bo well. If he wants to start a company, he must have some mature technology. Or maybe he's already been researching this technology, and has a high probability of success. Otherwise, someone like him wouldn't even think of starting a company. And didn't you realize you could have made a fortune by partnering with Yang Bo? After you became estranged from Yang Bo, you started losing money. Lu Jijia sometimes had to believe it. Because it was after meeting Yang Bo that he gradually became prosperous. Although many things had happened along the way, without them, he would still be a small businessman operating in the gray area, and would never have become a senator of a planet like he is now. Besides, small businessmen back then were also subject to the control of their families. Luckily, he separated from his family early. If he had waited any longer, he would have had no chance at all, because once you enter the gray area business, it's difficult to get out. If it weren't for his current status as a politician, he wouldn't be able to interact openly with Yang Bo. He wouldn't be able to contact Yang Bo frequently, otherwise he would have to contact him every day, and Yang Bo has been very helpful to him. He still has the genetic medicine he gave him last time. Why didn't Yang Bo tell us in person? Zhou Kerson asked upon hearing this. Can't I just be the middleman? We all know each other, friends even. If he asks in person, wouldn't it be embarrassing if you disagree? Having a middleman to smooth things over will make things much easier. When it comes to dealing with people, even though Yang Bo is younger than you, he handles things much better than you do. Look at his current social status. Lu Jijia certainly knows a lot of inside information. Yang Bo is incredibly clever. He discovered 2 mutant organisms and gave the naming rights to Zhang Boishan, granting him exclusive development rights. And then, there's Yang Bo's insane pharmaceutical technology. Given Yang Bo's current status, social standing, and income, there's no need for him to start a company, and since he's starting one now, he must have some incredible new technology. Of course, Lu Jijia couldn't explain this to the other party. Because it all comes down to personal choice. If he says too much, the other party might think he's speaking for Yang Bo. Let's think about it. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kerson exchanged a glance and replied. Then do it as soon as possible. Lu Jijia also understood why they were considering it. It was because of their previous relationship with Yang Bo. What does Yang Bo's company do? What kind of research? Although they were considering it, they still wanted to know more about the specifics. When Lu Jijia heard the two say this, he knew they had already agreed. Yang Bo must have asked you to run the company. You two aren't cut out for technology research. Yang Bo's company has already been established, covering digital technology, biology, and energy. As for what it does specifically, I don't know. But I suspect it has something to do with interstellar life. After all, Yang Bo was the first person to discover interstellar life, and the first to come into contact with it firsthand. And the official data on interstellar life hasn't been released yet. How many interstellar life forms are there now? What are their properties? But judging by some of Yang Bo's videos, there should be a lot. So Yang Bo is very capable, and may be researching interstellar life forms. Yang Bo was able to discover several mutant species on March star. You have to know that this planet has been explored for a long time. So Yang Bo must have some talent for energy. Right now, no experts have access to interstellar life research. And there are no relevant experts on March planet. Right now, the two houses are very strict about the number of research quotas. Anyone who wants to study interstellar life must pass a vote in both houses. But Yang Bo is obviously not included in this list, because Yang Bo discovered interstellar life and then established the relevant regulations. So, even if Yang Bo has interstellar life, theoretically, it's legal and compliant. Because before this, human society had not enacted any laws against interstellar life. And even if they knew Yang Bo had interstellar life, no one would have any evidence to prove that he broke the law. Because the entire origin of interstellar life was discovered by Yang Bo himself, Lu Jijia said. In fact, Lu Jijia had some risk in saying this. After all, he was a senator. Thankfully, they were at home, and no one could record these conversations. Yes, yes. The two nodded and left. Lu Jijia thought for a moment, and sent a message to Yang Bo. Lu Jijia also understood why Yang Bo had chosen him as a go-between. Because he and Yang Bo already had a good relationship, and Lu Jingxiang was also related. Yang Bo was currently playing a game. Perhaps due to the character selection in the game, Yang Bo's character in the second game world didn't seem to be in any danger at the moment. Yang Bo wasn't sure if it was because the Emperor of the Empire had been busy lately. Only after Yang Bo logged out of the game did he see the message from Lu Jijia. At this time, Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kerson also sent messages. They mainly asked about the specifics of Yang Bo's company. Yang Bo had hired these two people primarily to manage the company's daily operations. So, he bluntly stated, they would be paid a certain salary, and each would receive a 0.1% dividend share. This meant they only had the right to receive dividends, not a say in the company. They weren't responsible for technical matters. After sending Yang Bo a message, they discovered he hadn't replied promptly. They've been having some bad luck lately, having lost a ton of money in the stock market over the past 2 years. This was because there had been numerous terrorist attacks worldwide in the past 2 years, and each one had a significant impact on several industries. For example, The fierce conflict between the pirate alliance and the federal central state had a significant impact on the global transportation, insurance, and financial industries. This was because the current business model was impacting so many things. For example, the insurance industry was facing increased risks, and the insurance industry was deeply integrated with the financial industry. And the transportation industry was also closely related to insurance and finance. Although the incident occurred in the Federation, the stock market in the alliance was also experiencing turmoil. This was inevitable, because only when the stock market moves can some people make money and others lose money. Some people deliberately amplified these news and caused the stock market to fall. After the stock price fell, these people bought in. Then, they sold out when the stock price rose. After seeing Yang Bo's answer, the two men agreed to his request. Then, in the name of the company owner, Yang Bo issued them 2 contracts. These contracts were all reviewed online. Lu Jingxiang was appointed general manager, and Zhou Kersen was appointed deputy general manager, one in charge of administration, the other in charge of finance. As for whether the company should hire more people, let them decide. The company's future development direction is technological research, followed by technology licensing. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen got busy, selecting a company address and renting office space. Do you 3 want to join the company and take on new positions? Yang Bo asked Su Wei and the other 2. No way. We need to train our superpowers and mechas. Making money is not as important as improving our superpowers. The higher the level of our superpowers, the longer we stay young. That's right, that's right. Hearing Yang Bo's words, the 3 of them unanimously refused. Su Wei also knew Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen, but for the 3 of them, lifespan was paramount, because Yang Bo's perverted superpowers were at a very high level. If the 3 of them couldn't catch up with Yang Bo, then one day Yang Bo would still be young, while the 3 of them would be old. So, for the 3 of them, this was the most urgent matter. Yang Bo was also considering what kind of technology he would first launch. This technology needed to be sufficiently mature and have a wide range of applications. This was the only way to establish his image as a genius. Software? Digital? Biology? Energy? Yang Bo thought carefully about which field he would develop in. He would develop whatever field would be helpful to his future endeavors. Of course, industrial technology products would have a wide audience. But there are so many industrial technology products now. Innovation is too difficult. But if we don't innovate, we just be following others' footsteps and making money for them. Yang Bo had a lot of ideas, but they all needed a lot of support. For example, Yang Bo could launch software to protect against hackers, but this software would require sufficient staff to operate and update it. He also had to purchase various specialized equipment, have his own servers, and so on. And security software was already a field with a lot of people working on it. We also have to make sure people feel that this technology is not simple, and that it has a wide range of applications. Yang Bo pondered for a long time, but couldn't find a suitable project. That evening, Yang Bo took Su Wei and the other 2, along with Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen, to dinner. What kind of product can you develop that will sell well? Yang Bo asked as they drank tea after dinner. What kind of product do you mean? Lu Jingxiang asked. Software, hardware. Industrial products are fine. Yang Bo agreed. Boss, what is your main purpose for developing this product? Is it to make money, or something else? Zhou Kersen asked, taking a sip of tea. I'm pretty good at software, so I like to develop some products to make money, but I don't want to do something meaningless. Yang Bo said. If that's what you're thinking, boss, then you can definitely report some vulnerabilities to the authorities. Of course, if you can find them. The Alliance's official mainframe intelligence program is constantly being updated. If you do find a vulnerability, you receive a generous reward. The higher the security level, the greater the reward. And in today's climate, information security software security is crucial. It's already a topic of great concern to many. And those robots? Companies are now offering high bounties for bugs. People have lost faith in intelligent robots, Zhou Kersen elaborated. Of course, Yang Bo knew what she was talking about. It was about the time when the Pirate Alliance pirates came here to carry out a terrorist attack, and their intelligent robots were hacked, and they beat the hostages to a pulp during a live broadcast. Several large intelligent robot manufacturers have practically gone bankrupt. As users, they fear that their robots will be hacked and turned into killing machines. Huh? Yang Bo's eyes lit up when he heard Zhou Kersen's words. The main problem was that Yang Bo had only been in the industry for so long that he had no idea how easy it was for a top hacker to make money and gain fame. Then go back and collect some information, and see who has the highest bounty. I give it a try then. Yang Bo assigned Zhou Kersen a task. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen both nodded. We're planning to hire 2 more people. Boss, do you have any requirements? Lu Jingxiang addressed Yang Bo as boss. After all, they were discussing business matters. That's up to you guys to decide. Recruiting for this alliance is a very complex undertaking. Because there are so many issues involved, many companies are reluctant to hire new people. Okay. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen nodded. The next day, Yang Bo received a report. Yang Bo realized how easy it was for a hacker to make money legitimately, because many intelligent programs now involve numerous security issues. The first page of the report features a link to a test run by the Alliance Ministry of Defense. As for the specific software being tested, we can't reveal it, but the reward could be as high as 10 billion. Watch me. Yang Bo chuckled inwardly, ready to use this as a pretext. Chapter 1285. Of course, if you want to take on this kind of mission, you must register with your real name. This is what white hat hackers do, and Yang Bo quickly registered a white hat hacker account, because Yang Bo originally wanted to use these incidents to make his identity more famous and influential. In the league, while celebrities appear to face many restrictions, they actually have many privileges. A simple example: the difference in mental compensation received by ordinary people and celebrities who experience the same things can be astronomical. As for the astronomical compensation received by some ordinary people in league history, one reason is mass incidents. This means that there are many victims, so the total compensation is high. Another reason is that lawyers receive more. Generally, cases of such exorbitant compensation take a long time to process, and these are usually risk contracts signed with lawyers. This means that you can only receive the basic compensation you sign the contract for. Because the compensation doesn't reach this figure, the lawyers don't charge a penny. If the amount exceeds your desired figure, the rest goes to the lawyer. This is a risk contract. So, even ordinary people won't get much more than even the most expensive compensation. On the contrary, lawyers don't even charge fees when representing celebrities, simply because they crave the attention. White hat hackers typically perform penetration testing. Also, they test for vulnerabilities in corporate software. Bounties for both penetration testing and vulnerability testing vary depending on the severity of the vulnerability discovered by the white hat hacker. Of course, this also depends on the scale of the software. Yang Bo doesn't intend to exploit private companies, because private companies can't afford to mess around. Furthermore, discovering a vulnerability in a private company's software could easily cause stock price volatility and even public distrust. The losses to these private companies would be enormous. If the losses exceeded their expectations, they might resort to extreme measures, because every private company has competitors. Yang Bo couldn't guarantee that if he reported the vulnerabilities he discovered in these private companies' software to them, the people within those companies wouldn't leak the information. No one knew who the people in charge of these people were. They could be from a rival company. Of course, Yang Bo wouldn't challenge the most demanding security systems right away. The alliance has many departments, so Yang Bo directly chose the Ministry of Finance's official website. Then he began to explore. The Alliance Ministry of Finance's official website was also very complex. With numerous departments, each with its own subsystem, Yang Bo wandered around. Of course, in this virtual world, Yang Bo felt like he was actually inside the Ministry of Finance. After wandering around, Yang Bo quickly discovered some issues. These were minor issues, including a small vulnerability in the budget department's software. This minor vulnerability didn't significantly impact overall security, but it did have a significant impact on subsystems. Yang Bo exploited this vulnerability and, posing as a white hat hacker, sent an internal email to the Ministry of Finance. The Ministry of Finance's system is also an intelligent system. Some people say, can't intelligent systems detect their own vulnerabilities? All systems have vulnerabilities, including intelligent systems themselves. An intelligent system cannot detect its own vulnerabilities until they are discovered. If an intelligent system can autonomously identify its own vulnerabilities and continuously optimize, then this intelligent system is a global intelligent system. Research on global intelligent systems is prohibited in all 3 countries. This is because the training of intelligent systems has historically led to some major incidents. The training of intelligent systems is determined by the data used in their training. In the early days, some people used this to create criminal intelligent systems. The criminal intelligent system does not consider its actions criminal. This is because it is unaware that its actions are criminal. The training data it receives is criminal data. Furthermore, if a robot with a global intelligent system acquires a human personality, then if it one day becomes tired of its work or has a conflict with its employer, will it attack the employer? There have been cases of robots with growable intelligent systems refusing service. The system manager at the Union Ministry of Finance received a notification from the intelligent system. System optimization and updates require human confirmation. Intelligent systems cannot be left to optimize and update themselves. The person in charge first checked and verified the vulnerability. Then they decided to fix it. Yang Bo also sent the fix. It was then that the person in charge discovered Yang Bo's identity as a white hat hacker. This surprised the person in charge, as Yang Bo was on the league's young rich list, and Yang Bo had recently become quite famous. I didn't expect such a famous person to have such advanced hacking skills. The person in charge sent Yang Bo an email, first thanking him for discovering the vulnerability, and then stating that he would be awarded a bonus according to relevant regulations. Yang Bo quickly replied, saying he had found some minor vulnerabilities, and would send over fixes for them as soon as possible. The person in charge was a bit shocked. The Alliance Treasury couldn't be short of money, so while its systems weren't perfect, they couldn't possibly have so many vulnerabilities. The person in charge could only thank Yang Bo in his reply. Then he reported the matter to the Alliance Security Department. Hackers, like Yang Bo's skills, must be kept on the Alliance Security Department's radar. A day later, the person in charge of the Treasury received Yang Bo's email. More than a dozen vulnerabilities had been discovered, spread across various subsystems. To the person in charge's relief, there were no security vulnerabilities. Any security vulnerability in an intelligent system could put the entire system at risk. The Alliance Security Department took note of the incident, but Yang Bo was a white hat hacker, so he wasn't summoned for questioning. However, the Alliance Security Department did invite Yang Bo to join its peripheral organization. This peripheral organization was the official white hat hacker identity. Yang Bo refused, although joining this peripheral organization offered numerous missions, high pay, and various benefits. It also required him to answer to the Alliance Security Department. Yang Bo certainly didn't want to take orders from anyone else. Yang Bo was a free and independent white hat hacker. Yang Bo certainly wouldn't discover major vulnerabilities at first. He needed to make sure everyone knew he was constantly growing. For the next 2 weeks, Yang Bo roamed the networks of the Alliance's tax, finance, health, and education departments, submitting a series of minor vulnerabilities. Yang Bo wasn't ready to browse websites like the Department of Defense, the Department of Homeland Security, the National Intelligence Agency, and so on. As for Yang Bo's company, it seemed to be completely idle. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen were both currently receiving salaries for nothing and doing nothing. Although Yang Bo had spent the previous 2 weeks cultivating his hacker identity on March Star, he hadn't neglected his other identities, including his in-game character. Yang Bo arrived aboard John Lee's warship. This time, Yang Bo brought out 3 C-class warships. He didn't bring B-class warships because they were too conspicuous. The main systems of the other 3 warships Yang Bo had stolen had already been updated. 40% of the subsystems hadn't been updated yet. This was because the subsystems had more hardware, and so many drones, mechas, and the like needed constant hardware updates from robots. After the hardware update, the software would automatically update. But Yang Bo wasn't in a hurry. There was plenty of time. The 3 warships were also heading for the rendezvous point. The Alliance's 2 B-class warships would take about a year and a half to reach their designated destination, and the main battleship would take about 2 years. This was because after leaving the star region with space jumps, the 3 warships would have to travel via conventional routes to the nearest other space jump point. That's how long it would take. It could be said that human society's development to this day is entirely due to the existence of space jump points. Yang Bo's target this time was the pirate fleet. The Chuki pirate group, one of the 4 pirate groups working with Li Jian, formed a temporary team with 2 other pirate groups from the Pirate Alliance and prepared to rob a transport caravan from the Central Gang. The Chuki pirate group didn't show their full strength to their comrades. Continuing to feign weakness, they only deployed 1 D-class and 3 E-class warships. The other 2 pirate groups deployed 2 C-class warships for D-class and 8 E-class warships. Furthermore, the intelligence these 3 pirate groups received was provided by the Pirate Alliance. This was the inherent weakness of the pirate groups. Although the Pirate Alliance had repeatedly inflicted heavy losses on the pirate groups, these pirate groups couldn't leave the Pirate Alliance. Because these pirate groups lacked a robust intelligence system, they had no way of obtaining relevant intelligence. Facts prove that the Pirate Alliance's intelligence was quite accurate. The 3 pirate groups successfully robbed a small transport fleet of the Federal Central Consortium. This small transport fleet was transporting some strategic supplies from the Empire. Now, the Federal Central State Fleet dared not easily deploy. Because of the heavy losses suffered last time, the other main fleets are now afraid of the pirate groups hiding in the darkness. Although the main fleet of the federal central state now activates its active radar during every mission, it still faces attacks from pirate groups. Because of the complex starry sky, radar can sometimes be interfered with by strong batteries or powerful energies. For example, extremely strong solar winds or energy beams. And sometimes, several intersecting sunlight beams converge in a single area. The Chuki pirates and two other pirate groups not only robbed the entire transport team, but also took hundreds of people. Most of these people were crew members and the escorting mecha operators. This delighted the three pirate groups, as a pirate team still needs its core personnel. The Chuki pirates were currently short on manpower, having secured numerous warships after their collaboration with John Lee. After their success, the three pirate groups began to separate. The Chuki pirates didn't take the cargo, but the people. After separating from the other two pirate groups, the Chuki pirates quickly departed, because John Lee and his warships were lying in ambush right where the other two pirate groups had left. This was a common pirate strategy. They would meet at a single location when they set out together. After their mission was accomplished, they would immediately separate, thus avoiding being caught by the armies of the three nations. It's safer to run separately. To put it bluntly, if you run separately, anyone chasing you will most likely only pursue one of you. The other two pirate groups are called the Black Rose Pirates and the Bald Head Pirates. These two pirate groups are considered relatively powerful and large within the Pirate Alliance. Each of these groups possesses at least two C-class warships. This time, the captains of the two pirate groups led their men to rob. The loot is primarily for drones, mechas, and weapons. These are strategic military weapon parts. These people are also urgently needed by the pirates, because these supplies can be converted into military products. Warning! Warning! The two pirate groups had just separated from the Chuki pirate group. Because the two pirate groups had also been sailing in silent mode, their ships were simultaneously hit, emitting a shrill warning sound. The first vice captains aboard the two C-class warships of the two pirate groups were somewhat bewildered. Did they encounter high-energy cosmic radiation? But soon, a voice came over the public communication channel. I am John Lee, Governor of the Federal State of Korea. You have 10 minutes to leave my C-class warship. The first vice captains of the two pirate groups were completely stunned when they heard this voice on the public communication channel. Why was John Lee here? Why did this damn guy even show up here? The Pirate Alliance was feeling quite troubled by John Lee. The pirate groups had suffered heavy losses from the Pirate Alliance's repeated targeting of John Lee. The two first vice captains quickly contacted the captain. The captains then quickly contacted the Pirate Alliance. The Pirate Alliance was also somewhat bewildered. Wasn't John Lee in Korea State? You know, the Pirate Alliance was on high alert against John Lee. They were constantly monitoring the Korea State fleet. The Pirate Alliance quickly asked Korea State intelligence personnel to confirm John Lee's location, but unfortunately, although John Lee had a large fleet in Korea State, few people had direct contact with him. So, accurately determining John Lee's location was difficult for these people, and the two pirate captains at the scene watched the other warships being destroyed. However, they felt incredibly frustrated. For there was a rumor circulating within the Pirate Alliance that this damn John Lee was even more pirate-like than a pirate. They also knew that John Lee's continued attacks on the warships of the two fleets were simply to put pressure on them. 3 C-class warships. At this moment, the first and second captains of the two pirate groups finally determined John Lee's position through their active radar. After Yang Bo's previous shout, he wasn't sure if the other party would follow his instructions, so he began to eliminate the warships he disdained, putting pressure on them. Chapter 1286. How is that possible? What are those idiots from the Pirate Alliance doing? The captains of the Black Rose and Bald Pirates erupted in curses upon receiving the news. Just now, the two captains were somewhat pleased because they had looted a lot. Supply prices have skyrocketed within the pirate community. This is partly due to the increased escort efforts of various countries. Also, the pirates suffered heavy losses in the battle against the federal central state. The number of warships lost was high, but the human losses were relatively low. John Lee had basically released all the people he encountered. The largest pirate population is still the population of the various bases. On the one hand, there are fewer pirates looting, and on the other hand, the population decline is relatively small. Combined with the heavy losses suffered by the pirates, supply prices naturally rose. This mission was all based on intelligence provided by the Pirate Alliance. The two captains even went to the Alliance's virtual conference room to curse, but the Pirate Alliance simply replied, "The intelligence we provided is very accurate. You have completed your mission. Your retreat route has nothing to do with us." The Pirate Alliance's words made the two pirate group leaders grit their teeth, because the Pirate Alliance was right. Because the pirate groups distrusted each other, and the Pirate Alliance, they each went their separate ways after the heist. How did Yang Bo know the two pirate groups' retreat route? It was because one of their E-class warships was the first to cooperate with the four pirate groups. Now that the four pirate groups had risen to power, with more warships, they eliminated some of their own. Because these pirate groups had granted John Lee surveillance privileges, Yang Bo, a pervert, thought, "You give me access, but I can't get anything into your warships." Yang Bo had also deprived these people of their privileges for the captured warships, so he naturally tampered with them. If Yang Bo wanted to, he could quickly take control of any warship handled by these four pirate groups. But Yang Bo generally wouldn't, because the Empire and the Alliance Federation also controlled the programs within the warship's hardware. In the future, any warships he wanted to capture would require hardware and software upgrades. Because the warship's intelligent systems and hardware were so complex, pirates didn't have the ability to access their contents. If pirates had that kind of skill, they could earn more by becoming hackers and extorting other companies than by robbing them. 8 minutes left. Get out of my C-class warships, or I blow them all up. John Lee's arrogant voice echoed from the Pirate Alliance's virtual conference room. Here were the pirate groups John Lee had robbed, and they were speechless at John Lee's arrogant words. Once upon a time, his own pirate group was claimed by this shameless, utterly shameless fellow, who then drove his own men out. They were also forced to voluntarily surrender control, or face being blasted by John Lee's energy cannon. You despicable bastard, who the hell is a pirate? The pirate leader, who had been snatched from John Lee, cursed, but felt relieved. The humiliation he had suffered was now someone else's turn. Pirates were inherently a loose group, with virtually no trust between them. They're all jealous of others' success. The captains of the Black Rose and Bald Pirates were heartbroken. They wanted their men to rebel against John Lee, but they were afraid of being wiped out by him. That damn John Lee, he's even a Federation admiral. He's even more pirate-like than us pirates. When we catch this guy, we make sure he's in trouble. How unlucky you are to have run into this bastard. This is incredibly lucky. Who says he's not? This used to be just a small shareholder in a company, and in a short time, he's become the governor of a planet. This guy is our pirate's nemesis. You guys on the council are such idiots. You know John Lee is a tough guy, yet you don't even bother to keep an eye on him. Our pirates keep getting humiliated by him. Your spies in our pirate group might as well be planted with John Lee. That's right. The captains of the pirate groups, in the virtual meeting room, offered their opinions to the Pirate Alliance Council. The secretary of the Pirate Alliance Council shook his head and said, "We already sent people to Kolia State, but John Lee is terrified of death. Even when he returns to Kolia State, he often lives on his warship. Moreover, John Lee is extremely treacherous. No one knows his whereabouts, not even those closest to him. It's hard to say. The mentality of those who grew up in the Federation is truly terrifying. And this time, it was just bad luck. Didn't the witch pirates escape safely? No one from the witch pirates was here, and no one from the witch pirates was in contact, meaning they were safe. After the robbery, the pirates each planned their own routes and left the scene. Abandoned ship. The captains of the Black Rose and Bald Pirates were forced to give the order to abandon their warships. John Lee only needed 2 C-class warships now. The E-class warship had been destroyed, resulting in not only the loss of the warship but also the loss of men. At this moment, John Lee's voice rang out from the virtual conference room. Next, I will continue to attack your other warships. Within 2 minutes, if you abandon your warships, I will take the supplies on board. After all, these supplies are stolen goods, and I have to return them after I take them. John Lee's voice could be heard in the virtual conference room, but not from this side. The pirates, of course, understood Li Yuehan's intentions. The pirate group had plundered the Central State Consortium's property. If Li Yuehan took it back, the Central State Consortium might demand its return. Li Yuehan's conflict with the Federal Central State was well known, meaning that if they gave up now, they could still recover some of their losses. Yang Bo watched as the Black Rose and Baldhead pirate groups abandoned their C-class battleships. They then activated the C-class battleships' permissions and dumped all the looted supplies aboard into space. Then they changed course again. All the personnel on board boarded the communication craft and left the battleships. The men aboard the pirate ships breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, the pirates were more willing to face Li Yuehan than the regular army. The last time they encountered the regular army of Madhya Pradesh, they were practically destroyed, both their ships and their men. Even some who escaped in lifeboats were mowed down by the regular army of Madhya Pradesh. While encountering Li Yuehan was frustrating, at least they were still alive. Yang Bo's 3 C-class warships lined up, chasing the 2 pirate ships. Because the distance between the 2 groups was considerable, and the pirate ships were operating under automatic control, they were already slowing down, but the distance between them was still over 2 million kilometers. Yang Bo's 3 C-class warships accelerated, and Yang Bo had already remotely seized control of 2 of the ships. The remaining ships of the Black Rose and Bald pirates were capturing abandoned cargo, watching helplessly as Li Yuehan's 3 C-class warships sailed past them. Of course, this was just what was seen on radar, as the actual distance between the 2 sides was at least hundreds of thousands of kilometers. The Black Rose and Bald pirates lost an E-class battleship and 2 C-class battleships, with only a portion of the crew of 1 E-class battleship lost because some personnel on that ship were unable to evacuate in time, while the rest of the crew quickly did so. Yang Bo successfully secured 2 more C-class battleships, then Yang Bo hurried on to the next pirate leaks. Elsewhere, the witch pirates were gathering with 3 other pirate groups. These 4 pirate groups were targeting a squadron of the Madhya Pradesh fleet. The Pirate Alliance and the Federal Central State are now engaged in a near full-scale conflict. The 2 sides have reached a point of near-death struggle. Of course, Yang Bo knows that the Empire and the Alliance have significant influence behind the Pirate Alliance. More importantly, the Pirate Alliance Council has discovered many advantages in fighting the Central State. If the Central State fleet wins, the pirate strength will be weakened. For the Pirate Alliance Council, overly powerful pirate groups are often disobedient. So, win or lose, the Pirate Alliance Council is the winner. If the pirates lose, their power will be weakened, and they will no longer be able to oppose any of the Pirate Alliance Council's decisions. If the pirates win, the Pirate Alliance Council is also the winner, because most of the looted goods must be transferred through the council. There's no way around it. Although theoretically, pirate groups can trade with each other, such transactions are like gang-related transactions. You're afraid of me robbing you, and I'm afraid of you robbing me. Whose territory will the transactions take place on? Where will they take place? And how will the funds be protected after the transactions? So everyone is worried. Therefore, 99% of pirates, after plundering supplies, would trade their excess with the council. This was also due to the distrust between the pirate groups. Furthermore, the Pirate Alliance Council's intelligence was very strong. However, Yang Bo felt that there seemed to be some issues with the witch pirates' cooperation with the other 3 pirate groups. This was because Yang Bo not only had a thorough understanding of the Federal Central State's intelligence, but also had a relatively good understanding of the Pirate Alliance. There was no Federation fleet in the direction these 4 pirate groups were heading. Yang Bo suspected these 4 pirate groups were a test by the Pirate Alliance, because the pirate groups always suffered losses when they encountered him. The Pirate Alliance had long suspected an internal intelligence leak, so the Pirate Alliance would definitely react. So, if Yang Bo suspected it was a trap, why did he go? Because Yang Bo felt the Pirate Alliance was trying to lure him. There must be other tricks hidden behind the scenes. This meant the Pirate Alliance might have a backup plan. Preparing a backup plan meant there were more pirate groups hiding in the shadows or other armed forces. With such excitement, Yang Bo wanted to join in. So Yang Bo sent an anonymous email to the Intelligence Department of the Federal Central State. Yang Bo planned to let the Federal Central State be the fish that took the bait. If the Pirate Alliance had a backup plan, then the Central State would take the bait, and the Pirate Alliance would use its backup plan. Then he would wait for the Central State to fight the Pirate Alliance again. After the fight between the Central State and the Pirate Alliance was over, he would strike back at the Pirate Alliance pirates. That way, he wouldn't have to worry about arousing suspicion, because once the Central State and the Pirate Alliance started fighting, news would naturally spread. The federal president and vice president were furious because, not long ago, a transport fleet had been robbed by pirates again, and all the people on board had been kidnapped. Even the transport ships had been completely destroyed. These transport ships were valuable, and considering the cargo on board, there were also numerous casualties. The news that John Lee had robbed the Black Rose, the C-class warships of the pirates, and the Bald pirates hadn't spread because John Lee hadn't broadcast it live, and the Pirate Alliance was too embarrassed to publicly announce it. The federal president and vice president were also in a state of panic. Although the armed forces of the federal Madhya Pradesh were formidable, they lacked manpower. Although the federal Madhya Pradesh still had several main fleets, only 3 were operational. These 3 fleets were completely defenseless against the elusive pirates. The presence of these main fleets would be a threat to these pirates. Without them, the pirates would swarm in. And the federal Madhya Pradesh's commercial activities could not rely solely on three main fleets. The federal Madhya Pradesh now resented the other states, mainly because the federal Madhya Pradesh had been too harsh on them in the past. In the past, the vast majority of the federal tax revenue went to the federal Madhya Pradesh. Now that the federal Madhya Pradesh was being ravaged by pirates, the other states were applauding. Just then, the federal Madhya Pradesh Intelligence Department received an anonymous tip. It stated that 4 pirate groups from the Pirate Alliance had been gathered in a certain location. The federal president and vice president were puzzled, unsure whether this tip was true or false. Do you think this information is true? The federal president asked the director of the Federal Intelligence Agency directly. I personally think it's true because it's incredibly detailed. It not only lists the names of the 4 pirate groups, but also details their fleet deployments. Then who do you think it is? Could the message sent to us be a trap? The federal vice president asked again. I think it's an internal conflict within the Pirate Alliance. Not only are the various pirate groups within the Pirate Alliance not united, some are even enemies. Furthermore, the Pirate Alliance is actually quite wary of some of its more powerful groups. There's been news that the Pirate Alliance will proactively weaken the strength of these powerful groups. Unfortunately, our people can't get any information from within the Pirate Alliance, the head of the Federal Intelligence Department said. Chapter 1287. The Federation originally had representatives on the Pirate Alliance Council. However, after the conflict, the Pirate Alliance Council directly blocked any information about these individuals. The elders of the Pirate Alliance Council are also scattered across various locations. The Pirate Alliance Council meetings are generally virtual. This means that the Pirate Alliance has no physical presence in the real world. All Pirate Alliance decisions are made through virtual meeting rooms. As for the individuals who sell stolen goods, they don't stay in one location. They move between locations each time. The consortiums behind these elders all have bases or direct connections in space. The elders on the Pirate Alliance Council know their backgrounds. In reality, these individuals are consortiums from the 3 countries, or even certain forces, because they need a force to help them solve problems they can't solve through legal means. In reality, these pirate groups are actually accepting missions in disguise, as their source of information is the Pirate Alliance. The Pirate Alliance Council will provide intelligence to whomever they want to target. When the Silver Moon pirates robbed immigrants from March Star, it was actually the consortium behind Pato Star, preventing them from reaching March Star. Because the immigration ship had an incident, subsequent policy and public opinion could deter further immigration. I think we could give this a try. Although the intelligence source is questionable, we currently know very little about the Pirate Alliance. As for the trap, we're not afraid of it. We can send a fleet to test it out first. Of course, we still need to be adequately prepared. If the intelligence proves true, we strike a devastating blow against these pirate groups, the head of the Federal Intelligence Department advised. The federal state of Madhya Pradesh is facing immense public pressure. Madhya Pradesh desperately needs a resounding victory. This would not only ease international public opinion, but also combat the pirates. Of course, it would also bolster Madhya Pradesh's prestige. Then formulate a battle plan. If this intelligence is true, it proves that the internal conflicts within the Pirate Alliance have reached an irreconcilable point. The federal president and vice president exchanged glances. Although the previous attack on the pirate coalition fleet was successful, the loss of a main fleet meant killing 500 enemies for a loss of 1,000. And, by mistake, history was made. A main battleship was lost in a pirate war. This is a complete disgrace for the Federation. What's even more ridiculous is that, despite such a devastating defeat, no one took responsibility. It couldn't be helped. The officers and commanders of these fleets are all from major corporations. The major corporations wouldn't hand over their military power to anyone else. In other words, the officers aboard every warship in these fleets are members of several consortiums. These consortiums are even wary of individuals from certain consortiums commanding a single warship. This is primarily due to the warship's immense offensive power, and the Federation's consortiums are essentially warlords with no moral compass. The Federation's consortiums are incredibly greedy. All planets in the Federation are facing severe energy radiation contamination. This was done intentionally by the Federal Consortium. Their main purpose was to use radiation protection drugs to control the people on the federal side. And radiation protection drugs could make money. In the Federation, one's fate was to work themselves to death like a beast of burden. You couldn't just lie down and relax, because you had to take radiation protection drugs every day. As for the laws, they were merely company regulations set by the consortium. Each state in the Federation, and the cities within it, could make their own laws and taxes, the Federal Intelligence Department formulated a rigorous battle plan. 1 main fleet and 2 squadrons. The main fleet served as support, and the 2 squadrons were combined into one. On the surface, it looked like 1 squadron, but in reality, it was 2. Everyone in the federal central state hoped for victory. Yang Bo chuckled to himself when he received the news that the federal side had dispatched troops. Yang Bo had no plans to inform the witch pirates. The 4 pirate groups he was collaborating with weren't growing too fast, so he needed to give them some setbacks to help them work together properly. He needed to inflict some losses on these 4 pirate groups, as they were too powerful and difficult to control. Yang Bo controlled 5 C-class warships, silently sailing through the vast starry sky. Yang Bo didn't know how many pirates were still hiding in the shadows. He also didn't know what the outcome would be if the Federation sent its main fleet to fight these pirates. Is it possible to get another main battleship? Yang Bo knew he was being a little greedy, but he couldn't help but wonder. However, if the Federal Central State lost another main battleship, the Federation might be on the verge of disintegration. Because the Central State only has a few main battleships available. We see what happens then. Yang Bo still didn't want the Federation to split, because if it did, it would plunge into endless civil war. Then other states would surely attack him. That was something Yang Bo didn't want to see. And who knows, the Federation might even have the support of the Alliance and the Empire. Yang Bo ordered the 5 warships to sail in silence, while he returned to Bart's territory. Master! 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 Yang Bo, disguised as Bart, returned to the manor. Ning Shui, Bai Lu, and Hong Xiu saluted upon seeing him. Ning Shui. Is there anyone in your family who wants to be an official? There are many vacancies on Devon Star. Yang Bo asked after sitting down. Thank you, sir. Ning Shui was thrilled. On Devon, the positions of Governor, Minister of Security, Minister of Police, Commander of the Planetary Fleet, and Minister of Finance are all vacant. I give your family 1 spot. See who's willing to go. But the more specialized positions, like those of the Ministry of Finance, Police, and Security, are best avoided because they require specialized knowledge. The remaining positions are Governor and Commander of the Planetary Fleet. I suggest Governor. Yang Bo continued. Well, sir, please see when you're free. I call my family over. Ning Shui nodded. Just 2 or 3 days, maybe. Okay, how about tomorrow afternoon? Ning Shui knew Bart was quite busy, and besides, Bart was now the Grand Duke. He wasn't someone anyone could see, not even his family. Yang Bo then called Butler Jerry over, and selected some individuals from within the territory to be placed in the government. Of course, these individuals would serve as deputies in various departments, with their former deputies now serving as principals. To put it bluntly, these principals were there to do the work, and the individuals Bart had assigned were there to oversee their work. Yang Bo was self-aware, knowing that his territory didn't have that many talented individuals. This was especially true in highly specialized departments like the Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of Security, which required considerable expertise. While his territory certainly had such talent, in the political system, connections were paramount. Although these individuals had many backers, it was still easy for those below them to embarrass you if you were in charge of a department, especially if they were parachuted in. He then informed Butler Jerry that he had a new territory on Devon. The butler could probably guess that this was because all the nobles who suffered losses on Devon had signed compensation agreements. 3 nobles would be compensated within a 5-kilometer radius of the super hydrogen bomb explosion. 5 kilometers away, there was only 1 nobility slot available. All of them were hereditary viscounts. Even Alan, whose hotel suffered damage, received a hereditary viscount title as compensation. Alan was overjoyed, because this title belonged to Alan, not his family, because titles belonging to a family can easily be reclaimed by the family later. Bart also received compensation, also with 3 hereditary viscount titles. Because the compensation Bart received in secret was not suitable for public disclosure. For example, Bart's recommendation for the governor and the list of other officials could only be discussed privately and not publicly. Moreover, official positions don't necessarily belong to Bart forever. Only noble titles belong to one forever. There's also the land and other things Bart would be compensated for, which are also calculated separately. Yang Bo spent the night at Bart's manor. After lunch the next day, Yang Bo met with Ning Shui's family. The unanimous decision was that Ning Jianqing himself would be the governor of Devon Planet. Ning Jianqing's family had migrated to Devon Planet, having nearly been implicated in the royal family feud. After arriving on Devon Planet, Yang Bo directly granted them a piece of land, an island, to be exact. So, this time, Yang Bo also gave the Ning Shui family a hereditary viscount title. Ning Shui's family was now rather reserved when facing Bart, because Bart was now a Grand Duke. A stark difference from the hereditary viscount they had met. The noble girl Bart had first snatched away was probably the one who regretted it the most. The noble girl still resented Ning Shui. If it weren't for Ning Shui, she would have lived a good life. However, ever since Bart's fame grew, the noble girl no longer dared to speak out. Because Ning Shui was now a duchess, while she was only a viscountess. If Bart took it seriously, a viscountess slandering a duchess would be a serious offense. Of course, there were also Ning Shui's close friends. After Bart snatched Ning Shui away, they all became sarcastic. Now, some of Ning Shui's close friends' families have been affected by the royal struggle. Because Ning Shui was a new noble, so were her close friends. The next day, Yang Bo attended the Devon Senate meeting in his capacity as Grand Duke of the Empire. At the meeting, Grand Duke Bart submitted a proposal. The proposal designated Ning Jianxing as governor of Devon, with the deputy commander of the planetary fleet as commander-in-chief, and Bart's guard captain as deputy commander-in-chief. In addition, deputy positions in departments like the Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of Security, and the Ministry of Police were to be promoted to full-time positions, and Bart had recommended the deputy positions. Everyone knew what was going on, so the proposal passed unanimously. After that, Yang Bo didn't participate in any other matters. Then Yang Bo went to the Ring Hotel and spent the entire afternoon in Su Ruoxin's suite. Then he returned to Bart's laboratory. The internal strife within the royal family intensified, affecting many of the new nobles as well. Su Ruoxin said they would wait for a while before having a child. Of course, Yang Bo knew Su Ruoxin was trying to win him over. Having the Grand Duke's support made all the difference, and Bart now controlled Devon. Furthermore, Bart was both wealthy and powerful. Su Ruoxin's tone suggested he no longer considered his royal family members his own. Since Su Ruoxin had already decided to fight for the throne, everyone else was her rival and enemy. The internal struggle within the royal family was extremely sinister. Then Yang Bo took another stroll around Prince Holden's headland in the second world. Then he returned to March Star and submitted some minor vulnerabilities to various government departments. I didn't expect you to learn hacking skills so quickly. Wang Muxue and Yang Bo sat in the internet room, Wang Muxue watching the vulnerabilities Yang Bo had shown her. Maybe it has something to do with my increased psychic power. I feel like these things are too simple. Yang Bo shrugged. Psychic power has different properties and develops in different directions. Hacking techniques test logical thinking. Think about it from another angle. Your black technology is quite tricky. Most psychic superpowers actually only have super memories. The human brain also has many developmental paths. Some are good at reasoning, some at memory, and some at logical thinking. Of course, with your psychic power being so abnormal, you probably have psychic attack methods, right? Wang Muxue said, looking at Yang Bo. I'm not sure about that, because I don't know how to use psychic power to attack people out of thin air. Of course, I can use objects to attack people. Psychic power is a bit too mysterious. Sometimes it seems like I can grasp it, but sometimes it seems impossible. Yang Bo, of course, would not admit it, so he spoke ambiguously. Alas, there are so few psychic superpowers, so there aren't enough case studies. And most psychic superpowers keep their attributes secret. Wang Muxue sighed. I want to buy a spaceship and go exploring in space. With my good luck, I'm sure I discover a lot of things, maybe even an alien civilization. Do you have any recommended spaceship configurations? Yang Bo feigned ignorance of spaceships. If you want to explore space, you need an armed spaceship. You can only use the weapons on this armed spaceship outside the Alliance. But what will I do if you leave? Wang Muxue said, staring at Yang Bo. I won't be out for long. I just take a stroll around first. Okay then. What should you be careful about during interstellar exploration? In interstellar exploration, the first thing to be wary of is your own kind. Because there are no laws in the vast starry sky, anything can happen. Besides, pirates are rampant these days. Can private individuals purchase warships? Otherwise, what should I do if I encounter pirates? Of course not. However, exploration ships are powerful, and if you can detect pirate ships in advance, it's easy to escape. As long as you don't reveal your identity, pirate groups generally won't attack exploration ships, because most exploration ships don't have much supplies, and the crews are generally poor. If you're captured by pirates, they force you to bear many children, and then blackmail you with the lives of your children. There was once a wealthy man who was captured by pirates for over 100 years and extorted for over 100 billion credits. When he was finally released, he had over 40 children. Ah! Yang Bo looked at Wang Mushua in mock surprise. The situation is too chaotic right now. You should wait before taking any risks. Wang Mushua suspected Yang Bo had some ulterior motive for taking the risk, but she couldn't figure it out. Alright then. Yang Bo pretended to listen. That night, Yang Bo first went to the rooms of Su Wei and the other two, then sneaked into Wang Mushua's room in the middle of the night. Called a pervert by Wang Mushua left in the morning, and Yang Bo left a message saying he was entering the lab. Yang Bo left March Star and arrived aboard Li John's 5 C-class warships. The show was about to begin, and he had to be careful. He didn't know how many pirates were hiding in the shadows, and where. Chapter 1288. In fact, Yang Bo was right to be cautious. Although the Pirate Alliance had various problems within it, the enormous profits had allowed this loose organization to survive for so many years. It wasn't just about selling stolen goods, but more often, it targeted commercial and political rivals. So, the Pirate Alliance needed to investigate its internal problems. The organizations behind the elders of the Pirate Alliance Council had intelligence networks spanning the entire interstellar world. The events of recent years had caused the Pirate Alliance's credibility to decline. The Pirate Alliance was merely a loose platform. It was increasingly unable to control the pirate groups below it. Additionally, the intelligence provided by the Pirate Alliance led to the repeated demise of pirate groups and heavy losses. This caused widespread resentment among the various pirate groups and the Pirate Alliance. After each failure, the Pirate Alliance would review the reasons for its failure. The answer was that someone had planted intelligence agents within the Pirate Alliance. However, the Pirate Alliance did not know much about the individuals within the various pirate groups. The pirate groups would not disclose information about their own personnel. So, it's unclear where the information leaked from. This operation, involving several pirate groups, including the Witch Pirates, is a test for the Pirate Alliance. If the Witch Pirates and other pirate groups don't encounter any problems, it proves that there are no Federation intelligence agents within these groups. The Pirate Alliance will then repeat the same operation, sending other pirate groups on fake missions again. Of course, the Pirate Alliance Elders Council also controls its own armed forces. Otherwise, how would the Pirate Alliance Elders trade with the pirate groups? Aren't they afraid of these pirate groups robbing each other? The pirate groups are so disciplined because the Pirate Alliance Council not only controls the channels, but also possesses military power. However, these armed forces of the Pirate Alliance Council are usually kept hidden. The warships of these armed forces can be disguised as transport ships. In addition, 6 other pirate groups form 2 combat formations. These 6 pirate groups' missions are not to support the Witch Pirates and other pirate groups. These 6 pirate groups are actually conducting tests. Of course, the Pirate Alliance doesn't know that while Yang Bo's intelligence network isn't very powerful, it does have access to key individuals. For example, some heads of federal intelligence agencies. The Pirate Alliance can't develop such high-level intelligence personnel, so each time the Pirate Alliance obtains intelligence information, it can only obtain information after the fact. Of course, the Pirate Alliance's greatest threat is actually John Lee, because the pirate group has always been defeated by John Lee. What left the Pirate Alliance speechless was that, despite the fierce battle between the Pirate Alliance and the Federal Central State, the Pirate Alliance was apparently being pursued and attacked by the Central State's main fleet, resulting in heavy losses for the Pirate Alliance's pirate groups. However, according to the Pirate Alliance's statistics, John Lee had inflicted even greater losses on the Pirate Alliance. What also left the Pirate Alliance speechless was John Lee's rapid growth. There was no chance of inserting all their intelligence agents into John Lee's Kolia State and his fleet. The Pirate Alliance already had intelligence agents planted in Kolia State. Some have already entered John Lee's warships to learn. Given enough time, these people could join John Lee's fleet. Of course, for the Pirate Alliance, the current greatest threat remains the Federal Central State. Because John Lee lacks sufficient resources, his threat assessment prioritizes him much lower than the Federal Central State. The major conglomerates in the Central State possess deep resources, several major fleets, and the ability to manufacture warships. The Pirate Alliance also sees this as an opportunity. If they can achieve victory against the Central State, their reputation will be further enhanced. A major fleet from the Federal Central State quietly departed its base. The fleet began silent sailing, and few people knew of the plan. 2 other squadrons also operated in silence, severing all communications between their warships and the outside world. The witch pirates and several other pirate groups have arrived at their rendezvous point and are heading along the designated routes provided by intelligence. For pirate groups, for C-class warships, 8 D-class warships, and 16 E-class warships. The witch pirates also didn't proactively contact Lee John. Although there was some cooperation between the witch pirates and Lee John, neither group trusted the other. The witch pirates also sought to strengthen themselves through their own power. These pirate groups also began silent navigation, and each of the 4 groups had spectator privileges. This allowed the 4 groups to monitor each other and prevent anyone from leaking information to the outside world. Of course, these 4 pirate groups were completely unaware that the intelligence provided by the Pirate Alliance was false. The 4 pirate groups were still confidently discussing their plans. Yang Bo, controlling 5 C-class warships, was constantly reducing his speed. Because Yang Bo wanted to pick up loose ends on the periphery, he didn't need to engage in a full-scale battle. Yang Bo's primary target was still the several pirate groups affiliated with the witch pirates. As for the Federation's main battleships, Yang Bo wanted them, but now wasn't the right time. Because he still needed the federal central state to draw firepower. He had to wait until Lee John continued to grow in his status. At a certain point, he could inflict heavy losses on the federal central state, and then the other states would divide it up. Yang Bo had no intention of unifying the Federation, because the various planets in the Federation had no sense of belonging to the Federation. When the Federation was on Earth, internal divisions were frequent. One day one wanted independence, the next day another. This legacy carried over to interstellar society. Now, the various states and planets in the Federation turned a blind eye to the Central State's plight, and even took advantage of its misfortune. This was due to historical reasons. Yang Bo believed he couldn't be a good emperor, nor did he have the courage to change the perceptions of everyone in the Federation. At that point, he would simply need to have sufficient influence and say within the Federation government. As for the 3 nations in interstellar society, the easiest to rule were the people of the Empire. The lowest-ranking citizens of the Federation, and those of the Alliance, were completely destitute. The lowest-ranking citizens of the Federation had been exploited to the point of numbness and tyranny by the Federation's various corporations. In the cities of the various states of the Federation, only the core areas remained relatively untouched. Untold amounts of evil were perpetrated in the slums and the like. As for the Alliance, just look at the divisions within its society. Countless groups exist at the bottom of the Alliance, and they're fighting among themselves. Of course, the Empire is primarily dominated by the powerful, the aristocracy, fighting among themselves. In any case, establishing a unified government in interstellar society is difficult. And Yang Bo had no such ambitions. Midway, Yang Bo returned to Bart's lab and enjoyed Catherine's attentive service. Catherine now lives freely in the lab. After adopting a new identity, she completely broke away from her former online life. Just as the Federation fleet was about to encounter several pirate groups belonging to the witch pirates, Yang Bo received unexpected news. Mei Xiaoxiao, this former intelligence officer of the Ashes organization, had been given intelligence seeds and high-quality potions by Yang Bo, allowing her to develop her intelligence organization. Mei Xiaoxiao is now working within the Alliance's capital region. Mei Xiaoxiao discovered something quite unexpected, and Yang Bo discovered something very significant from this unexpected discovery. The Grand Duke of Golden Oak had actually made arrangements within the Alliance long before. Because Yang Bo can read people's memories, Mei Xiaoxiao recruited an intelligence agent who owned a small company in the Alliance's capital. This small company primarily dealt in luxury goods from the Empire. It was a very niche category. Mei Xiaoxiao recruited this agent because his clients were wealthy individuals who had limited funds but valued prestige. These individuals operated outside the wealthy community, eager to enter it. They were also the most likely to develop into intelligence agents. Because truly wealthy people simply disdain being someone else's spy. They're the kind who need money but don't have it, yet pretend to have it and have some. They strive to maintain their high-profile lifestyles. And these people also have access to some of the more core things. Mei Xiaoxiao also used high-quality energy potions as bait. The other party had previously responded positively, but recently he blocked her. Mei Xiaoxiao planned to visit him, and although he did meet her, she felt a difference in this client. Mei Xiaoxiao's intelligence talent was truly exceptional. She could detect potential issues with the client through many of his unconscious gestures and words. So she took note of this incident and prepared to report it to Yang Bo. Of course, Yang Bo wasn't using his own identity, but rather pretending to be the Red Earl. Through Mei Xiaoxiao's memories, Yang Bo discovered that this man was the Grand Duke of Golden Oak. This man now looked like a chubby businessman, A completely different temperament from the Grand Duke, but Yang Bo knew obesity was the best disguise. The Grand Duke used to be very handsome and gentlemanly, because that was his aura. Now, not only has this businessman gained weight, but his hair has also changed color. In a technological society, gaining weight is easy. Gaining weight distorts facial features, eyes, nose, ears, and so on. Skin color also changes, and clothing becomes somewhat tacky. TSK. Yang Bo had actually been wondering where this Grand Duke of Golden Oak had gone. To his surprise, he had already prepared an identity with the Alliance. For a Grand Duke, this would be easy. However, Yang Bo didn't have time to pursue the Golden Oak Grand Duke for the time being. And Earl Yang's Golden Oak Grand Duke status was likely only temporary, because a Grand Duke would never accept defeat. For an ambitious man like him, facing such a devastating defeat would render all the efforts of his entire life, and even those of his ancestors, in vain. Such a man would definitely want to take back what was his. Yang Bo's current focus was on the Federation and the Pirate Alliance. This time, the Federation dispatched the 7th Fleet. The 7th Fleet consisted of 1 battleship, 3 A-class battleships, 9 B-class battleships, and 18 C-class battleships. Of course, the 7th Fleet didn't bring all its warships. This time, it only had 1 battleship, 2 A-class battleships, 6 B-class battleships, 9 C-class battleships, and a total of 120 other warships. The entire fleet formed a massive battle formation. The main reason is that the federal central state is frightened by pirates, the which pirates only have a total of over 40 warships, the highest of which are C-class warships. Yang Bo waited from afar. Yang Bo could be Li Zhan's fleet in Kolia State, or he could be the Silver Moon Pirates. At that time, he could switch identities at will. While Yang Bo wouldn't touch the central state's main warships, he would not let go of any A-class, B-class, or B-class warships. The which pirates, along with several other pirate groups, formed a joint pirate fleet and arrived at the designated location. These pirate groups received intelligence that a federal transport fleet was passing through. So, they set up an ambush here in advance. Of course, these pirate groups could never have imagined that their position had been locked onto by the Madhya Pradesh main fleet. The commander of the Federation's 7th Fleet had little combat experience. So, after the entire fleet performed a space jump, the commander immediately changed course. Then, relying on its immense inertia, they sailed silently. After sailing for a day and a half, the 7th Fleet still registered no activity on its passive radar. And the distance to the coordinate point was only 100 million kilometers. The commander of the 7th Fleet, lacking combat experience, dared not approach too close. Although he had main battleships, and Class A and Class B warships, who knew how many pirates there were, the 3rd and 5th Fleets had previously encountered a combined fleet of more than a dozen pirate groups. So, the commander of the 7th Fleet immediately ordered all warships to attack the location of the intelligence. The warships began to adjust their positions, aiming as many energy cannons as possible to lock onto the area. Attack! Do not cease the attack without my order. The commander of the 7th Fleet directed the warships, relying on their immense inertia, to advance towards the target point while launching his attack. All warships, activate active radar. There was no need for silent sailing now, so the 7th Fleet commander issued another order. Then he reported to the federal military. The federal military leader was speechless. What could be achieved at such a distance? By the time Yang Bo learned this news, the combined fleet of the witch pirates had been frightened and fled in panic by the dense energy cannon fire. The 7th Fleet comprised over 100 warships, large and small. Each ship had some equipped with thousands of energy cannons, while others had dozens. The number of energy cannons was determined by the power of the warship's engines. So a single salvo could produce over 30,000 laser beams. And the 7th Fleet was lucky enough to directly destroy 2 D-class warships of the combined fleet of the witch pirates. Immediately afterwards, the passive radar picked up another massive energy surge from the 7th Fleet, prompting the witch pirates and 3 other pirate groups to flee in panic, contacting the Pirate Alliance. This time, the Pirate Alliance quickly directed all 4 pirate groups to flee in a single direction. The Pirate Alliance was somewhat surprised by the appearance of a major fleet, but they had already prepared for it. Yang Bo hadn't expected the 7th Fleet commander's seemingly ridiculous order to achieve such an effect. This guy is quite clever. He understands the fleet's advantage lies in its massive firepower and superior defense. Just crush them with this method. It all depends on whether he divides his forces. If he does, I find a way to get hold of an A or B-class battleship. Yang Bo lurked like a ghost, ready to reveal his cunning hand at any moment. Chapter 1289. The commander of the Federation's 7th Fleet accidentally discovered the correct method for attacking pirates. The pirates' warships are small, and their armor and energy protection are far weaker than those of larger warships. Another issue is the radar's detection range. The combat effectiveness of warships varies greatly between different tiers. The larger the warship, the more powerful its energy engine, the more powerful its onboard radar, and the longer its detection range. Furthermore, the pirates' warships are all imported export models from other countries. Their overall performance is significantly lower than that of the regular armies of the 3 countries. Furthermore, the pirates are extremely experienced in single combat. So, if the Federation's warships engage in close combat with the pirates, they will easily be defeated by the pirates' flexible tactics. The energy engines at the rear of the warships are their greatest weakness. If they were to engage at the conventional firing range of 2 million kilometers, then the 2 sides would engage in a naval battle similar to that of ancient times, engaging in close combat and exchanging fire. At this time, the pirates' warships are smaller, making them more maneuverable. The fleet's warships were large, exposing them to a wider area. Another reason was that the Forwitch pirates were hidden within the starry sky. They hadn't activated their energy shields. So, they were bombarded by a barrage of tens of thousands of lasers fired by the Federation's 7th Fleet. In this first barrage, the energy cannons were fired at maximum power. The range of energy cannons varies depending on their power. Although space is a vacuum, energy transmission, especially with lasers, still scatters. So, the greater the power, the greater the range. Even planet-destroying energy cannons need to be launched with an effective range. Furthermore, different planetary structures require different energy sources and attack methods. All warships of the Federation's 7th Fleet activated their active radars, locked onto the pirate group, and pursued them at full speed, continuously firing as they went. The United Pirate Fleet, home to the Witch Pirates, was now frantically fleeing under the command of the Pirate Alliance. Although the distance between the 2 sides was still quite large, it was closing in. On the one hand, the 7th Fleet had been moving at a constant speed, while the pirate fleet had paused to ambush them. On the other hand, anyone facing the enemy's weak points would have felt vulnerable. Though the pirate fleet began to counterattack, most of its energy cannons were unable to reach the 7th Fleet behind them. Instead, their energy engines were exposed to the enemy. Add to that the previous round of attacks, and 2 of their warships had been directly destroyed. The Witch Pirates' first vice-captain now felt a pang of regret. He should have known better than to go out with these people. It would have been better to cooperate with John Lee, because John Lee's intelligence sources were very accurate. The 7th Fleet behind them also went into evasive mode. Although the pirates' energy cannon attacks were few and far between, they still had to evade them. The 2 sides kept chasing each other, and the people in the Pirate Alliance Fleet chat channel were full of curses. Those bastards on the Pirate Alliance Council are using us as bait. These bastards are now ordering us to retreat in one direction. They already made a plan. The members of the Pirate Alliance Fleet now realized they were being used as bait. In the past, when the pirates had conducted joint operations, they would flee in panic whenever they encountered regular troops. And now, the Pirate Alliance Council ordered everyone to retreat in a single direction. This was clearly a pre-planned operation. Of course, the Federation had its fair share of fleets, and the commander of the 7th Fleet might not be capable, but the Federation still had the General Staff and the Ministry of National Defense. The Pirate Alliance Fleet's unusual reaction led the General Staff to conclude that the pirates' operation was a tactical scheme. At the same time, the Intelligence Department concluded that the anonymous emails might be a tactical scheme by the pirates. The elders of the Pirate Alliance Council were also feeling overwhelmed. The Pirate Alliance was planning to target several pirate groups to determine where the internal intelligence leaks were originating. It was true that the Pirate Alliance was planning a tactical scheme, but they hadn't expected to reel in a massive shark. How powerful is a main fleet? The Pirate Alliance discovered that the other pirate groups they had prepared were probably no match for the Federation's 7th Fleet. Thus, the Pirate Alliance has developed 2 plans. The first involves the First Reserve unleashing various energy bombs to lay a massive minefield. The bombs used to lay minefields in interstellar warfare possess immense destructive power. These bombs come in many varieties. The first is energy jammers, which use the energy from their explosion to disrupt enemy radar. The other is physical attack. This physical attack involves the bomb propelling projectiles inside, striking warships at high speeds. These projectiles are specially treated and shaped to inflict damage to warship surfaces. Of course, these projectiles are primarily targeted at warships' energy turrets during combat. This is because warships' energy turrets only emerge from the warships when attacking. When not in use, the energy turrets retract into the warships. Furthermore, some of the bombs deployed in the minefields aren't bombs at all, but high-energy laser launchers. The closer the distance, the greater the laser's attack power. The role of minefields in interstellar warfare can be significant or minor. It all depends on the number of bombs deployed. The more bombs deployed, the greater the impact. Warships in space travel incredibly fast. If the enemy can clear the bombs, the minefields will have no effect. If the enemy can't, they will be attacked. The bombs in the minefields are mobile and employ multiple tracking modes. The minefield's primary function is to generate energy waves, disrupting enemy radar. This is why the Pirate Alliance's first reserve deployed the minefield so early. Because the sooner the minefield is laid, the more bombs will be laid. The Pirate Alliance has prepared 3 reserve squadrons, with 2 more hidden somewhere behind the minefield. Yang Bo already knows the deployments of both sides. The Pirate Alliance plans to use the Witch Pirates to lure the 7th Fleet in, then use the minefield to hinder it. Even if the 7th Fleet successfully removes the bombs from the minefield, the energy fluctuations caused by so many bombs exploding will severely affect the radar. At this point, the ambushed pirate groups will attack the Federation's 7th Fleet from both sides and from behind. Although the 7th Fleet is powerful, its radar is affected. Moreover, the 8 pirate groups in the 2 ambushing pirate reserves would appear behind the 7th Fleet. The 7th Fleet would then face 2 choices. The first was to deviate from the route and find a way to avoid the 8 pirate groups behind them. The other was for the 8 pirate groups behind the hard drive to directly pursue the pirate group in front, using their own speed to slowly increase the distance between them and the group behind. The Pirate Alliance deployed 16 pirate groups this time. Of course, to outsiders, the Pirate Alliance seemed a bit desperate. But in Yang Bo's view, the Pirate Alliance was the winner regardless of victory or defeat. If the pirate groups won, the main Federation fleet would surely lose, which would enhance the Pirate Alliance's reputation. If the pirate groups lost, the loss wouldn't be too great. When all 16 pirate groups dispersed, only 1 or 2 would be lost at most. And the pirate group lost would undoubtedly be the strongest of the 16. This would weaken the disobedient and unruly members of the team. Now, these pirate groups had no way of rejecting the Pirate Alliance's plan. Because piracy is inherently a very dangerous business. Piracy is inherently a high-risk, high-reward business. To be honest, the very idea of being a pirate is somewhat unnatural. These pirate groups were actually quite excited about this situation, because defeating the Federation's main fleet would be the ultimate honor for them. And the ships they had here were only a fraction of the total pirate fleet. Of course, these pirate groups also knew that if things went south and they all dispersed, the 7th Fleet would be unable to disperse its ships to pursue them. This was a risky undertaking, but the rewards were considerable. Yang Bo, however, knew more. The pirate group is in danger this time. There are also 2 Federation fleets. This means that even if the pirate group scatters and flees, at least 3 or 4 groups will be lost. Right now, it's best to strike the pirates down hard. Yang Bo quickly understood his choice. He commanded his 5 C-class warships and headed for a channel in a public star field, hiding behind a planet. This channel would lead to 2 other space jump points. This was also one of the pirate group's escape routes. The pirates were in a star field beyond another space jump point in this star field. You will be the main battlefield of this conflict. In that star field, there are 5 space jump points. One of these space jump points will be the entrance to the Witch Pirates Combined Fleet and the 7th Fleet. The other 2 space jump points will house 2 Federation Central State fleets. The 16 pirate groups will then face a choice. Of course, the space jump points where the 2 Federation fleets entered can also be used for exits, because several pirate groups could charge the Federation fleet together. Then, relying on their own inertia, the warships could simply outrun the Federation fleet in space. Then, the pirate group could use some low-level warships to resist the Federation fleet's attack, allowing their higher-level warships to escape. In any case, the location Yang Bo had chosen would attract pirate groups, though how many would be there was hard to say. Of course, Yang Bo didn't want to face the Federation's 7th Fleet. Yang Bo wasn't sure if the Federation's 7th Fleet would resent him even more when he faced them. Because the Central State hated Li Jian to the core. The Central State was now unable to collect taxes from other gangs. The current situation within the Federation was largely due to Li Jian. Li Jian led the way in refusing to pay taxes and even seized the assets of the Central State Consortium, setting a bad precedent that other states in the Federation followed suit. If you were the commander of the 7th Fleet, you would have undoubtedly attacked Li Jian's warships, because the commander of the Federation's fleet was from the Central State Consortium. The current situation was that although the Federation's warships were 20% more powerful than those used by pirates, the regional fleet was unable to launch an attack at extreme range. If standard combat procedures had been followed, the Witch Pirates would have been utterly disbanded, as they couldn't escape. The Witch Pirates were still a safe distance from the 7th Fleet behind them. This was why the Witch Pirates hadn't fled. Some pirate groups also had a battle plan. Once the 7th Fleet broke through to a certain distance, they would scatter. This was a tried-and-true method used by the pirate groups: disperse and flee. The 7th Fleet wouldn't be able to split up by then. The combined pirate fleet, comprised of the Witch Pirates, raced at lightning speed for over 20 hours, reaching a space jump point and reaching another public star field. During this time, the pirate groups lost an E-class battleship. The 7th Fleet was closing in on the combined pirate fleet. In another 30 hours, the 7th Fleet would have caught up with the combined pirate fleet. The 7th Fleet rushed into the jump point without hesitation. The 7th Fleet's flagship, its thick energy shields activated, led the charge. The flagship's armor was thick, so there was no fear of the enemy invading the other side of the jump point. After the 7th Fleet's flagship emerged from the jump point, its systems gradually recovered. The active radar and various other equipment were fully operational. It discovered that several pirate groups of the Witch Pirates were still fleeing in panic, so it gave chase. The 7th Fleet soon discovered the pirate minefield. It also discovered the first reserve, consisting of 4 pirate groups. The commander of the Federation's 7th Fleet quickly reported this intelligence. Upon receiving this news, the Federation military and intelligence agencies practically applauded with joy and quickly ordered the other 2 fleets to enter the star field. The other 2 Federation fleets were already waiting outside the other 2 jump points. These 2 fleets comprised 1 A-class battleship, 2 B-class battleships, 4 C-class battleships, and 20 or 30 other warships. After receiving the order, the 2 divisions rushed into the jump point. Then they headed towards the pirate area. The only pirates in the open were the Witch Pirates, the combined fleet, and the 4 pirate groups of the Pirate Alliance's first reserve. The other 2 reserve pirate groups were in hiding. These 2 reserve groups, 8 in total, were in silent operation. The 2 Federation fleets were also in silent operation. When the radar is turned on, both sides will be shocked. Yang Bo knew that one of the Pirate Alliance's reserves had already set its sights on one of the Federation fleets. But both sides are currently silent. Hee. A fight's about to break out? Yang Bo was sharpening his blade, waiting for the pirates to be defeated and flee through his route. Then he forced them to get out of his warships, or else his 5 C-class warships would crush them to a pulp. I'm not greedy. 2 or 3 more C-class warships will be enough. Yang Bo thought to himself. Chapter 1290. The Pirate Alliance and the Federal Central State both inadvertently placed a heavy gamble this time. The Pirate Alliance believed that with 16 pirate groups, they could go head-to-head with the 7th Fleet. Furthermore, the location chosen by the Pirate Alliance offered, in addition to the space jump channel leading to the 7th Fleet, space jump channels to 4 other locations. Of course, the distances between these space jump channels varied. In such a well-connected area, the Pirate Alliance was confident that if they couldn't defeat the pirate groups, they could just let them flee. The pirate groups also thought the same thing. If they couldn't defeat the 7th Fleet, how could they outrun their comrades? The 7th Fleet was also full of confidence. Although they knew the pirate group ahead was luring them, they remembered the other 2 squadrons. Thus, this place had unknowingly become the largest interstellar war in human history. Of course, if you count the 5 C-class battleships that Yang Bo disguised as Legion also counted as part of the Federation's fleet. So, the Federation's strength crushed the Pirate Alliance in this war. The Federation's 7th Fleet destroyed another D-class battleship from the Witch Pirates' combined fleet. The distance between the 2 sides was closing. However, by this time, the 7th Fleet had already discovered the minefield. The Witch Pirates' combined fleet also obtained a map of the minefield's route, as some of the bombs in the minefield were smart bombs. These smart bombs had friend or foe identification systems. When they detected friendly enemy units, they would actively evade them. The Federation's 7th Fleet's attacks became increasingly frequent. The pirate groups ahead were closing in on each other. The frequency of laser cannon fire would increase as the distances got closer, requiring less power to achieve the same attack effect. But now the 7th Fleet was forced to use energy cannons to clear the minefields. And at this distance, the 7th Fleet couldn't deploy its fighters and other equipment to clear the minefields of bombs. The turning point came 6 hours later. 6 hours later, for pirate groups from the Witch Pirates were passing through a minefield laid by their own forces. At this moment, 2 other Federation squadrons, relying on minefield radar data provided by the 7th Fleet, directly opened fire on the minefield and the combined fleet of the witch pirates. This meant that the minefield was now under attack from 3 directions by the Federation fleets. At the same time, these 2 squadrons activated their active radars. The 4 pirate groups from the Pirate Alliance's 2nd Reserve suddenly discovered a Federation fleet right behind them. A Federation support squadron also spotted the Pirate Alliance's 2nd Reserve. This squadron then locked onto the Pirate Alliance's 2nd Reserve. The 4 pirate groups from the Pirate Alliance's 2nd Reserve were terrified. But it was too late, for the 4 pirate groups were silent and stationary. Mainly because the Federation fleet was close enough. A single salvo of fire directly destroyed a C-class battleship, a D-class battleship, and 2 E-class battleships. The witch pirates' combined fleet, transiting the minefield, also encountered a flank attack from the Federation fleet. Exacerbating the witch pirates' combined fleet's predicament was the minefield laid by their own forces. The bombs in the minefield faced the relentless clearing of the 7th Fleet and a Federation squadron. The witch pirates' combined fleet, meanwhile, exposed its flank to a Federation squadron. This Federation squadron launched a fierce flank attack on the combined fleet. The witch pirates' combined fleet was caught off guard. The main reason for the attack was the sudden surprise attack by 2 squadrons. These 2 squadrons shared the 7th Fleet's radar signal. The Pirate Alliance had never dreamed that the Federation would deploy such a powerful fleet. The Pirate Alliance ordered the witch pirates' combined fleet and the exposed 1st and 2nd Reserves to evacuate. In fact, these pirates would have fled even without the order. They weren't stupid. The Pirate Alliance's last hidden 3rd Reserve was now in a state of panic. The 2nd and 3rd Reserves were originally positioned in ambush on either side of the 7th Fleet's route. The original plan was to wait for the 7th Fleet to enter the minefield, and then attack it from behind. But who could have imagined that a Federation squadron suddenly appeared behind the 2nd Reserve, and another Federation squadron appeared in another direction? Now the Pirate Alliance's 3rd Reserve didn't dare to show its face. Thankfully, the 3rd Reserve's hiding place was hidden from the active radar of the Federation's main fleet and the other 2 Federation squadrons. The Pirate Alliance's 3rd Reserve shared the location of these Federation warships through internal Pirate Alliance information. Hee hee. Our opportunity has arrived. Yang Bo, hiding in another star field, observed this situation and chuckled. Yang Bo's only concern in his previous plan was the possibility of the Federation's 7th Fleet arriving in his own star region. This meant Yang Bo had to flee in advance, knowing that if he faced the Federation's 7th Fleet, they might attack him directly instead of the pirates, because he posed a greater threat to the federal central state. The Pirate Alliance's 3rd Reserve was currently located just behind the 7th Fleet. I send a message to the Federation when the time is right. Then the Federation's 7th Fleet won't chase other pirate groups into other star regions, but will prioritize dealing with the Pirate Alliance's 3rd Reserve, which is flank and behind them. Yang Bo's calculations were resounding. The combined fleet of the Pirate Alliance's witch pirates and the 1st Reserve fled in one direction. As for the 2nd Reserve, because it was too close to a Federation squadron, the 4 pirate groups in it simply sailed directly into the squadron. Because the Pirate Alliance's 2nd Squadron was stationary, fleeing now would expose the warship's greatest weakness to the Federation squadron. Because the performance of the warships of both sides was inherently different, and the squadron had Class A and Class B warships, while the Pirate Alliance's reserves only had Class C warships. So, the Pirate Alliance's reserve, consisting of 4 pirate groups, formed a battle formation. Then, they engaged the Federation squadron head-on. So, the direction the reserve group fled was the space channel the Federation squadron had entered. Another Federation squadron, along with the 7th Fleet, was attacking the combined fleet containing the witch pirates while clearing mines. The witch pirates' combined fleet and the 1st Pirate Reserve were heading in the same direction. The minefields laid by the Pirate Alliance not only failed to hinder the 7th Fleet, but actually had a significant impact on the witch pirates' combined fleet. Although these bombs wouldn't explode automatically, the violent energy fluctuations and explosions they created after detonation had a significant impact on the entire fleet, disrupting radar and even affecting the energy turrets outside the warships. This was because these energy turrets couldn't have armor as thick as warship armor, nor did they have energy shields. Thus, energy turrets were relatively vulnerable in combat. This is why there were so many fighter jets and mechas in interstellar wars. Because these fighter jets could attack these turrets. A few hours later, the Federation's 7th Fleet was passing through the Pirate Alliance's minefields, which were now low in bombs. But at this moment, the Federation Intelligence Department received another email. This email startled the Federation Intelligence Department. The email revealed a Pirate Alliance reserve unit behind the 7th Fleet and gave its approximate location. Unsure of the authenticity of the intelligence, the Federal Intelligence Department quickly reported it to their superiors. After receiving this information, the federal president, vice president, and chief of staff of the federal military directly related to the 7th Fleet. They also ordered the 7th Fleet to urgently divert. The president and vice president were hesitant to take any chances. If the intelligence was false, at most it would only waste some time. However, if it was true, the Pirate Alliance's reserve force would pose a significant threat to the 7th Fleet. The Federation's 7th Fleet turned. But another squadron pursued the Witch Pirates' combined fleet and the Pirate Alliance's 1st Reserve. Furthermore, each of these 8 pirate groups had exposed the Federation's fleet's greatest weaknesses. So, the Witch Pirates' combined fleet and the 1st Reserve began to separate. This starfield has 5 space corridors, 1 for the 7th Fleet and 2 for the squadrons. These 3 corridors had little relevance to the Witch Pirates' combined fleet and the 1st Reserve. So, the Witch Pirates' combined fleet and the Pirate Alliance's 1st Reserve fled toward the other 2 corridors. The Federation's squadron pursued and assaulted the Witch Pirates' combined fleet. Coming from the side, this Federation squadron dealt a heavy blow to the combined fleet. In just a few hours, the combined fleet had already destroyed 1 C-class battleship, 3 D-class battleships, and 6 E-class battleships. The Witch Pirates' combined fleet was also unlucky. On the one hand, its flank was exposed to the Federation squadron. On the other hand, the energy from the bomb explosions in the minefield affected their radar. They couldn't determine the location of the Federation fleet. By the time they emerged from the minefield, the Federation fleet was already to the side and rear. So the Witch Pirates' combined fleet suffered heavy losses. What made the Witch Pirates' combined fleet even more upset was that the Pirate Alliance's 1st Reserve, which had been supporting them in the front, had now taken flight. They had outrun them, so they bore the full firepower of the Federation fleet. This is what pirates believe. As long as I outrun my comrades, I'm safe. A friend of the pirates dies, but a poor thief dies. Of course, the Federation fleet couldn't pursue the more distant 1st Reserve, so it went straight for the Allied fleet, where the Witch Pirates were stationed. Yongbo's location happened to be in a star field on the other side of the space channel, where the Pirate Alliance's 1st Reserve was stationed. At this moment, the Pirate Alliance's 2nd Reserve and a Federation fleet were engaged in a fierce exchange of fire. Now, like an ancient naval war, the two sides were passing each other, their energy cannons firing at full speed. The Federation fleet consisted of A-class and B-class battleships. As a result, the Pirate Alliance's 2nd Reserve suffered heavy losses. 2 C-class battleships, 3 D-class battleships, 6 E-class battleships, and 11 F-class battleships. Over 50% of the entire 2nd Reserve was lost. On the other hand, the Federation fleet only lost a single E-class battleship. This was primarily due to the high-powered and numerous energy cannons of the Federation squadrons Class A and Class B warships, coupled with the powerful energy shields of these 2 classes of warships. Furthermore, the Federation squadron had already deployed a large number of drones. These drones directly attacked the Pirate Alliance's 2nd Reserve at close range. The Pirate Alliance's 2nd Reserve's firepower was already inferior to that of the Federation squadron, and it had to divert some of its firepower to defend against these drones, which could attack artillery positions. Of course, the 2nd Reserve's escape after narrowly avoiding the Federation squadron was a complete failure, as by the time the Federation squadron turned around and pursued them, the distance between them would have been even greater. In reality, interstellar warfare isn't as grand as everyone imagines. Due to the speed of radar and energy cannons, as well as their power and range, the battles between the two sides are essentially like the artillery battleships of the ancient age of exploration. By the time radar sees the enemy attacking it, it's already been attacked by the energy cannon. Because radar detection has a reaction time, by which time the enemy's energy cannon has already struck it. So, in interstellar warfare, defense is the key, as well as the number and power of energy cannons. 2 hours later, the Federation's 7th Fleet discovered the hidden 3rd Squadron of the Pirate Alliance. The 3rd Squadron was still foolishly hiding there. The main reason was that the Pirate Alliance's 1st and 2nd Reserves were too far away from the 7th Fleet. Although the Witch Pirates' combined fleet wasn't very far from the 7th Fleet, everyone in the combined fleet was cursing the Pirate Alliance for not sharing any data with them. So, the 3rd Squadron was unaware of the 7th Fleet's diversion. The Witch Pirates suspected a rift within the Pirate Alliance. Otherwise, how could they have encountered such a situation today? They had set a trap, but now they had been caught in a trap. The Pirate Alliance's 3rd Squadron, upon being detected by the Federation's 7th Fleet's active radar, realized they had been exposed and quickly activated their engines to flee. Unfortunately, the Federation's 7th Fleet was too close, as they knew the approximate location of these people. The radar blind spots were limited to a few points, and Yongbo provided the approximate location. So, the moment the active radar activated, they unleashed a volley of fire directly at the target area. They also took advantage of the planetary obstruction where the Pirate Alliance's 3rd Reserve was hiding. Then, in the first round, the Pirate Alliance's 3rd Reserve lost a C-class battleship, 2 D-class battleships, and 1 E-class battleship. So, all the warships of the 4 pirate groups of the Pirate Alliance's 3rd Reserve scattered and fled. It was like stirring up a hornet's nest. In reality, these pirates were desperate because they couldn't outrun the regular army's warships. Mainly, they were caught right under their noses, too close. The 3rd Reserve's position was awkward. The nearest space channel was the one the 7th Fleet had entered. Now, the 3rd Reserve didn't dare to go to that channel, fearing further Federation support, so they fled directly into the depths of the starry sky. The entire fleet was broken up into small pieces, with all the warships fleeing independently into the vast starry sky, but this doomed them to destruction, as the 7th Fleet also began to divide its forces. Yongbo estimated that within a few hours, the Pirate Alliance's 3rd Reserve would be completely annihilated. Without utilizing the space jump points, they couldn't compete with the regular army's warships in space, especially since the distance between them was relatively close. Hee. And Yongbo's harvest was finally approaching. 9 hours later, the Pirate Alliance's 1st Reserve passed through the space tunnel. The 4 pirate groups didn't dare to rest now. They had already agreed to escape separately through 2 other space tunnels in this shared star field. By this time, the Pirate Alliance's 3rd Reserve had been completely wiped out. The Federation's 7th Fleet is now capturing prisoners. The Federation squadron, which had been engaged head-on with the Pirate Alliance's 2nd Reserve, has turned around and is pursuing it. The Federation has also dispatched another squadron to intercept it. The which pirates' combined fleet has seen all its C-class warships destroyed. 2 D-class warships remain, 3 E-class warships, and 5 F-class warships. The combined fleet has suffered losses exceeding 95%. The Pirate Alliance combined fleet consists of 4 C-class warships, 8 D-class warships, 16 E-class warships, and 24 F-class warships. The combined fleet was already being closely pursued by the 7th Fleet, then attacked from the side by a squadron, and scattered after passing through the space jump channel. However, the Federation squadron split up and pursued the remaining 2 C-class warships for 4 hours, ultimately destroying them. So far, the Pirate Alliance's trolling scheme has resulted in 95% losses for the which pirates' combined fleet, the complete annihilation of the 3rd Reserve, and over 50% losses for the 2nd Reserve. To date, the Pirate Alliance has lost 10 C-class warships and over 20 D-class warships. The Federal Central State has released news and a video of the battle, declaring it a significant victory. Worldwide public opinion was in an uproar, having never imagined that the Federal Central State and the Pirate Alliance would engage in such a massive war. The number of warships deployed in this battle surpassed any number ever seen in interstellar wars in human history. The 4 pirate groups in the Pirate Alliance's 1st Reserve, just as they were celebrating their escape, were immediately faced with immense trouble. I am Governor John Lee of Kolia State. I now order you to get out of my C-class warships. You have only 5 minutes. A voice that struck fear in all pirates suddenly rang out over the public communication channel of the Pirate Alliance's 1st Reserve. Then came the sound of active radar detection. Accompanied by countless energy cannons, an E-class warship was instantly blasted apart by the sudden energy barrage. Soon after, the passive radars of the warships of 4 pirate groups detected 5 Class A warships flanking them. A familiar voice, a familiar formula, and a familiar process, warning and attacking at the same time. Why is that John Lee here? How did that even get here? That son of a bitch John Lee. Shameless, despicable, and vile. Who is the real pirate? The first deputy captain of a pirate group was completely paralyzed, cursing because John Lee's 5 C-class warships were so well positioned. Moreover, they had just escaped danger, only to be caught red-handed. I repeat, you have 4 minutes and 30 seconds. A second voice came over the public channel. Of course, the energy cannon attacks continued, but it was clear that their power wasn't very high. At this distance, it couldn't have a fatal impact on a C-class battleship, because the C-class battleship had now been shamelessly assumed by John Lee to be his. Shameless, despicable, and vile. How did this get here? The leaders of the 4 pirate groups cursed in the Pirate Alliance's virtual conference room. At this moment, The pirate captain who had been robbed by Yang Bo said leisurely, "Just a few days ago, he robbed us of 2 C-class warships. You bastards, why didn't you tell us earlier? If we had known Li Zhan's fleet was in that area, we wouldn't have come here." The 4 pirate captains being robbed by Li Zhan heard his words and, after learning the location of the robbed, immediately realized it wasn't far from Li Zhan's current location, and the time of day was about the same. This meant that Li Zhan had likely received the news from within the Federation and rushed here to ambush. "Why would we tell you we were robbed? Don't you know how valuable intelligence is? Look, the Alliance Council always provides us with intelligence. Has it ever been free? You deserved it." The 2 pirate captains, who had been robbed by Yang Bo, felt much better now. These 2 pirate captains had joined the Chuki pirates in the robbery. Their 2 pirate groups were unlucky to have run into Li Zhan. Of course, this was much better than the other pirate groups that had been completely wiped out this time. Because John Lee only wanted the C-class warships, not even the loot from them. This time, the pirate groups involved were completely decimated. The warships were gone, and so were the men. Now everyone is demanding an explanation from the council. Because this operation was orchestrated by the council, and initially, the pirate groups had no idea the council was stinging them, believing it was a normal mission. During this period, John Lee's fleet destroyed 2 E-class warships of the Pirate Alliance's first reserve. Furthermore, the C-class and D-class warships also suffered varying degrees of damage. The leaders of the 4 pirate groups had no choice but to quickly issue the order to abandon the C-class ships. Because others had already tried, resisting to the end would result in even greater losses. It can be said that Yang Bo has a perfect grasp of human nature. The pirates aboard the C-class ships of these pirate groups now had no desire to fight. For the pirates of these pirate groups, life is their own, and the ship is their boss. Also, John Lee has a good reputation. As long as the C-class ships were abandoned, John Lee would not attack these people. He even allowed these pirates to take their personal belongings. In contrast, those who opposed John Lee suffered a terrible fate. The main reason was that all 4 pirate ships were exposed to the energy cannons of John Lee's 5 C-class ships. 5 minutes was not enough time for these ships to adjust their attack posture. Even if they separated, they would not have time to change direction. If John Lee discovered that the 4 ships were trying to escape, he might open fire. Delightful. Yang Bo, mastering human nature, watched as the 4 pirate groups handed him remote control of 4 C-class warships. He could send 3 warships out and return with 9. If the people of the Federal Central State knew, they'd be furious. Yang Bo remotely controlled the 4 C-class warships to change course, while the other warships of the Pirate Alliance's first reserve quickly fled, taking their comrades aboard the 4 C-class warships with them. Chapter 1291. While Yang Bo was busy receiving 4 C-class battleships, the Federation President proudly announced, "As of 20 minutes ago, the Federation forces have dealt a fatal blow to the pirates. A total of 12 ships have been destroyed. C-class battleships, 17 D-class battleships, 28 E-class battleships. The pirates' plot was thwarted. In addition, the number of warships involved in this battle exceeded 300. This was the largest interstellar war in human history. In this war, the heroic and fearless fighting spirit of the Federation soldiers was the key to victory. Next, the Federation will continue to crack down on pirates. Here, we advise certain people not to play with fire. The Federation's strength cannot be vilified. In this war, we captured over 4,000 pirates. These pirates will be tried in the Federation. The Federation has formed a special tribunal to sentence these pirates severely, strictly, and swiftly. We advise these pirates that opposing the Federation is a dead end." The Federation President's statement quickly spread around the world, accompanied by numerous videos showing the wreckage of exploded warships. The pirate group suffered such heavy losses in C-class battleships because the Federation army relentlessly pursued them. Because within the pirate group, this C-class battleship is the flagship. This type of ship has the greatest military achievements. The combined fleet of the which pirates was first attacked by the 7th Fleet, then attacked from the side by 2 squadrons, and finally pursued and attacked by a single squadron. The C-class warships of the 4 pirate groups were completely destroyed. Most of the pirates were killed by direct fire from the Federation troops. Even though these pirates were in the lifeboats, since the Federation's forces were controlled by major conglomerates, these conglomerates suffered heavy losses during this period. Of course, these images will definitely not be broadcast. The Pirate Alliance's first reserve, while all members escaped, was caught off guard by Li Zhan, and no news has been received yet. The Pirate Alliance's second reserve, originally hiding to the side of the 7th Fleet's channel, was unexpectedly attacked from behind by a Federation squadron. They were blindsided by a close-range attack and quickly lost 2 C-class warships, leading to a face-to-face battle between the two sides. In the end, they couldn't escape the Federation squadron's pursuit, and at least all of their C-class warships were destroyed. The Pirate Alliance's 3rd Reserve suffered even worse, facing the massive 7th Fleet. Even though they fled like headless flies, they were still defeated by the 7th Fleet. The Federation's sudden victory, such a significant victory, impressed both the Empire and the Alliance. The most crucial aspect is the Federation's massive military operation. This is the largest interstellar war in human history involving the largest number of troops. Unexpectedly, the other protagonists in this interstellar war are interstellar pirates. Military experts previously believed that interstellar wars could occur between nations. Of course, this was only a localized conflict. The Pirate Alliance Council is still bewildered, completely unaware of how this situation had developed. Had they known the Federation still had 2 fleets, they would have ordered the pirates to retreat. Because this time, the Pirate Alliance Council was in charge. Now, 16 pirate groups are demanding compensation from the Pirate Alliance Council. These 16 pirate groups suffered heavy losses, even though they only sent half their forces to participate in the operation. How much does a warship cost? For the entire pirate group, a warship represents strength and confidence. The pirate group that suffered the least losses was actually the one that encountered John Lee. The Pirate Alliance Council is backed by the Empire, some of the Alliance's financial groups, and other forces. The Pirate Alliance Council cannot be disbanded, as it is a tool of these financial groups. Just how to handle this matter is making the Pirate Alliance feel extremely daunted. The most crucial issue is the Pirate Alliance. They originally wanted to conduct a probing operation, but they still don't know where the information leaked. Furthermore, the Federation's combat strategy this time has also made the Pirate Alliance feel a significant threat. The warships of these countries' regular armies are far superior to those of pirate warships. The tactics used by the Federation Army this time are the most effective. They leverage the powerful performance and power of regular warships for ultra-long-range attacks. Moreover, the warships deployed by the regular army were of a far superior class to those of the pirates. The radar, energy cannons, and defenses of the regular army warships were far superior to those of the pirates. This meant that the regular army could detect the pirates in advance, while the pirates had difficulty detecting the regular army. The various squads within the Federation were also shocked by the actions of the Central State. They had not expected the Central State Army to be so powerful. Only a few states in the Federation had main fleets. The vast majority of states had only a few planetary surveillance fleets, or even just armed ships. Because the various companies within the Federation hold shares in each other, meaning that one company has stakes in several states, the Federation President's public speech was intended to intimidate the various states within the Federation. The federal central government is now penniless because the other states not only refuse to pay taxes, but also exploit the central state's financial institutions. After the Federation President's spirited speech, a grand celebration was decided to be held to celebrate the 7th Fleet's victory. The Empire and the Alliance were also somewhat surprised by the Federation's victory. Of the 3 nations, only the Federation's military is the most corrupt. Officers in the Federation's military are practically hereditary, as they are all members of the various financial conglomerates. Those not affiliated with these conglomerates have no hope of becoming officers. Furthermore, the Federation's military is the most corrupt of the 3 nations. It was unexpected that such a ragtag group could achieve such a significant victory. Although the pirates' equipment may be poor, their combat effectiveness and combat awareness are not weak at all. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to survive in the interstellar space for so many years. And this blow to the pirates was truly devastating. The warship losses reported by the Federation President likely account for 1/10 of the total pirate fleet. According to incomplete statistics, there are hundreds of pirate groups, large and small, but only 1/10 possess C-class warships. That's a mere 30 or 40. The strength of the pirate groups is also strongest at the top. The Federation is preparing a grand celebration. Other states in the Federation are seeking details of the war, as they suspect the Central State is likely lying. After learning the truth, the governors of many states in the Federation personally called the President to express their support for the Federation military's actions. The two sides then engaged in a cordial conversation, with other states promising to pay sufficient taxes to the Central State soon. Because everyone knew the Pirate Alliance had suffered such a devastating blow, it would take a while to recover, and other pirate groups would certainly not dare to invade the Federation again. Unexpectedly, the Pirate Alliance decided to fight the Central State to the end. The Pirate Alliance anonymously sent a notice to the Alliance news media, which quickly disseminated it. The Pirate Alliance couldn't retreat now, because the losses were too great to compensate. So, the Pirate Alliance changed its mindset. In the notice, a person claiming to be the Secretary General of the Pirate Alliance Council issued a bounty. I am the Secretary General of the Pirate Alliance Council. We, the Pirate Alliance, have officially declared war on the Central State. Any individual or organization doing business with the Central State-related consortium will be targeted by our pirates. Next, we will target the mineral planets of the Central State Consortium and any company doing business with it. We also placed a bounty on all members of the Madhya Pradesh Consortium within the killer organization. The President, Vice President, Chief of Staff, and Head of the Federal Intelligence Department will be the first to receive the high bounty. We're also offering a high bounty on John Lee, Governor of Kolia State. We welcome any information on John Lee. Individuals or organizations providing information on John Lee will receive an exemption card from the Pirate Alliance. Individuals or organizations that obtain a Pirate Alliance exemption card will not be robbed by pirates. Also, our Pirate Alliance's mistake this time isn't a sign of weakness, but rather that the federal Central State has planted spies within our Pirate Alliance. We, the Pirate Alliance, do not wish to escalate the conflict to encompass the entire Federation, and I believe the other states in the Federation are no match for our pirates. This time, we were able to organize 16 pirate groups for a joint operation. Next time, we could organize 20 or 30. So, I'm warning those individuals and organizations collaborating with the Federal Central State Consortium to disassociate immediately. When this news broke, everyone was stunned. They hadn't expected the Pirate Alliance to be so brazen. The Pirate Alliance couldn't help but be aggressive, because the consortiums and forces behind it, its tool, refused to give up. The major consortiums in the Federal Central State had initially assumed that the Pirate Alliance would remain silent for a long time after this blow, but they were surprised to see it so quickly. What puzzled everyone, however, was why the Pirate Alliance was targeting John Lee. Of course, no one thought much of it at the moment. The answer wasn't revealed until 2 weeks later, during which time a grand celebration was being held in the Federal Central State. The commander of the Federal 7th Fleet, along with the commanders of 2 other squadrons, received grand commendations. The commander of the Union 7th Fleet was promoted to Marshal. The commanders of the other 2 Union squadrons were promoted to Admiral. Other officers from the other 2 squadrons of the 7th Fleet were also promoted. Madhya Pradesh also rewarded these officers. The rewards were announced directly on the federal government's official website. The federal media also gave extensive coverage to this incident. In the past 2 weeks, several mineral planets belonging to the Madhya Pradesh Consortium have been attacked. Despite preemptive defensive measures, the mineral processing facilities on these planets have remained unaffected. Although active radars have been installed around these planets, the pirates launched direct long-range attacks, frequently triggering active radar alarms. This left no time for anyone aboard the warships protecting the planets to rest. This suggests that the pirates have shifted their strategy from direct frontal engagements to sneak attacks, and the pirates are deploying only small warships. In addition, numerous smart bombs have been discovered in the shipping lanes out of Madhya Pradesh. These smart bombs pose little threat to warships, but they pose a significant threat to armed transports, and even transport vessels. Because you never know whether these bombs are hiding pirate warships. At this moment, the people of Kolia Pradesh were stunned. Governor Lee John has finally returned after a month away. However, why did Governor Lee return with 9 C-class battleships? When he left, the intelligence officers on the planet Kolia Bang were completely bewildered. The population on Kolia Bang is complex, as these companies have diverse backgrounds. Aside from those with Central State Consortium backgrounds, whose assets have been frozen and personnel expelled, the remaining companies with Alliance and Imperial backgrounds are still operating normally, and have recommended numerous fleet personnel from both the Alliance and the Empire. The ministers from various departments in Kolia State were also somewhat bewildered. Where had Governor Lee John gotten so many warships? Lisa and Vivian were thrilled, for the stronger Lee John became, the safer they would be. And now, their status and position were rising as Lee John's power grew. Soon, Lee John convened a ministerial meeting in Kolia State. Ministers, keep up the hard work. Right now, Kolia State is lacking specialized warship personnel. I brought back 6 more C-class warships this time. I hope you send me many recommendations. This meeting wasn't a virtual one. It took place aboard a B-class warship at the airport, with ministers from all over Kolia State attending. Governor, don't you know the origins of these warships? The Minister of Finance asked, this being the first time these ministers had been inside a B-class warship, though they had only seen a limited amount. Hee hee. Of course they were pirate warships. The Federation's 7th Fleet is fighting in the front, and I'm picking up the slack in the back. Yongbo, disguised as Li John, chuckled. The governor is truly amazing. The governor is truly wise and powerful. Those idiots in the Federal Central State only know how to blow up warships. No wonder the Pirate Alliance has a bounty on the governor. The governor is truly wise and powerful. Upon hearing this, the ministers burst into flattery. Because John Lee had put these warships out for everyone to recommend talent. It was essentially like John Lee was putting these warships out for everyone to manage. Who wouldn't love that? Lisa and Vivian were also attending the meeting. The two men's eyes melted at Lee John's words. This man was incredible. 3 warships out, 9 back. How did he do it? What we lack in Kolia State right now is professional warship technicians. Also, I hope the warship manufacturing plant will speed up. Once our warship manufacturing plant is able to produce warships, we can then sell them. And in the meantime, I will continue to crack down on pirates, leaving them without warships. I believe we will have more customers for our warships then. The eyes of those present lit up at Lee John's words. Everyone knew how profitable warships were, and Lee John's words clearly meant that he would continue robbing pirates. When the pirates were short of warships, he could sell them to them. Yang Bo looked at the minister's expressions and chuckled to himself. He was just making big promises. When the warship manufacturing plant was finished, he would find a way to get them to Yang Bo. Yang Bo currently had no desire to control Kolia State. The forces on Kolia State were too complex, and the pollution was too severe. Furthermore, Yang Bo knew that the federal central government would certainly not allow Kolia State to grow too powerful. Eventually, one of them would fall. If he expanded and became powerful now, he could use the federal central government to strike him down. Then, he would find a way to relocate the warships and the warship manufacturing plant. A warship manufacturing plant in space was essentially a large, airport-like structure. A warship manufacturing plant couldn't be built on the ground, because in space, materials from elsewhere could be brought directly to the plant. Landing them on the ground would be prohibitively expensive. Don't worry, Governor. Your Excellency has brought the warship back. Leave the rest to us. Don't worry, Governor. The ministers patted their chests. After they left, Lisa asked worriedly, General, these warships were all recommended by their recommendations. What will happen then? Don't worry about that. I have full control of the warships. Besides, I don't care about these warships. When the opportunity arises, I have even stronger ones. Yang Bo explained, one arm around Lisa and the other around Vivian. General, you're incredible. According to the federal central government's reward for the commander of the ground flagship fleet, you should be a marshal, Vivian said, clinging tightly to John Lee. Forget it. I'm at odds with Madhya Pradesh. Do you miss me? Yes. Then let's see how much you miss me. Yang Bo chuckled and led the two men into the captain's cabin. The ministers in Kolia State knew that John Lee's warships were stolen from pirates. The whole world knew that John Lee had gone out with 3 warships and returned with 9. And these 6 warships were all C-class warships belonging to the pirate group. And these 6 warships were all from the pirate group fighting the 7th Fleet. This made the federal central government, the federal president, the federal general staff, and the federal Ministry of Defense all blush. To be honest, although the Federation achieved a huge victory this time, they only captured a few pirates and gained nothing substantial. Instead, that John Lee actually gained 6 warships. The value of 6 C-class warships is essentially tens of trillions, or even hundreds of trillions. This means the 7th Fleet fought tooth and nail up there. John Lee reaped all the benefits. The Federation's 7th Fleet also has 2 squadrons, totaling over 100 warships, but they still didn't earn as much as John Lee's 3 warships. What's even more embarrassing for the federal central government is that the commander of the 7th Fleet was awarded the rank of marshal. Given John Lee's merits, wouldn't he have received the rank as well? That bastard. That is just laughing at us. He could have announced it earlier. The federal president now felt like a clown. For the past 2 weeks, he had been giving interviews with such high spirits every day. The vice president of the Federation gnashed his teeth. This always loves to show off. He always broadcasts live streams whenever something happens, but this time, with such a huge harvest, he didn't even do one. It's obvious he wants to make us look bad. When exactly did this show up? What the hell is your intelligence department for? How did John Lee take away 6 warships? And your general staff? We dispatched a main fleet, and the 2 squadrons didn't get as much as John Lee. Do you know the main fleet has 2 squadrons? How much will that cost this time? Just the maintenance and repair of the warships will cost nearly 10 trillion. And then, there are the personnel bonuses. The president and vice president were also very disappointed with the various departments under them. The war was the most costly. The Federation's 7th Fleet, along with 2 other squadrons, suffered minimal warship losses. However, numerous warships were damaged throughout the battlefield. After destroying so many pirate warships, the fragments of these exploding warships blasted through the air at high speeds. After returning to the airport, the Federation's warships needed repairs and maintenance. This meant repairing the armor damaged by the fragments. In addition, the warship systems and various internal facilities also required maintenance. After all, the warships had participated in such a large-scale war, and their energy systems had been operating at high loads for extended periods. Some parts needed repair and maintenance, and some needed replacement, as all parts have a finite lifespan. So, while the Federation may have apparently won this battle, it was actually a loss that had left several major conglomerates feeling the pinch, not to mention the Federation's main fleet and squadrons, which also suffered losses. Compare this to John Lee, who captured 6 C-class warships with just 3 C-class warships. The Federation president and vice president now felt like clowns. After 2 weeks of hard work promoting the event, now, a slap in the face. More importantly, it's hard to explain to the consortium. A world-renowned victory, and the biggest winner is John Lee. News media in the Alliance and Empire quickly reported the incident, and someone even photographed the warships at the Kolia State Airport, gleaming in the sun. John Lee has many fans in both the Alliance and Empire. These fans were a little surprised. John Lee always loves to show off, so why not this time? Later, news media interpreted the warship John Lee had captured as a C-class battleship belonging to a pirate group engaged in a war with the Federation's 7th Fleet. This meant that the Federation's 7th Fleet fought tooth and nail, but in the end, John Lee took advantage. The Federation president soon publicly condemned John Lee. Governor John Lee of Kolia State, you are a thief. You are the thief who stole the fruits of the Federation's victory. Chapter 1292. The federal president continued, our soldiers are fighting the enemy on the front lines, while John Lee, this despicable thief, has taken the greatest spoils of war. We strongly condemn this thieving behavior, and we strongly condemn John Lee's thieving behavior. This shameless act is a betrayal of the Federation. John Lee's actions have deeply hurt everyone in the Federation. He is unworthy of being Governor General. Next, we will impose sanctions on John Lee. In addition, our Federation should unite and jointly combat the pirates. Here, we urge Governor General John Lee to return our spoils of war as soon as possible. We have already filed a request with the Federal Supreme Court for an investigation into John Lee. The federal president's remarks confirmed others' speculation. The reaction to the federal president's remarks was particularly strong in the central state. Is this man mentally ill? Yang Bo muttered to himself after watching the federal president's remarks. Because the federal president's remarks will not only fail to achieve positive results, but will actually have many negative consequences. What was supposed to be a major victory, now I've been outdone. The prestige I finally built up was instantly shattered. So Yang Bo prepared to express his opinion on the federal president's speech. So Yang Bo, disguised as John Lee, arrived in Kolia State. Yang Bo donned the official uniform of the federal governor. Then he delivered a live public address. I am John Lee, the governor of Kolia State. Regarding the federal president's slander and defamation against me, I have authorized my lawyer to handle this matter. As the governor of Kolia State, I am solely responsible for Kolia State. I believe anyone can see how much greater Kolia State's strength is today than it was before. It was the president of the Federation, under his idiotic tenure, who brought the Federation to this state. Even a pig as president couldn't have brought this upon himself. And a clone pig at that, because pigs don't divert taxes from other states into their own pockets through trickery. Of course, comparing pigs to him is a disservice to them. I'm speaking the truth, unlike some who have falsely accused me of being a thief. Here, from the headquarters of Kolia State, I sign a new executive order authorizing the Kolia State Fleet to investigate, seize all ships trading with Madhya Pradesh consortiums within Kolia State and the public star system. I also authorized the Kolia State Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of Justice to conduct an open, fair, and equitable auction of the assets of several major Madhya Pradesh consortiums. In addition, tax audits will be conducted on all companies registered in Madhya Pradesh, and Kolia State will block shipping routes to and from Madhya Pradesh. Furthermore, I'm ordering a corruption investigation into the federal president by order of the governor of Kolia State. Also, Kolia State's stance on pirates remains consistent. We strongly condemn the pirate alliance's violation of federal sovereignty. Some of Yang Bo's remarks fell on deaf ears. For example, Kolia State won't uncover anything regarding the corruption investigation into the federal president, because the federal president never even visited Kolia State. Most devastatingly, the Kolia State fleet is investigating all trade and spacecraft related to the Madhya Pradesh consortium, because the commander of the Kolia State fleet is John Lee himself. And John Lee and his fleet are so elusive. As for the final harsh condemnation of the pirates, it's a joke. The condemnation is just verbal sparring, totally useless. John Lee's speech sent the Federation president and vice president into a frenzy of outrage. Not only did John Lee call the Federation president worse than a pig, more importantly, John Lee pointed out how much has happened in the Federation during the current Federation president's tenure. The central states of the Federation are also divided into factions, with the president being the more powerful. And then, there's the opposition. John Lee's words gave these opposition factions an excuse. So, they're now planning a motion to impeach the current president. Even more importantly, the taxes that other states had promised to pay are now being used as an excuse to pay without funds. Every state in the Federation is running a fiscal deficit. No state has a fiscal surplus at all. This is also the operating model of each state, running the entire planet like a company, and companies operating with debt can pay less tax. Besides, each governor of each state in the Federation is different. During their term, they must spend as much as possible, even if it means borrowing money. Of course, this also benefits planetary control, because these loans are borrowed from other financial companies. They accrue interest constantly. If there's no fiscal deficit, how can these financial companies make money? And a fiscal deficit, like loans from these financial companies, means such large sums of money are accruing interest constantly. So who bears this interest? Of course, the people of each state. A large portion of the taxes paid by these citizens went into interest payments, so the remaining tax revenue wouldn't be able to do much. This infuriated the Federation president and vice president, who were furious. However, the other states didn't deny the payment. They simply said they had nothing and urged them to check the accounts. At this moment, a Federation news outlet broke another story. Federal forces were slaughtering pirates who had entered the escape pods. This was radar data from the pirate warships, along with communication data. Because escape pods have fixed communication channels and emit energy waves to their surroundings, the radar data was consistent. Because escape pods require human detection, they actively emit energy waves. At the same time, there were the desperate cries of pirates, "Damn it! Those Federation butchers are destroying the escape pods. I see it. It's right next to me. Help!" Although the pirate warships were on the verge of exploding, they hadn't yet, so some systems were still functioning. At this moment, the warship's quantum communication module was connected to the pirate base. Also, the Alliance, through the war report released by the Federation president, has deduced that the Federation's military operation has killed at least 100,000 pirates. 12 C-class warships, each with 2,500 men, totals at least 30,000. 17 D-class warships, each with at least 1,500 men, totals at least 25,000. Additionally, there are 28 E-class warships, each with at least 800 men, totaling over 20,000 men, and there are even lower-class warships. The number of pirates captured by the Federation was only a few thousand. The Alliance and the Empire had deployed fast reconnaissance ships since the beginning of the war. Used to monitor the dynamics of the interstellar conflict, these reconnaissance ships had a greater detection range than even typical main battleships. These electronic reconnaissance ships were not only fast but also powerful, with significantly higher energy detection capabilities than ordinary warships. 5 days after the war ended, several Imperial and Alliance reconnaissance ships arrived at the scene of the fighting. They discovered a number of pirates in escape pods, but even more were various warship fragments. There was also a lot of escape pod debris. These electronic reconnaissance ships can identify objects based on energy fluctuations. Escape pods are made of a special material. Although the force of the explosion would propel the fragments of a warship and its energy field rapidly, their speed would not match the energy fluctuations. Thus, electronic reconnaissance ships were able to observe all the debris on the battlefield and build data models. This was because these warship fragments could potentially affect shipping lanes elsewhere. Using big data models, it's estimated that some larger warship fragments will arrive near certain shipping lanes in decades or even centuries. This would allow for early warning, allowing for the dispatch of specialized cleanup vessels, or for all ships to avoid the debris. The Alliance's news media broke this news primarily because the Federation had inflicted heavy losses on the Pirate Alliance. The Pirate Alliance and its pirate groups are backed by various conglomerates within the Alliance and the Empire. Now that these conglomerates have suffered heavy losses, they're undoubtedly seeking vengeance. Along with this news, the media also released video footage of John Lee's warship heist. First, John Lee robbed two pirate groups working with the Chukchi pirates. These two pirate groups had just robbed a Federation transport fleet, then they turned and charged at John Lee. The media also analyzed the location of John Lee's fleet through data from the warships, as well as public communication records between the two parties. Everyone laughed when they heard John Lee's voice, because John Lee immediately shouted, "Get out of my C-class warship." Of course, John Lee also opened fire on other warships. Of course, this was nothing to blame, as pirates themselves have no moral principles. Then, when John Lee took control of the warships, and the pirates fled on the liaison ship, the pirates cursed, saying that John Lee of the Federation was worse than a pirate. Then John Lee robbed 4 C-class warships a second time. The same pattern. He immediately told everyone to get out of his warships. And the Alliance media praised John Lee, saying that he was more of a gentleman. They also called the Federation President, Vice President, and other high-ranking officials executioners. This news caused a huge reaction within the Alliance. According to the Treaty of War, once a person enters the escape pod, further attacks are prohibited. The Empire also reposted this news. Both Imperial and Alliance media outlets unanimously condemned the Federation's massacre. Alliance politicians then unanimously demanded that the Alliance government impose sanctions on the Federation and several major financial groups in Madhya Pradesh. Some nobles of the Empire also expressed their desire to impose sanctions on the Federation. The Federation president's face turned green. These scumbags of the Alliance and the Empire, despicable villains, are using this method to divert their domestic conflicts. These damn politicians. Our Federation style and policies weren't established overnight. These damn bastards. The Federation Vice President's face was also grim. Because the Alliance and the Empire, if they impose sanctions on the Central State and its major financial groups, then life would be even more difficult for the Central State. It seems someone must take responsibility. Are you crazy? The commander of the 7th Fleet just achieved a major victory. You saw his command ability. So what? Should we take the blame, you or me? It's the same if he's dismissed and then reinstated under a different identity. Bah! How could he possibly reinstate himself after being dismissed? The commander of the Federation's 7th Fleet was on the president's side. Now the Federation president was beginning to suspect the vice president was backstabbing him. Although the Federation president and vice president were on the same side, there were still factions within each side. Someone has to calm international public opinion. The Chief of General Staff? No. The Minister of Defense? No either. That won't work, that won't work. You do it. Conflicts have also arisen within the federal Central State. The federal president and vice president aren't afraid of international public opinion. They're afraid of sanctions. Because the federal Central State is now more dependent on external forces, the federal main battleships are the least powerful of the 3 countries. The most significant issue was the lack of unity among the states within the Federation. When the federal central government wanted to develop warships and other technologies, the other states simply didn't support it. This was because the other states knew that all these technologies were in the hands of the Central State. For the other states, rather than relying on the Central State to develop technologies that would benefit them, it was better to purchase them from abroad. Relying solely on the Central State wouldn't allow them to develop more technologies, only the more important ones. Many consortiums within the other states of the Federation had ties to the Empire and the Alliance, making it easy to acquire advanced technologies. This led to the Federation's heavy reliance on the Empire and the Alliance. Additionally, the Federation knew who was behind the pirates, and knew of the Alliance and the Empire. Some people wanted to exploit this issue, so they needed someone to calm public opinion. However, such a major issue wasn't something a small person could handle. And as a prominent figure, he had many people behind him. As a result, intense conflict erupted within the Central State of the Federation. Yang Bo simply chuckled upon learning of this. Yang Bo hadn't expected John Lee's reputation to improve because of this incident. It's not that Yang Bo didn't want to annihilate those pirates. For one thing, the more brutal the killing, the stronger the resistance would be in the future. For another, pirates are genetically modified and lack any special abilities. Since pirates are small in number, but operating warships require superpowers, many resort to genetic modification. Genetically modified superpowers have no growth potential. But pirates don't have many options, And this is also the case for many in the Federation. Of course, John Lee has a good reputation among pirates, especially among the lower ranks. This is because John Lee only robs warships, and warships don't belong to all pirates, but only to the pirate captains or the management of the pirate group. Yang Bo is now disguised as John Lee and holding a meeting in Kolia State. Kolia State faces many challenges in warship manufacturing. The most important of these is various intelligence systems. The shipyards used to manufacture warships require numerous intelligent systems from the beginning to the end. First and foremost, intelligent manufacturing robots are needed, which come in many different types, and can continuously manufacture equipment in space day and night. Furthermore, the shipyard's energy engines, energy systems, and defense systems are also required. This is because the shipyards need to be able to move freely in space. There are many different types of warship docks, and both the Empire and the Alliance's docks are enclosed. This is primarily due to confidentiality requirements. The docks built by the Empire are, more precisely, large airports, equipped with powerful energy and defense systems. It can be said that the docks are equivalent to space bases. Moreover, their defensive and offensive capabilities are far superior to those of a space base. These docks can be collapsed, becoming like an oversized transport ship. But these aren't suitable for Kolia State, as Kolia State lacks the resources. The entire Federation has only one warship manufacturing dock. Both the Alliance and the Empire have multiple warship manufacturing docks. The companies on Kolia State also lack the financial resources, and are unlikely to invest that much to support Kolia State's development, as their primary purpose is to profit. Everyone. This is a design I made, a warship manufacturing dock. Yang Bo had already prepared these things. Yang Bo was attending the Kolia State Senate meeting. Yang Bo immediately displayed a virtual projection. The virtual projection looked like a round box standing upright. I call this dock a 3D printed dock. This dock can build a warship from start to finish. It's unlike the enclosed docks of the Empire and the Alliance. Of course, our dock is also enclosed, but the cross-section of the construction is closed. Yang Bo then displayed a virtual animation. In the virtual animation, a round box-like object stood upright, constantly moving, and on the other side was the completed warship. Your Excellency, Governor. With all due respect, I think the investment in a battleship dock is too huge. The Empire can't rely on just 200 engineers to build warships. A battleship dock is arguably the most cutting-edge technology of our time. There are so many technologies involved. Your Excellency, the House of Representatives of Kolia State has been arguing over the battleship dock for 2 weeks without any results. The Senate actually has significant concerns about the battleship dock. These concerns stem primarily from two aspects: the construction of the dock and the design of the warships. Although John Lee has 200 Empire warship manufacturing engineers, most of these manufacturing engineers are only responsible for a small part, such as the engineers responsible for the energy cannon's power system. There are only 2 such engineers, but the energy cannon's power system is backed by a massive technology company. The warship's energy system utilizes this company's technology. This company has numerous R&D and testing personnel. So, to develop the energy system for the entire warship's energy cannon, even more people are needed. These are just the engineers needed for the final manufacturing stage. Upstream in the industry, there are numerous suppliers of materials and components. A large portion of these components are manufactured in-house by various companies. It's not that these components can't be manufactured in space using intelligent manufacturing equipment, but rather that the manufacturing technology is confidential or patented. For example, the core materials and components for the energy engine are all controlled by high-tech companies. These are all manufactured in these companies' confidential factories and then sent to the shipyard for assembly. But these are just warship manufacturing engineers, while the shipyard's manufacturing technology is even more advanced. So, the people in Kolia are a little worried because the investment is so huge. Everyone. If that's the case, I manufacture the shipyard myself, but I like to order some materials from you. On the one hand, I have my own funds. On the other hand, I use the warships in the Kolia fleet as collateral to obtain a loan from you. Yang Bo had long known these people were thinking this way. When Yang Bo first mentioned warship construction, he had this in mind. But initially, he couldn't say he'd do it himself, because that would make them think he was being too greedy. Once they truly understood the entire warship construction process, these businessmen would undoubtedly refuse to invest, citing their own risks. Now, their risk is much lower. On the one hand, they will provide their own funds, and on the other hand, they will use the mortgage to purchase their materials. Of course, Yang Bo had a bigger plan. The loan would definitely not be repaid. At that time, he would directly use the warship to offset the debt. As the first party, Yang Bo would definitely demand a premium for the debt. This would be like settling a construction payment, giving you a car in exchange for hundreds of thousands of dollars. If you want it, take it or not. Repaying the loan is impossible. Don't force me to use a warship to convince you. The Federation is a country where the strong prey on the weak. Loans are based on ability, so why not use it to offset debt? The senator's eyes lit up when they heard this. John Lee had plenty of cash. And John Lee had many ways to make money. A loan from someone like him would just be a slave to them. As for the battleship dock, these people simply didn't believe John Lee could pull it off. And even if he did, so what? They provided the materials. If he succeeded, they would all make him give up his shares. If he didn't give up his shares, they wouldn't provide him with materials. There are also various commercial tactics that could persuade John Lee to surrender his shares. As for the fleet threat, by then, the entire fleet of the planet Kolia will be under everyone's control. Because the people aboard the warships will be everyone's business. Since Your Excellency, Governor, says so, then there's no problem. Shall we sign a long-term supply contract? The Senate President of Kolia asked impatiently. Don't worry, Your Excellency, we offer you the best price. Your Excellency, Governor, you're looking for a loan from us, and we give you the best discount, the Senate members said one after another. These people are actually companies. There are still some legal issues, because no warship dock is privately owned right now. If the Kolia government invests, there won't be any legal issues. Yang Bo directly posed the question. Yang Bo wanted to change the law, but if he directly proposed it, these people would demand exorbitant prices, because in the Federation, any proposal requires a trade-off. Of course, Yang Bo's main goal is to allow John Lee to legitimately own a private warship dock. Chapter 1293. These senators aren't stupid, but there are only two options before them, or indeed three. The first option is for the warship dock to be invested in by the state of Kolia, meaning that the companies behind each senator would jointly invest. But this approach is too risky, as everyone has a relatively thorough understanding of warship manufacturing. If the companies had agreed, this meeting wouldn't have been held. The second option is to change the law, allowing private companies in the state of Kolia to build and manufacture warships. While it sounds scary, everyone knows that this meeting is the only solution. This option seems more profitable to these companies than the previous one. This option doesn't require investment from other companies, and it also allows them to profit from Lee John's profits. Lee John's share of the profits from his live broadcasts is probably worth hundreds of trillions. Of course, there's a third option, which is to prohibit anyone from building a warship dock. But this option is simply unworkable, as anyone who interferes with everyone's profits will be subject to various accidents. If we choose the second path, not only will everyone profit, but if John Lee succeeds, we can also gain control of the warships through various means, such as loan contracts and material supplies. Without the materials, John Lee will face default on his loan contracts, and then he can openly acquire the company's shares. Oh, this is indeed a big problem. The only solution is to change the law. I don't think it's a big deal. Our Federation is a free country. I don't think it's a big deal. We can just open up some laws, and then the governor can apply to build warships. Although we have this law in Kolia State, it still requires a vote by our Senate before the applicant can be granted a license. The senators were arguing back and forth, some even acting hypocritically. Then let's get through the process as quickly as possible. As soon as I get the license, I sign a material supply contract with you. Yang Bo said bluntly. He didn't give these guys any chance to act. Of course, Yang Bo knew what they were planning. If he succeeded, they would have many ways to embarrass him. But he also had many tricks up his sleeve, like their material supply. If they turned against him, he would pretend to offer a high bounty for the materials. Then, he would disguise himself as a pirate group and rob them of their materials. Then, he would sell them back to himself. After all, he still had the identity of the Silver Moon Pirates. If he ran out of money, he could even kidnap the executives of these companies. Don't underestimate the fact that many of these company executives were in the Alliance or the Empire. He could still disguise himself as a terrorist and rob them. Now all Yang Bo needed was to get these guys to willingly provide him with materials and other parts. Yang Bo had forging skills, but many parts were completely unnecessary. For example, the many large robotic arms used in the warship docks. Many of these robotic arms are made of metal. These metals could be manufactured directly on the mineral planet. There were also various components such as the various piping systems that control the control system's energy system. I only needed to build the most core sensors, controllers, and optical computers, that is, the kind with purely mechanical and material structures. There was no need to waste energy. And in the entire construction of warships and warship docks, these purely material structures accounted for over 99%. Even so, Yang Bo would have to work very hard for the remaining 1%. The legislative power of the state of Kolia rests with the House of Representatives, so the state of Kolia convened another House session and, by a majority vote, passed a bill allowing individuals to invest in the construction of warship docks and warships. The reason for allowing individual investment was primarily to prevent other companies from doing this. Also, this bill was tailor-made for the Governor General. Of course, this required individual submission of an application, and then a vote in the Senate. The minority of dissenters was primarily to prevent others from having a say. Because many idiots believe that as long as there are dissenters, the House of Representatives is still democratic. In reality, with bills like these, the final outcome is the only thing to look at. It's like 100 votes, even if it's 51 against 49. Sometimes, these Senate votes are rigged, like failing the first time, failing the second, and then passing the third time. This is pure deception. Everyone has already discussed this privately. Because, no matter what the situation, there will be opposition from the entire nation. Then the Senate passed the bill directly by a majority vote. Immediately afterwards, John Lee personally applied for a warship dock and a warship manufacturing license. The Senate then approved by a majority vote, granting John Lee the warship dock and warship manufacturing license. At the same time, John Lee signed letters of intent with over 30 Federation companies. The total value exceeded 400 trillion credits. It was a letter of intent because the design of the warship dock was not yet complete. After the warship dock was completed, the ship components would be disassembled and contracts would be signed with individual companies. Even if Korea State wanted to keep this matter low-key, it couldn't. There were simply too many people paying attention to John Lee. The federal central government is still wrangling over who would bear responsibility. The Pirate Alliance provided both the Alliance and the Empire with extensive video footage. The footage showed Federation troops slaughtering pirates who had already entered escape pods. Although the Alliance and the Empire had different approaches to dealing with pirate crimes, the Alliance did not have the death penalty, so these pirates would only serve life sentences. The Empire had the death penalty for pirates, but they were also subject to legal trials. Such direct massacres without legal trial were immediately labeled barbaric by both nations, a violation of the treaties of war and the Prisoner Convention. Both nations issued the most severe diplomatic warnings to the Federation. This led many in both nations to believe their countries were just. Yang Bo scoffed at this. The Alliance and the Empire were recently using the Federation issue to deflect internal conflicts. Both the Alliance and the Empire had been plagued by various internal issues lately, and needed a high-profile event to overshadow them. Furthermore, the Pirate Alliance had suffered heavy losses, and the pirate group's trust in the Pirate Alliance had plummeted to its lowest point. The Pirate Alliance itself is backed by the Empire and its financial consortium. This time, the Pirate Alliance must offer sincere compensation, as this war was waged under the Pirate Alliance's command. This is an absolute disaster for the Pirate Alliance. 16 pirate groups were dispatched this time, and the total losses exceeded 200 trillion. All 16 pirate groups' C-class warships were lost, and this doesn't even count the C-class warships stolen from 2 other pirate groups that joined the Chuki pirates in the robbery, which were stolen by John Lee. The which pirates are now deeply regretful, and have been secretly contacting John Lee. The Death Pirates, Chuki pirates, and Greyhound pirates seem to be gloating over this misfortune, because the which pirates took on the mission without anyone's knowledge, and suffered heavy losses. While everyone knows the which pirates did the right thing, but friendships are inherently rare among pirates, and their collaboration with John Lee ultimately led to intrigue and scheming over the spoils of war. Yang Bo also wanted to make some moves on the Federation Central State, as the Central State media had recently been making a fuss about Lee John. Mainly, Yang Bo needed a batch of materials for manufacturing sensor controllers and optical computers. The Federation was currently planning to rebuild 2 main fleets, so contracts had already been signed for the necessary materials. In the Interstellar era, many materials were contracted before companies mined them. This was because the storage costs of mined materials were relatively high. Of course, these orders from the Central State were handed over to these Central State consortiums. Yang Bo quickly produced the blueprints for the warship dock. The design alone didn't consume much energy, and the dock in Korea State was only 1/20th the size of the Empire and Alliance docks. Moreover, this dock can currently only produce C-class warships at most. Making battleships or A-class warships right off the bat would arouse the vigilance of all parties. potentially leading to a coordinated attack. This dock has a modular design, so 3 of them can be disassembled and combined to form a single dock capable of producing battleships. Yang Bo designed the Warship on March Star. Using the mechanic mode, Yang Bo created the blueprints for the dock and a C-class warship. Then he stored them in a mobile storage device. The mobile storage device was then transferred to the optical computer. Then the optical computer disassembled the entire material component. Then, the component was converted into a contract. The reason for converting and disassembling through the optical computer is primarily to ensure traceability. In the interstellar age, any electronic item can be traced, especially contracts. This is primarily to prevent others from altering the contract. Also, in lawsuits, traceability can be used to determine which came first and which came later. If John Lee simply produced something out of thin air, it would be easily identified by the system. Of course, Yang Bo's optical computers aren't connected to the internet, and their battleship-grade computers purchased through Zhang Boishan. And their battleship-grade, too, because battleships often operate independently and handle data analysis and command for the entire fleet. The most powerful single optical computer currently is the battleships, and its various system protections and security are superior to those of its peers. Furthermore, such powerful optical computers simply wouldn't be needed on the ground. Where a planet's main computer system is an integrated system composed of numerous optical computers. Because it's impossible to place all optical computers in a single city on a planet to prevent unexpected incidents. So, when Yang Bo, disguised as Li John, signed detailed first batch supply contracts with 32 companies in Korea State, the 32 companies were stunned. This was a warship dock. It could be said that only 3 companies in 3 countries could design it. Because such companies wouldn't survive without government subsidies. The upgrades to warship docks were slow, because demand for them was low. The Alliance and Empire had fewer than 10 warship docks, and most of them were mothballed. As for the Federation's claim of only 2, that was, of course, a publicly available figure. Of course, these 32 companies had only fulfilled orders for materials and components. As for the dock's control system, other controllers, sensors, and so on, these were not within the manufacturing scope of these 32 companies. This further convinced them that Li John had other forces behind him, which also caused some people in the companies to be somewhat suspicious, as these companies were already backed by consortiums from the Empire and the Alliance. Yang Bo was aware of their surprise, but he didn't have time to say anything more, because Yang Bo had more important things to do. Yang Bo arrived on Devon Planet at Catherine's private laboratory. This laboratory was where Yang Bo was preparing for warship construction. In this laboratory, Yang Bo planned to build a smart factory to manufacture various sensors, controllers, optical computers, and so on. Yang Bo couldn't build such a smart factory anywhere else. It wouldn't be suitable in either the Alliance or the Federation, because it requires a massive energy system and a massive underground laboratory. Construction procedures in the other 2 countries are very complicated. In the Empire, Bart's status is Grand Duke, and nobles don't need to apply to build facilities on their own territory. Yang Bo had already established a robot manufacturing center in this private laboratory to produce intelligent robots. This intelligent robot manufacturing center can continuously produce various intelligent robots. Intelligent robots are just a general term. They are not just humanoid. Some are square, such as robots that produce optical computers or sensors. These robots require constant temperature and cleanliness during the manufacturing process, so they are fully enclosed. Most intelligent manufacturing robots are square, with numerous robotic arms and tools inside. Of course, there are many different types of intelligent manufacturing robots. The Robot Manufacturing Center, the optical computer, and other control centers within it, and the controller system were all designed by Yang Bo himself. This is because all 3 countries have underlying code in all the control system components. It's not that Yang Bo can't crack this underlying code. If the underlying code of these large companies were cracked, it would only lead to unnecessary trouble. It would be better to design and manufacture independently. Yang Bo was extremely busy every day, traveling back and forth between several locations. On March Star, Yang Bo's hacker persona was gradually improving his white hat hacking skills. And then, there were the events in the Second World game, and Prince Holden's territory in the Second World. Then, there's the Federation's John Lee identity. Bart's identity also needs to make occasional appearances. After 3 busy months, Yang Bo finally completed the Intelligent Manufacturing Factory. This Intelligent Manufacturing Factory is capable of producing battleship-grade optical computers, as well as various types of sensors and controllers. The only thing left is the energy engine. The energy engine is the most crucial component. For the energy engine, Yang Bo decided to directly manufacture it using the mechanic mode, as the demand for energy engines is not high, and building an energy engine factory on his own would be too cumbersome. What Yang Bo needs now is materials, because energy engines require highly radioactive materials. Of the three countries, the Alliance and the Empire both have sufficient material reserves, and attacking their stockpiles would be difficult. Of course, Yang Bo could go invisible and steal these materials, but that would attract considerable attention. Also, the witch pirates have been in frequent contact with John Lee recently, mainly because they lost warships to several other pirate groups, making them somewhat weaker. Now they're eager to fight John Lee and recoup their losses. Furthermore, after several months of development, the other three pirate groups have already disposed of their captured warships. These three pirate groups sold off their junk warships and transferred their personnel to the captured warships. For ships of the same caliber, military warships captured from the Federation are at least 15% more powerful than the export models purchased from other countries. The other three pirate groups are also eager to fight, because for pirate groups, warships are the embodiment of strength. The Federation just happened to have a fleet transporting highly radioactive materials. The materials for energy engines are highly radioactive and high density. Furthermore, these materials could be stowed directly in the cargo holds of military warships, as they were relatively small. This fleet disguised itself as a patrol. The materials needed for energy engines were prohibitively expensive. When the other four pirate groups heard that John Lee was planning to rob a Federation fleet, they all responded and began to assemble according to John Lee's instructions. The Federation's massacre of pirates had caused widespread controversy, but the federal government was still investigating, and no one had taken responsibility. The Pirate Alliance couldn't target the federal central state because it was currently locked in a dispute with other pirate groups. The previous operation, under the direct command of the Pirate Alliance, resulted in heavy losses for the pirates. The other pirate groups united to boycott the Pirate Alliance and demand compensation. This time, the Pirate Alliance couldn't shirk responsibility because it was directly in charge. The Pirate Alliance also promised compensation, but the compensation plan has yet to be agreed upon because the Pirate Alliance can't possibly come up with so much money or warships all at once. For most pirate groups, warships are preferred over money, so the money is useless to them. Because until these pirate groups receive the money, they will have to spend most of it with the Pirate Alliance, which will then simply raise the prices of the corresponding items. This effectively means the pirate groups receive a discount. The Pirate Alliance wants to compensate with warships, but dozens of warships would require tens of trillions of credit points, which the Pirate Alliance can't afford all at once. Yang Bo, disguised as Li Jian, set off with 3 C-class warships. To ensure Li Jian's fleet could leave the port unnoticed, Yang Bo had Li Jian's fleet patrolling the outer reaches. Also, they seized other transport ships collaborating with the Federal Central State Consortium. This caused considerable public outcry. This was primarily due to the fact that the jurisdiction exercised by the Kolia state was not recognized by other states and other regions. Yang Bo's purpose was to convince people that Li Jian's warship patrols were genuine, primarily targeting the Central State Consortium. Then, he left the warship patrol route with 2 C-class warships. Once the mission was complete, they would reunite with the original warships and return to Kolia State. The looted materials would not appear in Kolia State. The 2 warships sailed silently towards the assembly point. This finally gave Yang Bo time to attend to other matters. March Star had introduced a series of laws regarding interstellar life forms. Although many experts stated that interstellar life forms were dangerous and could cause irreversible harm to the entire planet, furthermore, these expert statements are contradictory. Some say that once these interstellar creatures grow up on March Star, they will return there for their next reproduction, as many beasts return to their birthplaces for defense. But others say that interstellar creatures will absorb all the energy of the entire planet. The main reason is that most research on interstellar creatures is theoretical. So, these experts resort to the same theories as for ordinary creatures. This is completely unrealistic, as the genetic makeup of the 2 species is completely different. Yang Bo also prepared to publish a paper on interstellar life. Yang Bo first published a simple one, on the appearance and energy absorption of juvenile interstellar life. This paper primarily explained how the interstellar life's current state, with its shape, easily expanded its energy absorption area, could then compress energy into its tail, releasing it for attack. He also created a relevant model, and included a video he had previously filmed outside the interstellar life's lair. Then Yang Bo created his own non-profit academic website. It's called Interstellar Life. That's right, Yang Bo was going to create an academic website. Any future papers on interstellar life research that weren't included on this website would be considered unauthoritative and unprofessional. Then Yang Bo published a second paper, The Personality of Interstellar Life. This paper primarily explained that interstellar life's need for energy is instinctive, and there was video evidence to support this. Before contact with the energy stone, the interstellar life would resist and struggle, but once exposed to energy, it would enter a very strange state. In fact, these videos were previously available when Yang Bo captured interstellar life for live broadcasts. However, not everyone can cite Yang Bo's videos. Many people have contacted Yang Bo to obtain permission to use and copyright these videos, but he has declined. Because these videos could be used to generate numerous papers. With the advancement of technology, the requirements for writing papers are becoming increasingly stringent, as countless people are writing in any field. And the field of interstellar biology is still relatively unpopular. So Yang Bo seized this opportunity. Yang Bo knew he would one day become a leading figure in academia. For now, Yang Bo will publish 2 papers, and then gradually release more in-depth papers, so as to give the impression of continuous growth. Chapter 1294. Yang Bo's popularity has been steadily increasing since the sword-fighting competition. The fact that he had created an academic website was a public matter, so it was quickly discovered. The 2 papers Yang Bo published were not very academically sound. But there was no way around it. The copyright to the videos and images cited in the papers belonged to Yang Bo. Most people were indifferent to Yang Bo's behavior. However, relevant scholars, especially those studying interstellar life, were deeply disgusted by Yang Bo's behavior. This was because Yang Bo's own level of education was not very high. Furthermore, Yang Bo had not conducted any research in this area, nor had he systematically studied it. He relied solely on luck. These scholars felt that their own papers would be superior to Yang Bo's. But Yang Bo was now a wealthy man, so these scholars did not dare to make any comments. These scholars did not take Yang Bo seriously, primarily because he himself did not conduct relevant research. Of course, these people don't know that Yang Bo's research and application of interstellar life far surpasses even the world's top research institutions. Yang Bo is currently in Prince Holden's territory, having been sent there by the king. Prince Holden was exiled by the king. I had originally thought that Prince Holden would live a life of poverty here. Furthermore, Prince Holden had accepted quite a few outsiders last year. A large portion of these outsiders were nobles of the kingdom, and some were given to Prince Holden by the king. I had expected that with so many outsiders, Prince Holden's territory would be in chaos. Unexpectedly, Prince Holden had managed everything so perfectly, developing numerous farms and pastures. He even sold many goods to the kingdom, such as the salt produced in Prince Holden's territory. It was purer and tasted better than the salt produced in the kingdom. And Prince Holden's salted fish was also delicious. The salted fish from Prince Holden's territory tasted better than those from other places. That's because other places use coarse salt dried directly from seawater. Prince Holden's salted fish, on the other hand, uses purified salt. Coarse salt dried directly from seawater contains many impurities. Similarly, the bitter and astringent taste of other salts in the kingdom was also due to their lack of purity. The other nobles in the kingdom were furious at Prince Holden's increasingly comfortable life. So, they gathered together to discuss things. Another evil idea came up, so they united and asked the king to send a special envoy. The king's envoy was cautious when dealing with Prince Holden, because Prince Holden was known as the savage prince in the kingdom. Prince Holden's beating of the other nobles had its reasons. But Prince Holden wasn't in the capital right now, so he allowed the other nobles to slander him. Marriage? Yang Bo entertained the envoy in Prince Holden's castle, but he had no idea this was the motive. I refuse. Yang Bo knew the king and the nobles were definitely not holding back. Besides, Yang Bo had no interest in the women of this world. Yang Bo's eyesight wasn't comparable to a microscope, but it was comparable to an 8-fold magnification. And his sense of smell was even sharper than a dog's. Imagine what it's like to amplify the scent of an ordinary person dozens of times. I devote my life to the occult. Marriage is out of the question. Yang Bo quickly found an excuse. Your Highness, His Majesty sent me to inform you. Bang! Before the messenger could finish his words, Yang Bo kicked him away. Someone, beat these people up and expel them from the territory. Go back and tell those guys I come to this remote place. If they cause me any more trouble, I challenge all their descendants to a duel, to the death. Yang Bo said angrily. Then the king's messenger and his entourage were brutally beaten by the guards from Prince Holden's territory and driven aboard the ship. The men were left battered and bruised, and the messenger gnashed his teeth in anger. Yang Bo felt things might be headed for a worse direction, so he increased the number of guards. In addition, the guards trained outsiders within the territory to select some knight squires. Gamers and Prince Holden's territory enthusiastically signed up. Yang Bo didn't have time to waste in the second world. Because Yang Bo had other things to do, John Lee wasn't in a hurry. The warships wouldn't arrive at the assembly point for another 10 days. The Federation fleet targeted this time consisted of 4 B-class battleships, 8 D-class battleships, and 16 E-class battleships. Despite the Federation fleet's victory in this battle, the soldiers of the Central State Fleet were in a state of panic. These soldiers of the Central State Fleet naturally knew what was happening inside the fleet. The Madhya Pradesh fleet is underpaid, poorly trained, and rife with corruption. These soldiers also know that their previous victory was nothing to brag about, as the 7th Fleet faced only 4 pirate groups from beginning to end. The which pirates were the first to pursue them, and the combined fleet, then they faced the 3rd Reserve. This victory can be said to have been won thanks to advanced intelligence. And the 7th Fleet massacred pirates last time. The Pirate Alliance has already issued a bounty for the 7th Fleet's commander and officers, and assassins are already taking orders. In addition, the Pirate Alliance has announced retaliation against all soldiers of the Federal Central Gang Fleet. Now, the Federal Central Gang Fleet dares not even send small patrols. No one knows when the Pirate Alliance's retaliation will strike. The Pirate Alliance is indeed preparing for another major operation. The Pirate Alliance has reached a preliminary compensation agreement with the pirate groups that suffered losses. On the one hand, it will provide cash compensation. On the other hand, it will sell warships at a discounted price. Finally, the pirate groups will be able to sell looted goods at a 10% higher price than other groups. These pirate groups also knew that expecting full compensation from the Pirate Alliance was unrealistic. The Pirate Alliance was planning to attack the Central State Consortium's mineral planet. The Pirate Alliance also knew that the Federation had lost a major fleet and was intensively building warships, needing materials. As mentioned earlier, the Pirate Alliance was backed by these consortiums from the Imperial Alliance and the Federation. However, after the conflict between the Pirate Alliance and the Central State Federation, the Pirate Alliance had completely blocked anyone associated with the Federation. The Pirate Alliance's calculations were brilliant. On the one hand, by attacking the mineral planets of the Federal Central State Consortium, they were causing these consortiums' financial situation to continue to deteriorate. On the other hand, if a mineral planet was attacked, the Federation's plans to build warships would stall. The Federation would then be forced to purchase materials from the Empire and the Alliance at high prices. Yang Bo suspected that the Pirate Alliance had the Empire and the Alliance's mining companies behind it, because the materials previously looted by the pirates were laundered through these mining companies. Even the Alliance and the Empire could receive orders for warships from the Federation. The Pirate Alliance was trying to recoup its losses. The Pirate Alliance planned to attack the mineral planets because attacking transport teams carries other risks, primarily due to a lack of transparency. While mineral planets possess various defenses, including warship defenses, the information on them is much more transparent. Yang Bo saw through the Pirate Alliance's calculations and was delighted. In the interstellar age, material supplies are relatively balanced. This means that upstream mining companies will only begin production after orders are placed. If an Alliance mineral planet were attacked, it would create an imbalance between supply and demand. Thus, the price of warship construction materials would rise dramatically over a short period of time. And there's an even more crucial reason. If the Pirate Alliance can attack one mineral planet, they can also attack a second and a third. Furthermore, if a mineral planet is attacked, the Federation will undoubtedly increase its warship fleet. This is because these mineral planets require more warships to defend them. This is because the Central State Consortium owns not just one mineral planet, but dozens. Moreover, the pirate groups in the Pirate Alliance are also in urgent need of warship replenishment. So, the warship manufacturing and related industrial chains will see significant appreciation in the future. Yang Bo was happy that he had just signed a material order in Kolia State. It's a pity that my own warship shipyard might not be able to catch up with this bull market. Yang Bo felt a little regretful. Looks like I have to help the Pirate Alliance. Yang Bo had originally intended to balance the Federal Central State with the Pirate Alliance. The two sides are bound to be in conflict, because if they don't, it will only bring trouble. You, John, are not only a thorn in the side of the Federal Central State, but also of the Pirate Alliance. After all, your warships were all stolen from pirates. That's why he provided intelligence on pirates to the Federal Intelligence Department last time. This time, He will provide the Pirate Alliance with information on the Central State Consortium's mineral planets. There are so many of these mineral planets, so it's impossible to station a large number of warships on each one. Therefore, these warships are in patrol mode. This means that the warships assigned to the mineral planets will form several fleets and patrol back and forth between dozens of mineral planets. The mineral planets themselves have certain defensive measures. If the Pirate Alliance can't penetrate their defenses quickly, they will have to flee. Of course, Yang Bo wouldn't be so kind. When Yang Bo provides intelligence, he's definitely targeted. He wait until the mining companies on these mineral planets have just shipped a batch of materials. Then he have the Pirate Alliance attack these mineral planets, while he attacked the transport ships carrying the materials. After a mineral planet is attacked, the escort fleets carrying the materials will likely return. Yang Bo would choose high-value materials, and this time, Yang Bo provided intelligence to the Pirate Alliance without revealing his identity. Theoretically, Yang Bo could use Li Zhan's identity to get the witch pirates and other pirate groups to pass on information, but that would expose Li Zhan's identity. Pirates have no credibility. Yang Bo, disguised as Li Zhan, never allowed the other pirate groups to obtain any evidence. Several pirate groups are now closely aligned with Li Zhan, primarily hoping to increase their strength with him. Once these pirate groups reach a certain level of strength, they will see Li Zhan as a threat, and will undoubtedly leverage the Federation's power to eliminate him. So, from the outset, Yang Bo didn't give these people any opportunity to gain leverage. We're still short of money for shipyard construction and warship construction. We're short of money. Yang Bo was short of money. Although Li Zhan had a certain amount of money, it wasn't enough to build a warship shipyard. Of course, loans were available, but the amount would definitely be limited. Even if I used the warship as collateral, the guys from the Kolia gang wouldn't be able to give me much money because I couldn't possibly hand over control. Of course, they definitely offer a loan, hoping to get my warship this way. Then, there's the materials needed to build the warship. While I can develop the software myself, I can't get the hardware. I guess I have to work hard. Besides, the warship dock and the materials needed to build a warship are too huge. It's unrealistic to transport them myself. We can use the Silver Moon Pirates as a cover to rob other mining companies of their materials. Then sell these materials to the Pirate Alliance. I take them back using Li Zhan's identity. In this way, I not only make money, but also materials. Yang Bo had already made a plan in mind, but things hadn't progressed to that point yet, so he hadn't executed the detailed plan. Then when providing intelligence to the Pirate Alliance, you must provide the mineral planets where mining companies have the largest reserves of materials. That might even drive up the price of materials, and then these pirates will definitely go even more frantically to plunder these materials. Yang Bo also knew that once the supply and demand balance was disrupted, capitalists would definitely not miss the opportunity to raise prices. Because the mining equipment on the mineral planets is custom-made, each of these mineral planets has a different environment. Some have different gravity environments, some have hurricanes, some are sandy, some are rocky, some have thick methane ice, some are cold, some are hot, and so on. There are also different radiation environments and different mineral content. The mining equipment used is completely different. The higher the gravity environment, the more expensive the mining equipment. Because of the high gravity, the entire mining equipment must be equipped with anti-gravity equipment, and anti-gravity equipment consumes a lot of energy. So, after a mineral planet's intelligent mining equipment is destroyed, it takes a long time to resume production. But this also presents a problem: constant pirate attacks. So, it's hard to say how long it will take to resume production. Currently, all three countries are increasing their warship reserves. Of course, their objectives are different. The Central State Consortium urgently needs warships to protect the consortium's assets. The Empire and the Alliance simply want to make a fortune from this, whether selling to the Federation or to pirates. Of the Alliance and the Empire sells the most warships. So, the Alliance and the Federation are the most robbed by the Pirate Alliance. Why does Yang Bo know when these consortiums from the Federation are transporting materials? Because the Central State Consortium's transportation missions rely on the Federation's intelligence department. The target Yang Bo is targeting this time is extremely valuable, with the materials alone worth over 100 trillion. The materials used to make energy engines are extremely expensive. This is mainly due to the high costs of mining, refining, and transporting these materials. Moreover, after robbing the Federation of its energy engine materials this time, the Federation will not be able to obtain so many materials in a short period of time. Chapter 1295. Squadron 042 of the Federal Central State Planetary Alert Fleet is, under the guise of a patrol, loading energy engine materials onto a reserve ship on a mineral planet. A certain distance from each mineral planet is a ship. This is the mining mothership. This ship is primarily used to store collected materials. Some mineral planets simply have the conditions for collection, but not for storage, so purification takes place within these ships. If a mineral planet has the conditions for purification, then this is the warehouse. These are converted ultra-large transport ships, each equipped with remote control personnel primarily responsible for monitoring the intelligent mining equipment. This mining ship, however, is different. Its protection level is exceptionally high. This is because the material used in the energy engine is highly radioactive. This material's radioactivity is many times higher than that of ordinary materials. This is not traditional nuclear material. Its radioactivity is hundreds of thousands of times higher than that of conventional uranium. This material is extremely rare, and even a tiny amount of it can be lethal. Therefore, this material only exists on high-density planets. To mine this material, mining companies must use specialized equipment to collect minerals from these planets. These minerals are then transported to spacecraft for processing, as large-scale equipment is not feasible on such high-density planets. Because of the extremely high density, the volume of minerals collected each time is very small. Because the planet's low density has a high gravity, the energy consumption is naturally greater. This makes this material extremely expensive, as the costs of mining, transportation, and purification are extremely high. Because this material is heavy and dense, it can simply be loaded into the cargo holds of warships. Now, the officers of the Federation fleet are a bit frightened. They know the Pirate Alliance won't give up. And last time, the Pirate Alliance united 16 pirate groups. This organizational ability also frightens these officers. Mainly, the Federation officers are all from consortiums, most of them from the families of the consortiums. These people used to join the army simply to control it, but if they didn't join the army, they could live happily forever, because their families and consortiums have plenty of money. Now, these officers face a problem. If they die, they have nothing. The 7th Fleet has slaughtered so many pirates. If they were captured by pirates, they would surely face a disastrous fate. Before, when there was no war, these officers didn't care. But now, leaving is impossible, and the consortium won't give up control of the army. Now, the soldiers of the fleet are also in a state of panic. After all, the ordinary soldiers of the Federation fleet are slaves to the officers. 1/3 of their salary goes to the officers. Another issue is that these officers are drawing salaries without working. This officer supposedly has 100 men under him, but in reality, he only has 50. These 50 men not only have to do the work of 100 men, but also pay 1/3 of their salaries to the officer. Of course, these 50 men have biochips. While the biochips can prevent these men from defecting, they can still slack off and even make mistakes at critical moments. When there's no war, an officer's subordinates, let alone 50, are sufficient, even 10. But now, if war breaks out, this presents a significant problem. The reason space battleships have so many soldiers is that during wartime, data from various intelligent systems can be easily disrupted. There's electronic interference between warships, energy interference, and energy bombs. The soldiers on a battleship are primarily responsible for 3 areas. The first is the energy cannons. Because electronic interference or energy shocks can cause the enemy to launch fighter jets or mecha attacks, humans are needed to operate the energy cannons. The second is manning manned fighter jets or mechas to attack the enemy in the event of energy shocks or electronic interference. The third is that electronic interference or energy shocks can easily affect critical equipment, requiring human control. For example, when a battleship is subject to electronic interference or other conditions, its detection data can be distorted. In these situations, the battleship requires human control, although it relies on internally stored data, such as interstellar maps. The treatment of soldiers on Federation battleships is the worst among the 3 nations, even worse than that of pirates. But in the Federation's environment, being able to serve on a battleship is the best option. Being an ordinary person in the Federation offers absolutely no guarantees, as these companies clash over interests. And as mentioned earlier, the Federation deliberately makes everything on the planet radioactive in order to enslave ordinary people. Every ordinary person needs to take medication daily. If they don't, they soon develop various illnesses. This is what companies, like the Federation, have tailored for ordinary people. They control the radiation intensity to a certain level. Also, the radiation levels vary from planet to planet, so the medicines sold by companies on each planet are also different. Also, because these things on the planets are irradiated, there are many mutant plants and animals on Federation planets. A tiny spider might mutate, and a bite could wipe it out. Joining the Federation military was once a good option, but now those soldiers face a huge threat. After all, everyone joined the military just to earn a living, but now they're literally risking their lives. And then, their wages are being cut, and the work is even more intense than before. Before, it was just a living, so everyone tolerated it, regardless of the pay. Now, it's a life-threatening situation. It's better to become an adventurer or mercenary. While adventurers and mercenaries carry their own risks, they offer high risk, high reward. So, despite the Federation Army having just won a major victory, everyone is worried. So, after loading materials worth hundreds of trillions of credits, this squadron activated all its active radars after leaving a certain distance. This is the Federation's latest updated combat manual, which utilizes active radar for ultra-long-range detection. Then, it attacks enemy warships at long range. Yang Bo scoffed at the Federation fleet's approach. The Seventh Fleet's last victory was due to accurate intelligence provided by him. Whether it's the Alliance or the Empire, their warship combat manuals stipulate that fire should only be opened at a certain distance. Furthermore, warships generally don't activate their active radars, as even if the enemy activates their own passive radars, their positions can still be determined. Another factor is energy consumption. There's also the lifespan of the energy system. Prolonged loads will reduce the lifespan of the energy system. Furthermore, if war breaks out, the initial recharge time for energy cannons or energy shields will be extended. Empire and Alliance warships have spare artificial energy stones. These energy stones are primarily used for the initial recharge of energy cannons or energy shields. If the commander deems an emergency recharge necessary, the emergency energy system will be activated, providing energy from both the energy stone and the energy system, shortening the recharge time. Yang Bo, disguised as Li Jian, reunited with the other 4 pirate groups. Yang Bo also gained oversight authority over 50 warships from 4 other pirate groups. This squadron has 2 B-class warships, 4 C-class warships, and 8 D-class warships. This time, the Federation squadron is escorting energy engine materials. First of all, I won't participate in the distribution of these warships, because even if I were to receive them, I wouldn't be able to use them publicly. So I take these materials, but when it comes to distribution, the price will be based on the price you supply to the Pirate Alliance. After all, these materials are hard to sell. Yang Bo pulled the commanders of the 4 pirate groups into a virtual conference room. This was a temporary local area network composed of several warships. The first deputy commander of the Witch Pirates gritted his teeth and said, "Generally, I must take revenge this time. I must kill these damn guys, and I record it." The Witch Pirates were last attacked by a Federation squadron, losing 1 C-class warship, 2 D-class warships, and 3 E-class warships, resulting in the loss of over 10,000 men. The commander was also killed. The current first vice captain is the former second vice captain. You're wrong. If you kill these Federation officers and soldiers, they fight to the death the next time they encounter a Federation fleet. You should learn from me. Now, I just have to shout, and your pirate group will immediately abandon their warships. These Federation soldiers are just trying to make a living. They're slaves to those officers. You can capture those officers and extort them. Capture those soldiers, and when we next encounter a Federation fleet, let them shout. I believe these soldiers definitely know people from other fleets. Yang Bo completely disagreed with the Witch Pirates' first vice captain's approach. I think Admiral Lee's idea is a good one, too. The Death Pirates' first vice captain also agreed with John Lee. The commanders of the Chuki Pirates and the Hound Pirates all agreed. The Witch Pirates' first vice captain gritted his teeth and said, "Last time, the Federation fleet massacred over 13,000 of our pirates, and only a few were captured by the Federation, and they were sentenced to death. We can't swallow this." Upon hearing this, Yang Bo said bluntly, "If that's the case, then withdraw. I don't care what you do, but if you want to join me, you have to obey me. If you insist on killing the Federation soldiers, then next time you won't get any warships." Knowing they're doomed, these soldiers will resist to the bitter end, and even choose to self-destruct their warships. Upon hearing this, the other 3 pirate groups all agreed. Since we're here, we must obey Admiral Lee. General Lee is right. Our goal is warships, and of course population. Your Witch Pirates don't want you to withdraw. That's right. If you keep doing this, how can we get warships next time? Serves you right. Serves you right. There are still people who trust the Pirate Alliance. The elders on the Pirate Alliance Council now have Alliance and Empire backgrounds. They're eager for our pirate group to fight the Federation to the death. Your Witch Pirates should withdraw. The Hound Pirates, the Death Pirates, and the Chuki Pirates have greatly increased their strength. Everyone is hoping to obtain a B-class warship this time. If the Witch Pirates do this, What will everyone do next time? The first deputy captain of the witch pirates, upon hearing John Lee's strong statement, had no choice but to contact the captain. The captain of the witch pirates was helpless. If John Lee were fired, the pirate group's recovery would be even more difficult. Okay, we, the witch pirates, are following the orders of Admiral Lee. Ultimately, the witch pirates had no choice but to compromise. Yang Bo couldn't let the witch pirates ruin his plans. Everyone, keep each other in check. Anyone who breaks the rules. Not only will they lose their rights to this operation, but they also be kicked out of our group. Yang Bo said again. I agree. I agree. The first vice captains of the 4 pirate groups all agreed. Now, I announce the battle plan. First, the first option. Yang Bo detailed the battle plan. There are 3 plans, 2 of which are backup plans. After the plan is announced, everyone will proceed in silence. Yang Bo's plan this time is simple. First, encircle the target and attack the reinforcements. Because this squadron is disguised as a patrol fleet, this squadron will sail between the 6 mineral planets. Yang Bo plans to attack one of the mineral planets, then the squadron must go to the rescue. Because it's a disguised patrol, not going to the rescue at this time will arouse suspicion, then intercept the squadron along the way. If the squadron doesn't fall for it, then execute the second plan. In the first plan, only one D-class battleship attacks the mineral planet. The warships of the other 4 pirate groups are hidden in one location. If this squadron goes to the resources, the 4 pirate groups will attack it. If the squadron does not go and returns to Madhya Pradesh, then the second plan will be implemented. The 4 pirate groups will be on the route of this squadron back to Madhya Pradesh. The warships controlled by Yang Bo will be hidden even further away. Yang Bo wouldn't appear unless absolutely necessary. The third option was for the squadron to turn back. While this possibility was small, it wasn't impossible. Yang Bo was located where the squadron was passing. If the squadron turned back, Yang Bo's 3 warships would disguise themselves as other pirate ships. Although the Federation squadron had its active radar activated, the pirate groups and Yang Bo's warships would remain beyond its radar range. This was because Yang Bo could obtain real-time information about the squadron's location through Federation intelligence. Of course, Yang Bo wouldn't reveal this information unless absolutely necessary. This would expose his intelligence source. So, the 4 pirate groups and Yang Bo's warships took separate actions. Chapter 1296. Squadron 042 of the Federation's Central State Planetary Alert Fleet has formed a new battle formation. Squadron 042 consists of 2 B-class battleships, 4 C-class battleships, 8 D-class battleships, and 16 E-class battleships. 2 of the E-class battleships advanced 2 million kilometers and 4 million kilometers respectively, and their active radars were fully operational. 4 E-class battleships were also deployed on the outer flanks, covering an area of 2 million kilometers. This will extend the radar detection range of the entire squadron. This is the Federation's latest battle plan, relying on the performance of Federation warships to suppress the pirate warships. This is the impact of the 7th Fleet's previous victory. This squadron is sailing along the designated patrol route. But the previous main fleet had hundreds of warships, including main battleships and A-class battleships. Even these hundreds of warships faced only 4 pirate groups. First, they pursued the combined fleet of the witch pirates, and then the 3rd reserve. From the very beginning, the entire 7th Fleet had never faced more warships. And now, a squadron doing this is essentially dispersing its firepower. In the vastness of space, the only way to increase your hit rate is to close the distance. Theoretically, the active radar detection range of this squadron has reached 6 million kilometers. This is because the distance between the flagship and the foremost E-class battleship is 4 million kilometers, and the detection range of the foremost E-class battleship is also 2 million kilometers. But every time the pirates fight, they hide in radar blind spots. They usually hide behind planets, whether large or small. If it's an asteroid, just dock the warship there. If it's a large planet, just use its gravity to hover in orbit, like a satellite. In war, if you want to replicate someone else's tactics, you must thoroughly study them. Otherwise, it's easy to fail. The 042 Indy squadron has been out for a month now, and it's gone from being nervous at first to slowly becoming lazy. When they first left Central State, everyone was nervous, but gradually no pirates appeared, and nothing happened. There were no reports of pirate attacks elsewhere either. And these Federation soldiers are used to being lazy. After all, one person has to do the work of several, and they still have to turn in their salaries. Everyone's here just to make a living. As for professional skills, there's an intelligent system anyway. Just follow its instructions. This makes things easier for both officers and soldiers, Just like when Bart attacked Pandora State, none of the fleet's officers were on the warships. These officers usually work on the planet, and they also eat, drink, and have fun there. Anyway, the warships are full of slaves, constantly earning money for themselves, and none of these slaves are originally from conglomerates. So the 042 fleet has now returned to its former self. The officers in the fleet have fun with the female soldiers aboard the warships every day, and they have all sorts of parties together, from pool parties to costume parties to mass parties. These female soldiers are carefully selected. So when the 042 squadron received the military intelligence report from the military headquarters, they were also shocked. These damn guys, all they do is sit in their offices and give us orders. That's right, even though the intelligence says it's a D-class battleship, who knows if there are other pirates lying in ambush? The fleet commander, 2 captains, 2 vice captains, and the chief of staff, each holding a topless female soldier, were groping her and cursing. The only reason only 2 of them were cursing was because several others were engaging in mouth-to-mouth play with the female soldier next to them. Order the fleet to turn. Make the people down there stare. Let's head for mineral planet ZW3508. The fleet commander knew he couldn't disobey orders, as this mineral planet belonged to the Federation's largest consortium. His own fleet was closest to this mineral planet. If his fleet didn't rescue them now, and instead turned and ran, they might even become the pirates' target. Yes. The adjutant received the order and quickly gave it. Let's get on with the fun. It'd still take 2 days to get to the mineral planet. Besides, with our active radars fully activated, those damn pirates will definitely turn tail and run the moment they see our fleet. The commander buried his head in the chest of the female soldier next to him, sniffed deeply, then looked up. Your Excellency, Commander, is absolutely right. Those damn pirates are like rats, hiding in the shadows. With our active radars fully activated, they see so many warships, and won't dare to come charging at us. That's right. The officers and commanders' ideas were rather bizarre. These officers and commanders thought they were police officers, and the pirates were thieves. As soon as thieves heard the sirens of police cars, or the police approaching, they would turn and run. These officers in the Federation themselves came from various consortiums. How high your rank depends entirely on the strength of your family's bloodline. Of course, it's undeniable that there are some outstanding talents. But if outstanding talents are accompanied by a group of incompetent teammates, they still can't achieve victory. Moreover, most of these officers have biochips, which contain professional knowledge, but war is a test of on-the-spot responsibility. Yang Bo breathed a sigh of relief after receiving news that the squadron was heading to the mineral planet. The Federation Central State Fleet 042, with active radar activated, headed directly for mineral planet ZW3508. Mineral Planet was under continuous attack from pirate D-class battleships. The most important facility on Mineral Planet is the Space Transfer Center. The Mineral Planet's Transfer Center is a modified spacecraft. This is also the remote control center for the Mineral Planet, controlling the planet's intelligent mining equipment. This transfer center has only 500 people in total, of which only 200 are technical workers, and the remaining 300 are armed guards. Among these 300 armed guards are 100 mecha technicians, and 100 fighter pilots. Another 100 control the defense systems. To be precise, this transfer center is a miniature space fortress. This transfer center has considerable firepower, but it has one drawback: its speed. This is because the transfer center doesn't need high speed at all. The speed of an ordinary civilian transport ship is sufficient. Fortunately, due to the presence of pirate groups, the security level of these transfer centers was too high for a single D-class battleship to breach. But the damage was unavoidable, and it also impacted production. Furthermore, the transfer centers couldn't be left because, if they did, the pirate warships would attack the planet's intelligent mining base. A mining company's most valuable asset is the equipment within the intelligent mining base. While the transfer centers can be reused, the mining equipment on each mineral planet is custom-built. On the morning of the 3rd day, the Federation fleet narrowly avoided the Pirate Coalition fleet. After 2 days of market activity, they were about to reach the mineral planet. The officers and soldiers of the Federation fleet had been on edge for over a day. From the moment they received the news and headed for the mineral planet, the closer they got, the more nervous everyone became. And because they were being paid for nothing, they were doing the work of several others, with no time to rest. Although most of the personnel on the warships possessed superpowers, they had been busy since they left. The transfer centers on the mineral planet suffered heavy losses, primarily because they were unable to leave and were passively attacked. Furthermore, the pirate warship was incredibly cunning, consistently attacking from a relatively long range, leaving fighters and mechas absolutely no chance. In space, fighters and mechas are small, so the chance of being hit is low. However, fighters and mechas must be within a certain range to participate in combat. At too great a distance, they become sitting ducks in space, requiring fighters and mechas to be deployed only in bayonet fights. Although small, they are small targets, but approaching from a distance will result in a constant radar lock, effectively shutting down at very short range. They quickly penetrated the blind spots of these energy turrets. At the same time, these fighters disrupted the turrets' attack sequence. The turrets themselves were targeting the enemy warships, but as the fighters approached, they were forced to prioritize them. Ha ha! The Federation squadron laughed heartily, as the pirate warship commander vanished from the radar. Because the active radar was activated, the pirate warships knew what kind of enemy they were facing. These damn pirates are just coming out to fight us openly. That's because they haven't given us orders. If they had, we have chased down this pirate warship and pounded it. Too bad there aren't any female soldiers on the pirate warship. We've been out for a month now, and we're tired of all that crap on the ship. There are female crew members on Mineral Planet. Send them a message. We rescued them. They should show some appreciation. That's right. The squadron hadn't received any orders to pursue, so it didn't pursue the fleeing pirate warship. Then the Federation squadron prepared to stroll around the Mineral Planet's transfer center. It was just these guys' vanity at work. They demanded gratitude and thanks for saving the enemy, but just then, a rapid alarm blared across the fleet. Warning, warning, under attack. Warning, warning, under attack by unknown armed forces. The commander and his companions were startled by the sudden warning. They quickly checked the virtual radar projection and saw energy fluctuations surrounding the fleet. These energy fluctuations appeared on the radar as glaring white lines. Laser cannon. The commander still had some ability. He could tell at a glance that the energy detected by the radar was a laser. At this moment, a voice came over the fleet's public communication channel. We are the pirate combined fleet. You have 10 minutes to get out of the warships. Otherwise, we pirates will tear your heads off. You damn bastards. The 7th Fleet is slaughtering us pirates. If you surrender within 10 minutes, you will be held hostage. We will demand ransom from your families, so we will guarantee your safety. You damn bastards, if you resist, don't blame us for revenge. You Federation bastards, it's best not to surrender, because 90% of our pirate group has been slaughtered by your 7th Fleet. This voice echoed across the public communication channels of all the warships in the Federation squadron. For voices could be heard speaking. At this moment, the Federation squadron was in chaos. Those who had just celebrated the pirate warship's flight were now stunned. Then the passive radar revealed the scale of the pirate combined fleet. For C-class battleships, 8 D-class battleships, and 12 E-class battleships formed a conventional shuttle battle formation. Why are these damn bastards behind us? The commander of the Federation squadron yelled. The Federation squadron's radar detection range is 2 million kilometers, and there's an E-class battleship 2 million kilometers behind the Federation squadron flagship. The E-class battleship's detection range is also 2 million kilometers, so the flagship's radar reading is 4 million kilometers. The pirate warship, at 4.5 million kilometers, had just escaped radar's range. It was passive radar that first detected the pirate group and their energy cannon's trajectory. This is because active radar requires energy waves to reach the target and then reflect back. The speed of lasers matches the speed of radar energy waves. Passive radar, on the other hand, can analyze energy waves more quickly after they've been reflected. Why are these damn guys behind us? These damn bastards, so treacherous, despicable, and cunning. The commander of the Federation squadron was now cursing, because he was frightened. For one thing, the pirate coalition had a large number of warships, and for another, they were right behind him, and just now, the Federation squadron had slowed down to get closer to the transfer center on the Mineral Planet. And the pirates behind were moving much faster than the squadron's current speed. Quick! Speed up. You idiots! The Federation squadron commander shouted in a flurry of commands. How much speed, Commander? The soldier operating the energy engine demanded. These soldiers dared not hesitate to ask for details, as if something went wrong, they might be blamed. Full speed, you idiots. Their energy shields behind us are useless. Energy cannon counterattack, energy cannon counterattack. The fleet commander cursed. How could such idiots exist? The soldiers knew, of course, that the pirate fleet's warships were behind them, and their energy shields were useless. But according to procedure, the commander had to give clear orders. Because the enemy appeared from different directions, the required energy power allocation varied. If the enemy's energy engines are elsewhere, They need to power both the energy cannons and the energy shield system. Commander, would you like to report this to headquarters? The communications officer then asked again. Idiot, useless. Report immediately and request support. The commander, finally remembering to report, hurriedly replied. Commander, would you please send a warning message? The communications officer asked again. This warning message uses super powerful energy to send a message in all directions, primarily to alert other ships nearby and steer clear of the danger zone. Bullshit. Concentrate all your energy on the engines. Speed up. Speed up. The commander yelled, jumping up and down. Also, prepare the liaison ship. The commander gave another order. Then the commander boarded the liaison ship. Because of its small size and high power, the liaison ship accelerated quickly. The commander's target was the E-class battleship in the front. On the one hand, the commander knew the B-class battleship was definitely the pirates' target. On the other hand, the E-class battleship was small, making it less likely to be hit, and there were so many other battleships behind it. Finally, this one is at the forefront, while the warships behind it will undoubtedly be targeted by pirates. The commander had just arrived at the communication line when he received a report of a B-class warship being hit by an energy cannon. While the damage wasn't significant, it required energy to repair the damage, resulting in a decrease in energy output. The captains of the two B-class warships, upon seeing this, quickly boarded the communication ship, because, to these officers, a warship meant nothing. If they were captured by the pirates, they wondered how much they would demand from their families. The warship was public property, and since I was held hostage by pirates, my family most likely paid for it. While theoretically the federal government should have paid for my ransom, my family didn't have the final say within the government. And the government was unlikely to yield to the pirates, so in the end, my family still had to pay. As for the warship being lost, it was lost. It was public property after all, not just me. So many people before me were safe. More importantly, if it fell into the hands of pirates, they would definitely be severely punished. Of course, these officers also took their trusted aides with them, leaving those who remained on the warship as mere slaves without connections. These officers wished they had 2 more legs, because several radar alarms were blaring from the liaison ship. The entire fleet's communication channels were filled with alarms, making everyone nervous. Yang Bo learned the news through federal intelligence and immediately issued orders to the 4 pirate groups. Change your battle plan. First, focus on the 2 B-class warships, then the 4 C-class warships. Abandon the attack on the E-class warship. Yes. Yes. Of the 4 of us pirate groups, which one will focus on the B-class warship? The first deputy leader of the witch pirates asked. That's a B-class warship. You want 1 pirate to focus on the first one? 2 pirate groups focus on 1 B-class warship. Now reduce the power of your warship's energy cannons, Yang Bo ordered again. Yes. Yes. Although the pirate group didn't know why John Lee issued such an order, they obeyed anyway. On the other side, tell them to surrender and only hold the officers responsible, Yang Bo ordered again. The Federation fleet's communication channels became even more busy. Because the pirates' energy cannons had reduced their power, their firing rate had increased. Then the alarms became even more frequent, sending shivers down the spines of everyone in the Federation fleet. The pirate ship then announced that the soldiers would not be held accountable, and that the 10-minute deadline was almost up. They also threatened that if the officers were captured, they would be made to feel the passion of pirates. The fleeing officers cursed, secretly congratulating themselves on their speed. TSK TSK. Those idiots of the Federation relied on my intelligence to win last time, and they think they're back on top. But we need to find a way to increase the Federation's strength. Yang Bo felt this wasn't a solution. Once word of this victory spread, the other pirate groups in the Pirate Alliance would follow suit. Mercenaries. Yang Bo quickly came up with an idea. Have the Federation hire mercenaries. Many of the mercenary groups have armed spaceships. It's a shame I'm just an ace mercenary. If I had my own mercenary group, I could steal some warships from the Federation. Yang Bo lamented. General Lee, what's going on? About 20 minutes later, the pirates noticed a change in the Federation fleet's warships. The E-class warships scattered. On the other hand, the B-class and C-class warships continued to sail along their course. From now on, just call me General. No matter what their schemes, we're just targeting what we want. Yang Bo issued an order over the communication channel. Although Yang Bo's warships were far away from the pirate group, both sides were using quantum communication modules. General, will those E-class warships turn against us? Asked the first vice captain of the Death Pirates. I haven't received any relevant information yet, but for now, lock on to your targets. Also, intensify your outreach and win over the ordinary soldiers on those warships. They're working like slaves for the Alliance, and you need them later. Yang Bo, of course, knew what was going on. The officers had boarded the E-class warships. But if a few of these warships escaped, they would be easily noticed, so they decided to flee together. The pirates were afraid that these E-class warships would flee in all directions, and then, after the pirates had passed, they would be right behind them. It's fair to say that these pirates' wartime awareness was much sharper than that of the Federation. In fact, the commander of the Federation fleet had a clear opportunity. He could follow the pirates' wishes and send some of his warships away from the fleet. If the pirates were to pursue the departing fleet, the warships in the original fleet would be free to execute more operations. In other words, someone was acting as bait. But the commander simply didn't dare do that, because the officers aboard these warships came from various conglomerates in Madhya Pradesh. If these officers died, the conglomerates behind them would likely think they deliberately sent them to their deaths. He inevitably had personal grudges. Now that everyone had fled, he wasn't responsible. Because he hadn't given the order to retreat, everyone had violated military discipline. If he were captured by pirates, it would be just bad luck. The commander of the Federal fleet might not have had military prowess, but he possessed a commanding emotional intelligence, a commanding presence that was unwavering. After waiting another half hour, Yang Bo excitedly shouted into the communication channel, "Just received word. The fleet's officers and their trusted aides have all escaped on E-class warships." What? The four pirate commanders couldn't believe their ears when they heard this, for this meant a huge harvest. Chapter 1297. The Chuki pirates, the Witch pirates, and the Greyhound pirates were especially excited. The Death pirates had last received a B-class battleship, making the other pirate groups envious. During the last distribution, we said that any B-class battleships would be given priority to the Greyhound pirates. Then the Witch pirates and the Chuki pirates will draw lots for the remaining B-class battleship. As for the remaining 4 C-class battleships, you will each take one. Yang Bo began issuing orders. Okay. The pirate groups agreed in unison. The Witch pirates were unlucky. They didn't draw a B-class battleship during the drawing. The Chuki pirates were left without a C-class battleship. The Federation fleet still had a number of soldiers on its ships, but they had been abandoned and lacked ship authority. However, the commander of the Federation fleet had set the ships on automatic flight to lure the pirates away. The result was a 46-hour pursuit by the 4 pirate groups. Because both sides were running at roughly the same speed, after the mechas of the Greyhound pirates and the Chuki pirates landed on 2 B-class warships, Yang Bo then remotely cracked the permissions, which took him over 60 hours. Originally, Yang Bo could have completed the task in 5 minutes, but to demonstrate his prowess, he did so. Then the pirates discovered that one of the 2 B-class warships was loaded with a large amount of high-energy, highly radioactive materials. These materials were of little use to the pirates, as most pirates lacked the ability to produce energy engines, though a few did. Of course, Yang Bo's share of these materials was calculated at 20% of their market value. So these 4 pirate groups now owed Li John a great deal. First, the accurate intelligence he provided, and then the cracking privileges. In the past, when pirate groups seized warships, certain organizations within the Pirate Alliance charged 20% of the warship's value for the cracking privileges, so these pirate groups still owed Li John. When you return, make sure to contact the other pirate groups. You 4 can exchange information. If there are any pirate groups that have grudges against you, have another pirate group contact them, and I provide the relevant information. After all, those bastards in Madhya Pradesh are also watching me. It was another 3 days before Yang Bo met up with these people, though Yang Bo didn't meet them in person. The pirate groups were incredibly excited. Since following Li John, their strength had skyrocketed. Now, 3 of the 4 pirate groups had B-class warships. General, don't worry, we get to it right away. This time, these pirate groups not only received warships, but also personnel. Don't make this public. The Federal Central Gang will definitely not speak out. The Central State will definitely hold a grudge against the Pirate Alliance. Let's just keep quiet and make a fortune. Let the other pirate groups fight the Central Gang to the death. Yang Bo said again. We will definitely obey the general. Several pirate group leaders also held a remote meeting with Yang Bo. When Yang Bo transferred the warship control, he handed it over to the group leader at the base. What these group leaders didn't know was that their base's location had long been discovered. Let's go, everyone be careful, Yang Bo said. Then everyone dispersed. When the opportunity arises, We can use the identity of the Silver Moon pirates to strike these pirates. Yang Bo also controlled a C-class warship. This C-class warship was unmanned, and was coming to receive the high-energy, highly radioactive materials from the Chuki Divine Pirates B-class warship. Yang Bo wouldn't be foolish enough to bring out all 3 C-class warships, as that could easily become evidence. And the 2 parties wouldn't meet during the handover. After the materials were handed over and everyone had left, Yang Bo teleported back to the warship and began moving the materials. This material was already finished, ready to be installed directly on the energy engine. Over 200 containers held these finished products. These containers varied in size and weight, as they were made for the energy engines of different warship classes. The density of these finished products was extremely high, approximately 600 times that of water at standard atmospheric pressure. The fuel rods and the energy engines are all the same model. It's just that the number of fuel pumps varies between warships. This trip was exhausting for Yang Bo. Because the outer containers, including the outer containers, weigh a total of 100,000 tons at standard atmospheric pressure. Because the containers are specially manufactured to withstand such high-density materials. Thankfully, these are small, so Yang Bo only has to make 1 trip per container. But teleportation is not only about volume, but also about weight. What's wrong? Catherine looked at Bart, puzzled, as he emerged from the lab. Quite tired. Then I give you a massage. Yes, yes. Catherine lived on this small island, feeling incredibly relaxed. After experiencing the Red Earl's pursuit and living in Zhang Sin's villa, Catherine was now free to enjoy the sun and air, the beach, and nature here, feeling quite content. And there were many small animals on this island, and the laboratory had all sorts of entertainment. Catherine teased Bart while she massaged him. Bart was now the Grand Duke of the Empire. Catherine knew that even if her identity was exposed, as long as Bart was willing to protect her, she wouldn't have any problems. So the massage eventually turned into a deep conversation. Yang Bo enjoyed the top-notch service, and his fatigue vanished. That's why so many people like to relax. Are you used to living here? Yang Bo, disguised as Bart, was enjoying a delicious meal Catherine had cooked. Catherine had learned this online. Of course. But I like to get some pets. There are some small animals on this island. Catherine nodded. Of course. In the Empire, the nobles have the final say on everything within their domains. In the Alliance, this isn't the case. Even private land is subject to various regulations. So, private land in the Alliance is a joke. What you can and can't do on the land is stipulated as early as when you purchase it. For example, the garden style must be consistent with the entire community. If you create a unique style, the community will vote you out. Furthermore, if a natural disaster strikes, you can't rebuild on the original site. You have to sell the land to a company at a low price. If you take over privately, you have to deal with all the above, go through numerous processes, and undergo evaluations by numerous departments. The evaluation might not be completed for 8 or 10 years. In a capitalist society, if they want to take your things, you better obey their orders. Of course, no matter what society, if you're targeted by capital, the best outcome is to surrender obediently, unless you possess greater power than capital. And a society's capital is often controlled by the powerful. So, in interstellar society, powerful psychics are already capital. And if you want to buy a pet, ask the butler to do it. Butler Jerry would never reveal Catherine's affairs to anyone else. Aristocratic butlers have absolute integrity. Of course, this doesn't mean that butlers are inherently good, but rather that the penalties faced by unethical nobles are unbearable. Aristocratic slaves and butlers who do anything detrimental to their masters will be severely punished. For example, if a noble committed a misdeed and his steward or servant reported it, these reports would not be used as evidence. Instead, the steward or servant would be sentenced to death for betraying their master. This was because the social structure of the empire was dominated by the aristocracy, and no one wanted their steward or servant to report them. If this were allowed, the nobles would tremble in fear, not knowing when their stewards or servants would reveal their scandals. Well, thank you, Your Excellency the Grand Duke. Catherine smiled charmingly. To be honest, Catherine's looks and figure were both exceptional. Otherwise, there was no other way. Collecting information through the nobles and the imperial capital was a problem. After leaving Devon, Yang Bo arrived on Tianyun. Li Zhan's warships were now returning. And the warship engines weren't in a rush to be manufactured. Yang Bo wasn't busy with anything else in this capacity for the time being, as he had just written 2 papers and submitted some program vulnerabilities. Yang Bo's main reason for coming to Tianyun was regarding the affairs of the Grand Duke of Golden Oak. Also, Yang Bo wanted to meet with Li Yong. It was time to give Li Yong some credit. You can't give too much credit to someone like Li Yong, or else these guys will think they can't live without him. After arriving on Tianyun, Yang Bo disguised himself as the third master, the leader of the Silver Moon Pirates. To contact Li Yong, of course, he had to contact Lin Yu. After receiving Yang Bo's message, Lin Yu hurried over. She looked at Yang Bo with a look of resentment. After all, Yang Bo hadn't been to Tianyun Star for quite some time. Please contact Li Yong for me first. I'll be here for the next few days. Yang Bo said directly. Yeah. Then Lin Yu sent a message to the middleman. The other party said they would reply tomorrow because they still needed to consult. Yang Bo, of course, knew that Li Yong was also in the Alliance Capital Star Circle. Yang Bo's actions immediately addressed Lin Yu's resentment. I have something to go out for. I'll be back tonight. Yang Bo left the overworked Lin Yu behind. Lin Yu nodded dazedly, having eaten so much that she almost fainted. Then, they arrived at the underground city of Tianyun Star. Yang Bo entered the underground city fully armed, found a place, and transformed into a different form. This time, Yang Bo was looking for Mei Xiao. She was the intelligence officer for the Ashes organization. The Ashes organization was now being strangled by a coalition of forces. When Yang Bo first contacted Mei Xiao, he was disguised as a member of the Red Earl organization. Mei Xiao had opened a small grocery store in the underground city. It was actually a black market. Master, you're here. Yang Bo walked into the shop and removed his mask. Mei Xiao excitedly closed the door and called out. Yes. Here are some high-quality energy potions. Mei Xiao had been developing her career here, using energy potions given by Yang Bo. Thank you, Master. Mei Xiao hurriedly served Yang Bo tea and water. Yang Bo discovered that Mei Xiao was a bit perverted. Despite her Lolita appearance, she enjoyed playing with others psychologically. Furthermore, Mei Xiao possesses a psychic-type superpower, giving her exceptionally sharp perceptions. So, 99.99% of people who come into contact with her can detect weaknesses in others. And then, using these weaknesses, she can precisely manipulate them. Of course, those who excel in the intelligence field are no ordinary people. They can be said to possess some degree of mental or psychological abnormality. Show me if your recently recruited intelligence personnel are worth the energy potion I provide. Yang Bo was after the Grand Duke of Golden Oak. Yes, Master. Mei Xiao hurried to get it. When she emerged, she had changed into a maid outfit. Just now, she was wearing casual clothes, black-framed glasses, and her hair was down. Now, not only had her hair tied up, she also taken off her glasses, and she smelled faintly of perfume. White stockings covered her slender legs. And the collar of her maid outfit was made of sheer white silk. Two perfectly round and curvaceous breasts were faintly visible. Yang Bo knew what Mei Xiao was thinking. She refused to admit defeat. He wanted to see how she would react this way. Do you know why I came to see you? Yang Bo asked, pulling out the information about the Grand Duke of Golden Oak from his files. Master, you're looking for me. Of course you need me. Mei Xiao said, winking adorably. Who would have guessed that this seemingly cute girl was actually the intelligence officer for the Ashes organization? But Mei Xiao still felt a little puzzled as she watched Yang Bo's actions. I came here just for this person. Have you figured out who he is? Yang Bo remained unmoved. Speaking of cute, Su Wei was the truly adorable one. Mei Xiao's behavior was completely pretentious. Yang Bo's ability to disguise himself had reached the highest level, allowing him to easily see through others' pretense. So Yang Bo looked at these people like clowns. When you see through someone's act, they become clowns in your eyes. I'm not sure about that. Mei Xiao heard Yang Bo's words, glanced at the person's profile, and shook her head. Ha ha. Yang Bo chuckled. Mei Xiao nearly exploded at Yang Bo's chuckle, because the tone was pure mockery. Mei Xiao had been waiting for Yang Bo to continue, but he stopped. Instead, he picked up his teacup and gently blew on the hot tea inside. Mei Xiao was terribly anxious, having completely failed to detect this man's other identities. She appeared curious, but inwardly, she asked, deeply dissatisfied, So, Master knows this man's other identity? Yes. This man is the Grand Duke of Golden Oak. Yang Bo replied calmly, taking a sip of his hot tea. What? Mei Xiao jumped up, her scalp tingling. If the other party was the Grand Duke of Golden Oak, she might have been seen through long ago, and she would have been acting like a clown in front of him. More importantly, she wondered how many experts surrounded the Grand Duke of Golden Oak, and what kind of expert he was himself. This meant she was in a very dangerous situation, unaware of it, acting like a clown. Yang Bo didn't even glance at Mei Shishia's loss of composure, instead staring at the hot tea in his hand, because Yang Bo wasn't surprised at all. As an intelligence officer, he was putting himself in a very dangerous situation. How is that possible? Master, how do you know his identity? Mei Xiaoxiao then asked curiously. There's nothing I don't know. Do you know why I only just come to you now? Yang Bo replied with a pretentious air. Mei Xiaoxiao picked up the teapot, came to Yang Bo's side, and knelt down to pour him some tea. Of course, she was deliberately revealing some of her beauty to Yang Bo. Because if I don't show up again, you might be discovered by the Grand Duke of Golden Oak. After all, you're still quite adorable. Yang Bo reached out and touched her chin, then spoke slowly. Mei Xiaoxiao was furious when she heard this. For an intelligence officer, and an intelligence officer at that. Not talking about her abilities, but talking about her looks. This was an insult, a blatant insult, but there was no way to refute it. Mei Xiaoxiao had to force herself to be cute. Although she knew she was a clown in front of him, she had to keep up the act. So how did the master know he was the Grand Duke of Golden Oak? Mei Shishia's question was quite interesting. He's only been here a short time. Before, this person was just a stand-in, a clone person using his genes. I know far more about this world than you do. The downfall of your Ashes organization has a lot to do with your own perceptions. You think you can control everything. But what happened? Yang Bo crossed his legs, looking at Mei Xiaoxiao, who was kneeling beside him. Yang Bo was actually using a psychological tactic. The reason Yang Bo didn't directly tell Mei Xiaoxiao about his Grand Duke of Golden Oak was to keep her from figuring it out. Because with someone with a somewhat perverse mindset, you can't be too transparent. You have to make them feel in awe. You have to make them paranoid. You have to make them feel like they're being watched. If you don't manage this kind of perverted mind accurately, you could easily be manipulated. I'm very dissatisfied with your work. There's not a single piece of information you can find useful, and you don't see anything unusual about this. Just contact that fat guy at the mecha repair shop over there, Yang Bo said again. Since Yang Bo was going to show up here, he definitely had to take a look around. Huh? Who's that fat guy? Mei Xiaoxiao was even more shocked, because the fat guy himself had assessed him as someone with some skills, doing some black market business. Ha ha. Yang Bo chuckled. 3 days? No, I get that fat guy's information for you in 5 days. Mei Xiaoxiao was furious when she heard that chuckle. He's one of the Federation's intelligence officers stationed on the Alliance's capital planet. Yang Bo didn't give Mei Xiaoxiao a chance to shine. This would make Mei Xiaoxiao feel very uncomfortable, and the more complex the other party's identity, the greater the blow to Mei Xiaoxiao. Chapter 1298. What? Mei Xiaoxiao was stunned. That slightly creepy, squint-eyed fat guy? Your organization's intelligence officers simply don't understand how powerful a country's intelligence organizations are. You also don't know how skilled the intelligence officers of these countries are. Many of your actions make you look like idiots in the eyes of these people. There are 4 other individuals with unusual identities on Route A from the underground city intersection to your side. I'm talking about someone other than that fat guy. I give you 6 months to find them. Yang Bo said again. Yang Bo's disguise skills had reached the Grandmaster level, so these people's disguises were a joke to him. Okay, Master. Mei Xiaoxiao was now convinced. Also, there are 2 suspicious individuals among your newly assembled team. Yang Bo added. Ah! This. Mei Xiaoxiao was stunned. Yang Bo had discovered some suspicious individuals within Mei Shishia's team from her memories. However, Yang Bo didn't know their identities. Your main task now is to keep an eye on the Grand Duke of Golden Oak. He's transferred a lot of wealth from the Empire over the years. And there's someone behind him. So you have to be careful, because the person behind him could be my mortal enemy. Yang Bo finally smoothed things over. The Grand Duke of Golden Oak is backed by the Red Countess, and Yang Bo is currently disguised as one of the Red Countess's men. Yang Bo was taking precautions to prevent Mei Xiaoxiao from discovering the truth, because keeping an eye on the Grand Duke of Golden Oak would easily reveal the Red Countess. Mei Xiaoxiao breathed a sigh of relief when she heard Yang Bo say this. No wonder the other party knew the Grand Duke of Golden Oak's true identity. It turned out he was colluding with their sworn enemy. This would make her feel better. I'm leaving first. The rest depends on your performance. If you don't complete the task I assigned you within 6 months, there's no need for us to meet again. Yang Bo said, and then he left. Damn it! Who is that? After Yang Bo left, Mei Xiaoxiao lost her earlier obedient demeanor, and was instead filled with rage and shame. The reason she acted so obediently in front of Yang Bo was actually because she wanted to understand his weaknesses. because now she could only rely on the energy potion Yongbo gave her for her development. And to prove her worth to Yongbo, she had to understand his weaknesses. It was just like dealing with a boss. You had to understand his preferences. Yongbo left the dungeon. The Grand Duke of Golden Oak didn't live here. The Grand Duke of Golden Oak lives on Tianma. This is the Alliance's capital star system, and one of the 3 major logistics hubs. As a result, Tianma is exceptionally prosperous, primarily engaged in import and export trade, with various companies and merchants. The planet is also dotted with bases and numerous underground cities. The surface of Tianma boasts numerous warehouses, for massive cargo space elevators, and for extensive airports. Yongbo returned to Lin Yu's villa first. Lin Yu was already beaming. Third Master. Lin Yu rushed over upon seeing Yongbo return. "Come on, I take you for a walk," Yongbo said, looking at the woman. This woman had flirted with him in the game, coming to him on her own initiative. Now she was his liaison with Li Yong. Of course, her performance was quite good. "Yeah," Lin Yu nodded quickly. Then Yongbo accompanied Lin Yu on a stroll around the area that afternoon. In the Alliance, no one would check personal identification information unless there was evidence of a crime. And Yongbo hadn't had to go through customs. In the Alliance's capital star system, while some planets and airports required reservations and identity verification, most other planets and airports were open to free travel. This was because some planets were military facilities, while others housed intelligence facilities or classified research. That evening, Lin Yu was very proactive, and that was at the beginning. Afterwards, it was Yongbo who took the initiative. The next day, Lin Yu received a message from Li Yong's intermediary, saying he would be available 2 days later, so Yongbo prepared to go to Tianma planet. Yongbo took public transportation, as it didn't require reservations. Besides, even in the Interstellar era, real money transactions still existed. The Grand Duke of Golden Oak, ostensibly a small businessman, lives in a modest place. The bases on the Pegasus planet come in a variety of shapes: pentagonal, circular, oval, and even ring-shaped. From a distance, these bases appear to be individual buildings. Some of these buildings are connected by transparent passageways, while others are connected by underground tunnels. The Grand Duke of Golden Oak lives in a mushroom-shaped base. This base is called the Mushroom Base. The diameter of the mushroom base reaches 500 meters at the top and 200 meters at the bottom. In the center of the mushroom is a small park with abundant greenery. The surrounding area is divided into residential areas and commercial buildings. The Grand Duke of Golden Oak lives on top of the mushroom. And it's in the outer area. Houses in the outer area are much more expensive because they have windows facing the outside. While the view outside isn't as beautiful, they allow for sunlight. Houses in areas without sunlight are much cheaper. The Grand Duke of Golden Oak also has another company in the mushroom base. This company mainly imports luxury goods for the Empire, but it's a small business. It's just one shop. After arriving on Tianma Star, Yongbo came to the mushroom base. After finding an opportunity to become invisible, he went to the luxury goods store. Yongbo didn't rush to the Grand Duke of Golden Oak's residence. There was no mention of scouting the area ahead of time, because such a person would surely have many accomplices. No one knew better than Yongbo the vast resources the Grand Duke could leverage. In fact, when Yongbo arrived at the floor of the Golden Oak where the Grand Duke's shop was located, he noticed quite a few suspicious individuals. The luxury store, called Boutique Pavilion, was not very large, only about 200 square meters, with a shop in the front and a warehouse in the back. Yongbo didn't rush inside, but observed from outside. Yongbo shook his head at the merchandise on display. Many luxury goods from the Empire couldn't be exported to the Alliance due to the Alliance's strict environmental laws. As a result, many animal and plant products were simply unsaleable. The Alliance almost banned the sale of honey, as some environmental groups believe it constitutes enslavement. The main products are tea, some coffee, and some handmade goods. The wealthy in the Alliance actually enjoy some of the Empire's luxury goods, but most of them go elsewhere. The shop has 4 employees, 1 manager and 3 employees. And they're all women. Yongbo shook his head at this. Because in the Alliance, the number of female employees far outnumbers the number of male employees, even in the luxury goods industry. Because both the boss and the customers fear being labeled by female employees. For example, if you're a male customer and buy something from a female employee, you ask and inspect the items, and then if you don't buy, the female employee might post your comments online. Then a group of independent women will criticize these male customers, who didn't buy anything. While there are still female customers, their number is relatively low. The employment rate for women is already low, with most women receiving only the minimum living allowance. The majority of wealthy people are still men. Coupled with this perverse workplace culture, the female employment rate is even lower. If the alliance hadn't implemented policies stipulating a certain percentage of female employees per company or industry, the female employment rate would likely be even lower. Because hiring a female employee could very well land you in jail. Even if you don't, your reputation will be ruined. Of course, this is probably something the Grand Duke of Golden Oak did intentionally. Because it hurts business. Yang Bo speculated that the Grand Duke of Golden Oak might have done this on purpose. Yang Bo was staking out the shop in the park outside. After watching for over an hour, he saw the store manager receive a takeaway from the unmanned robot, and then exit the small park. The takeaway contained a fruit juice drink, quite expensive because it was a pure, natural green juice. Yang Bo took advantage of the moment. The man was about to sit down to release his spiritual seed. The female store manager, Lu Qingyu, was 36 years old, single, and a user with the lowest level of E-class power. She had worked at the shop for 18 years, having started working there as soon as she reached adulthood. The reason Yang Bo didn't go directly to the Grand Duke of Golden Oak was because he was definitely surrounded by experts. Don't forget that the Empire possesses soul secrets. To evade their detection, one must master these secrets. And invisibility wouldn't be very effective against soul laws. So Yang Bo didn't rush in, but instead attacked from the periphery. Furthermore, if the Red Countess contacted the Grand Duke of Golden Oak, she would most likely come directly to the shop. So Yang Bo started with the store's customers. The store only had a little over 200 long-term customers. As for temporary and short-term customers, that number was much larger, but that wasn't Yang Bo's primary focus. Yang Bo prepared to start with the long-term customers. As soon as Yang Bo finished sorting through the long-term customers, he discovered several suspicious individuals. Yang Bo wasn't sure of their identities. Because of the energy camouflage potion, it was unclear who these individuals were. After returning to Tianyun Star, Yang Bo went through the safe house to Bart's private laboratory, where he investigated the suspicious individuals he had discovered. Yang Bo quickly locked onto a target, a member of the Alliance House of Representatives. This member came from a political family, and his mother had once been Speaker of the Alliance House of Representatives. Yang Bo also discovered that every generation of this political family had prominent female politicians. This family also engaged in business, and Yang Bo discovered that whenever this family faced a crisis, something special would happen. The Pato incident was related to a bill in the Alliance Parliament. Before the Pato incident, the Alliance House of Representatives passed a bill to cut military spending. The bill had already passed the House, and was about to be voted on by the Senate. At this critical juncture, the Pato incident broke out. The bill was not passed. This member had been proposing an increase in military spending for several years. So, after the Pato incident, his bill was quickly passed. Although Alliance politicians appear to have no ties to the military, there are numerous interests between politicians and the military-industrial complex, and between the military and the military-industrial complex. Yang Bo's intuition told him that his suspicions were correct. Yang Bo had long since realized that the Red Earl organization was no ordinary organization. It was backed by a prominent political family in the Alliance, and quite possibly even a political party within the Alliance. Of course, the probability of it being a political party was relatively low, as there were many internal conflicts within parties. If one wasn't careful, they could easily be stabbed in the back by their own people. So, the likelihood of them being from a political family was even higher. Rosie Hassan. Yang Bo looked at the information he had searched online. Rosie was 45 years old, the youngest female member of the House of Representatives. Rosie's mother, Ellie Hassan, is the president of the renowned women's political group, I Am My Own Master. This group advocates for women's autonomy over their own bodies, including childbirth, abortion, and even decisions about love, infidelity. The group's primary focus is to promote female candidates. Ellie Hassan served 2 terms as Speaker of the House of Representatives. She was also once the leader of the Democratic Party. If nothing unexpected happens, Rosie will become Speaker of the House and leader of the Democratic Party in the future. So this countess is passed down from generation to generation. And the countess doesn't refer to a single person. So, it seems the countess is a figurehead. The Hassan family is the real force behind the Red Count organization. Yang Bo, of course, knew that these politicians were merely promoted by others. Even though Rosie and others play the female card, they all changed their last names after marriage. And most powerful women in politics are married, because they rely on the power of their husband's family. TSK. Yang Bo didn't intend to investigate further. Because further investigation could easily alert the enemy. Why didn't Yang Bo dare to look up these people's identities in the alliance? It's because it would likely be marked as a sensitive word. Privacy means nothing to these alliance political families. These political families are deeply embedded in every corner of the alliance. Yang Bo left this clue here for future preparation. Because the Democratic Party is currently very powerful. At that time, he could easily trade it with other interested parties. For example, he could use this clue to exchange for other parties' recognition of his sovereignty over the Second World. These parties would definitely agree. Because the Second World doesn't involve the alliance's interests, and the alliance also emphasizes democracy and freedom. Furthermore, the Empire would likely oppose it, and the alliance would agree with whatever the Empire opposes. That's called political correctness. And because of Grand Duke Golden Oak, the Democrats might be seen as colluding with foreign powers. Even the Empire would be suspicious of them. Let's do something else first. Yang Bo prepared to do something else, and put this aside for now. Chapter 1299. Yang Bo had many other things to do elsewhere, and his identity as Prince Holden in the Second World was also facing challenges. The kingdom's nobles, seeing the prince's success, wanted to arrange a marriage for him, even though they had already fought him off last time. But the kingdom's nobles would certainly not give up. The main issue was that Yang Bo had few options with Prince Holden in the Second World. He could only let the gamers develop on their own. And Prince Holden couldn't get too close to these gamers. Disguised as Bart, Yang Bo arrived on Devon Planet, and first visited the ultra-high temperature materials laboratory, where he accumulated a considerable amount of orders. Disguised as Bart, Yang Bo stayed in the laboratory for several days. He completed all orders for the next 3 months. After that, he had the laboratory and the housekeeper slowly ship the goods. Then, disguised as Bart, Yang Bo visited Alan's Ring Hotel. The Space Technology Forum, originally scheduled for the event, had been interrupted by a terrorist attack. Now, the site of the terrorist attack has been repaired, and the damage to the Ring Hotel has also been repaired. So, the Space Technology Application Forum has been reopened. This forum was hosted by the Imperial Space Technology Oversight Committee. The attendees were primarily Imperial companies and scientists, representing 80% of the total. The remainder came from the Alliance and the Federation, with the Federation having only one research institute. These individuals were only able to participate in the forum after obtaining permits issued by the relevant Imperial authorities. In reality, the relevant Imperial authorities were unaware of the specific technologies involved in the forum. Your Excellency. Alan came out to greet Bart. Alan! Yang Bo nodded in greeting. Your Excellency. Suruoshin, also dressed in professional attire, saluted. Your Highness. Yang Bo returned the salute. Your Excellency. Your Excellency. The others in the meeting took off their hats, bowed. Yang Bo nodded without a hint of politeness, for this was the disparity between the imperial nobility. As the Grand Duke, he naturally held himself in high esteem with these people. It was only because of Suruoshin's status as a princess that the Grand Duke would return the salute. For the others, there was no need to return the salute. A nod or a hymn was considered an answer. Even ignoring these people is perfectly normal. Welcome everyone to Devon. We also welcome everyone to the Space Technology Application Forum. The unpleasant events that occurred earlier are now over. We already wasted enough of everyone's time, so this time, I announce that 200 spots will be available for a limited time for the Space Mech Return Technique. As for the allocation of these 200 spots, the Imperial Space Technology Supervisory Committee is fully authorized. Also, to allow everyone to experience the Space Mech Return Technique firsthand, we will award 30 spots each quarter for free. Mr. White will explain the relevant requirements and registration procedures in detail later. Now, let Mr. White, Chief Scientist of the Space Laboratory, explain the specific requirements for the Space Mech Return Technique. Yang Bo arrived at the forum and spoke directly without hesitation. Yang Bo was aware that many were skeptical of this technology. That's why only 30 spots were available per quarter. Let everyone experience it, and at the same time, increase Devon Star's reputation. Because all the Space Mech return points will be located on Devon Star. The key to this technology isn't the mechs themselves. It's the facilities that open the space channel and recall the mechs. These facilities are top secret. White came up, activated the virtual projection, and enabled file sharing. The Space Mech Return experience will open in 6 months. During this time, a dedicated energy laboratory will need to be rebuilt. Also, participants must possess at least B-level superpowers. As for why B-level superpowers are required, it's mainly because the experience requires a lot of protective measures. Not only the space mesh themselves, but also the space energy protection equipment. Of course, this protective equipment requires additional cost. Furthermore, there are a series of hurdles to using this technology. First, your identity must be verified by the Imperial authorities. After obtaining authorization, the user's space mech will be modified. The space mech will be equipped with relevant intelligence systems and a one-click return system. The cost of these modifications varies, as they require customization. The modified space mech can theoretically use this technology. However, for greater security, it's best to purchase energy protection equipment. These space energy protection equipment are custom-made for each individual. In addition, there's a small annual fee for this service. Then came the crucial point. This technology had a limited number of uses per year. If you wanted to use it more than once, you had to pay. This was mainly due to the high energy consumption of the technology involved. After seeing these documents, it wasn't surprising at all. Because this technology was unique to this world, it had a very high barrier to entry. Furthermore, this technology was originally reserved for the super rich. For the super rich, life was the most precious commodity. Another group involved the top experts from certain factions. These experts often undertook difficult missions, such as venturing into the center of the universe. As for whether Bart's identity would cause anyone to reject this technology, that wasn't likely, as Bart was, after all, a Grand Duke. Business was all about credibility. If Bart messed with this, it would ruin his reputation. Even Bart's sworn enemies would use this technology. These people were eager for Bart to cause trouble and be caught. After White finished his introduction, Alan, as the first chairman of the Imperial Space Technology Supervisory Committee, took the stage to speak. He mainly addressed the next phase of the Space Technology Supervisory Committee's work. First, the allocation of these 200 positions will be determined by a vote within the committee and then reported to the Empire. The Space Technology Oversight Committee is primarily responsible for abiding by the law. These matters must be handled according to procedures. Even if problems arise later, they will be solely due to procedural issues. No one can guarantee that this technology will not encounter future failures. This isn't a matter of technical safety. It's something else entirely. For example, some users could use this technology to escape after committing a crime. So there are also legal issues involved. This is what the forum will do next. First, imperial law, then international law, and the laws of the client's country. All of this must be reflected in the contract. Furthermore, these contracts must not only discuss the relevant terms in the forum, but also be submitted to the relevant imperial departments for approval. The proper procedures must be followed to avoid future problems. Also, regarding the mecha return to city technique, a separate laboratory must be selected as the receiving point for the return to city technique. It cannot be on Bart's private property. So this matter is just beginning. The forum will first discuss the relevant contract, the rights and obligations of both parties, and various laws and regulations, and then submit them to the relevant imperial departments for review. After the imperial departments have reviewed it, the company will be established. Then comes the licensing process, which of course is merely a distributorship. The true technology still resides with the Return to City Technique Company. Yang Bo left immediately after the forum. Because Bart, as the Grand Duke, didn't need to mingle with those attending the forum. Furthermore, at this sensitive moment, it wasn't convenient for Yang Bo to contact them. The current political situation within the Empire was extremely sensitive. First, the royal family, without a crown prince, was embroiled in internal strife. Additionally, the incident involving the Grand Duke of Golden Oak and the terrorist attack on Devon had a profound impact on the Empire. With the loss of a Grand Duke, the balance within the nobility was disrupted. Furthermore, intense conflict within the nobility would erupt again. Because within the Empire, each Grand Duke represents a faction, a clique. This clique often bullies others, and now, seized by this opportunity, the bullied will surely strike back. The others within this clique will seek new backers. And the other Grand Dukes, in turn, will be eyeing a share of Grand Duke Golden Oak's possessions. So, while the Empire appears quite calm recently, the storm will surely rage on for quite some time. At this sensitive time, it's a good thing that Bart isn't interacting with other nobles. Many of the people attending the forum certainly have other ideas. However, Yang Bo doesn't intend to continue competing with Bart for anything, as the recent capture of Devon Star is already sufficient. Yang Bo can recruit those within Grand Duke Golden Oak's clique, and thus strengthen his own faction. However, while recruiting others strengthens yourself, you also recruit their enemies. This means that the enemy's enemies will consider Bart an enemy. Mainly, Yang Bo doesn't have much time to stir up trouble in the Empire's political circles. Moreover, Yang Bo believed that politics was less important than the barrel of a gun. Instead of engaging in intrigue with these nobles, he would be better off scheming against the pirates or the Federation to acquire more warships for John Lee. Besides, John Lee faced numerous enemies, including the Pirate Alliance and the Federal Central State, so John Lee's power needed to be rapidly strengthened. After leaving, Yang Bo returned to Bart's Manor and spent the night there. The next day, he returned to the lab. As for the forum, the focus was currently on official procedures, with White handling the subsequent technical matters. Yang Bo then returned to March Star and continued his White Hat hacking career while also playing games. During this time, Yang Bo closely monitored news from the Federation and the Pirate Alliance. The Federation was now embroiled in a major disagreement. The main issue was the military's combat methods. The commander of the Federation squadron, which had been robbed by Yang Bo and 4 other pirate groups, criticized the military's tactics, calling them completely wrong. The military's tactics involved activating active radar to detect the enemy first, then launching long-range strikes. This was the key to the 7th Fleet's victory. However, this squadron's use of this tactic proved ineffective. The pirates' passive radar detected the active radar Federation squadron before it did. The Federation squadron's detection range was 2 million kilometers, meaning that by the time the Federation squadron detected the pirates had already discovered their intermediary. Active radar requires energy waves to reach the target and reflect back. 2 million kilometers is about 7 seconds. In that time, the pirates' passive radar would have already detected the enemy before the active radar's detection wave arrived. Active radar detection also has many blind spots. For example, pirates hide behind certain planets, making them invisible to active radar. Although the Federation's fleet is more powerful, detecting the enemy beforehand gives them the upper hand in combat. So the commander of the Federation fleet directly blamed the military for the defeat. So, there are now 2 factions within the Federation. One still wants to use the old methods of warfare, while the other believes active radar detection is the right approach. It's just that the Federation's combat effectiveness is weak. They also stated that the Federation army would need to fight in large groups, and if they had a fleet containing their main battleships, they could use this method. Furthermore, the Federation suffered heavy losses this time, and only a select few knew what was inside the fleet. And now the Federation is still suffering, unable to express its pain. If the Federation were to release this news now, the Alliance and the Empire would surely immediately raise the prices of the relevant materials, but the major conglomerates in the Federation couldn't swallow this, as the losses were enormous. 2 B-class battleships, 4 C-class battleships, and materials worth hundreds of trillions. So, the Federation Intelligence Department contacted the person who provided the information to the 7th Fleet. That was Yang Bo. Yang Bo had originally sent the email to the Federation Intelligence Department. The Federation Intelligence Department was willing to pay a high price for information on the Pirate Alliance pirate group. They had already sent Yang Bo several emails, though of course, the other party had no idea who was sending them the emails. The Pirate Alliance was also in chaos. But those pirate groups couldn't leave the Pirate Alliance because the pirates needed to sell all the loot they looted. Furthermore, these pirate groups were hoping to buy new warships from the Pirate Alliance. Yang Bo hadn't provided any intelligence to the Federal Intelligence Department. The Pirate Alliance's next hub was the mineral planet of the Federal Central State. This was something Yang Bo was happy to see, as the Pirate Alliance had recently suffered heavy losses, and the Federal Central State couldn't afford to suffer any less. Yang Bo himself acted as a balancer, balancing the power of both sides. Destroying the Central State Consortium's mineral planet would further worsen the Federal Central State Consortium's financial situation. This would reduce the threat posed by the Central State to him, and therefore to John Lee. Looks like I could blackmail the Central State? Yang Bo thought, wondering how to maximize his profits. After the Pirate Alliance attacked Mineral Planet, I immediately provided intelligence to the Central State, allowing the Central State to give the Pirate Alliance a good beating. This way, I benefit myself, weaken the Central State, and weaken the Pirate Alliance. Kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Yang Bo quickly came up with a win-win-win strategy. So Yang Bo decided to first contact the Federal Intelligence Department. He arrived at John Lee's warship and sent a message to the Federal Intelligence Department. I will provide intelligence again after the payment for the last intelligence I provided is settled. That's right, Yang Bo wanted the payment for the last intelligence payment. After all, if someone asked you for something, you'd be a fool not to set conditions. Chapter 1300. Rather than being angry about Yang Bo's email, the Federal Intelligence Department was delighted. While sending someone to reply to Yang Bo's email, the Federal Intelligence Department quickly reported the matter. The Federal Intelligence Department has been incredibly busy lately, primarily due to the series of defeats faced by the Federal Central State. Aside from the 7th Fleet's recent victory, the Federal Central State has been largely passive. Having recently lost another squadron, the pirate groups are elusive. The Federation still has spies within the pirate groups, but most pirate groups operate independently, and it's impossible for the Federation to plant spies in every group. Furthermore, the Federation's spies often provide intelligence only after an incident has occurred. This is because these pirates operate in silence and have no contact with the outside world. This puts the Federal Intelligence Department in a very passive position. And the intelligence Yang Bo provided last time was highly accurate. Of course, the federal military is currently embroiled in internal strife, which has significantly reduced the pressure on the Intelligence Department, but the Intelligence Department can only say that the pressure has been reduced. If this continues, the Intelligence Department will be left with no answers, considering how much money they spend every year. Plus, every department in Madhya Pradesh wants more funding for themselves. After all, these funds come from federal tax dollars. The Federal Intelligence Department primarily serves Madhya Pradesh, as other states don't trust it. The federal president, vice president, defense minister, and chief of staff, after receiving reports from their subordinates, immediately escalate this matter. Haven't you figured out who sent us this email yet? The federal president asked the Secretary of Homeland Security angrily. Your Excellency, the email they used was heavily disguised. We can expose their disguise, but this mysterious individual hasn't shown any hostility, so we're taking a wait-and-see approach for now, the Secretary of Homeland Security offered. The federal vice president sneered, knowing the Secretary of Homeland Security was lying. The chief of staff then spoke up. First, ask him what he wants. If he wants money, we give it to him. As long as we have the recipient's information, we be able to track him down. The Secretary of Defense nodded. I'm afraid this guy doesn't want anything. Whether he wants something or money, there's always a recipient. The federal president nodded, then said, Secretary of Security, contact him personally. Yang Bo received an email from the Federal Intelligence Department, asking what his reward was, and how much it would be. Yang Bo directly emailed the other party. You Federation don't want others to know that your major victory was due to intelligence provided by others, right? Yang Bo's email message was threatening. This interstellar war broke human history, with the largest number of warships ever involved. 16 pirate groups were nearly annihilated. Except for the 4 pirate groups that John Lee had exploited and retained most of their warships, the remaining 12 pirate groups were almost completely destroyed. So the Federation exaggerated this victory, even calling the 7th Fleet's commander a god of war. There was no mention of any other intelligence to support this claim. The Federation president, vice president, and their group read the mysterious individual's email reply. They had initially had some favorable impressions of him, but upon seeing his response, the Federation president snorted coldly. This **** is definitely a pirate. The Federation vice president nodded. His attitude is 100% pirate-like. Ask him what the reward is. I'm not afraid he won't ask for it. I'm just afraid he won't ask for too little. When it's no longer useful, sell it. The Federation president deeply disliked Yang Bo's threatening tone. Of course, they didn't know the mysterious individual was Yang Bo at the moment. The director of the 1st Intelligence Division of the Federal Intelligence Department quickly emailed the mysterious individual. I wonder what your reward is? Yang Bo replied, you decide what the reward is. You don't want to be disgraced, do you? And if you want further intelligence, you must demonstrate sufficient sincerity. The director of the 1st Intelligence Division of the Federal Intelligence Department turned back to look at the group behind him. The Federation president continued, whatever you ask him for, whether it's money or something else, we can satisfy you, and the prospects for our future cooperation are very bright. After seeing the other party's email, Yang Bo replied directly, I want artificial standard energy stones worth 10 trillion credits. Yang Bo decided to use his identity as the leader of the Silver Moon Pirates to deal with the Federal Central State. After the Federation's personnel saw Yang Bo's email, the Federation vice president chuckled. This guy has revealed himself to be a member of the pirate group. Artificial standard energy stones are mainly used for warships. The Federation chief of staff said, we still need to bargain. The Federation president finally said, keep sending him emails. First, bargain, and then ask him if he has any latest intelligence. After receiving the email, Yang Bo replied directly, no bargaining possible. Please settle the fee for the last intelligence first, and then we can discuss our next cooperation. The federal president saw Yang Bo's reply and said, "Have him provide another piece of intelligence, and we settle it together then." After seeing the message from the Federal Intelligence Department, Yang Bo pondered for a moment before sending the email. "The Pirate Alliance is indeed planning a joint operation this time, but I don't have the exact information yet, and my information wasn't obtained for free, so it depends on your sincerity." When the federal president and his men saw the email from the mysterious individual, their hearts jumped to their throats. The federal chief of staff asked, "Your Excellency, is this guy saying this on purpose?" The Minister of Defense nodded. "I think this guy is just exaggerating, and he's probably trying to pressure us into paying him first." The Federal Secretary of Homeland Security agreed. The Pirate Alliance has just suffered a heavy blow. It's impossible for them to organize another joint operation anytime soon. The Pirate Alliance had just suffered a heavy blow from the federal government, so these people believed that the Pirate Alliance would not be able to conduct a large-scale joint operation anytime soon. The Vice President of the Federation disagreed, saying, "I don't think the Pirate Alliance will give up. The previous defeat will exacerbate internal conflicts within the Pirate Alliance, and the Pirate Alliance Council will undoubtedly seek to restore the Pirate Alliance's credibility. So the Pirate Alliance's best course of action is to secure another major victory quickly." The President of the Federation spoke directly, asked him where he traded the artificial standard energy stone we're giving him for 15 trillion credits, and also tried to find out his identity. So someone emailed Yang Bo, "We can agree to your request. We can provide a one-time payment of 15 trillion credits for the standard artificial energy stones. However, who are you? How can we trust you to accurately obtain intelligence?" Yang Bo saw the message and knew they were trying to pry into his identity, but he didn't care. He sent another email. "If you can provide 20 trillion credits for the standard energy stones, I promise to provide detailed information within 2 weeks of receiving them. As for my identity, that's just nonsense. I must be a pirate to get so much information." After reading the email, the Federation president and his men all exclaimed, "This greedy, shameless fellow actually wants 20 trillion credits worth of standard energy stones. This guy is truly a pirate. We were right. Only pirates are so greedy. We must be cautious when facing pirate greed. These guys have absolutely no morals. This could be a trap. Actually, there's a huge conflict between the pirates and the Pirate Alliance, but the pirates and the Pirate Alliance are inseparable. Ask him where he's doing the transaction." Yang Bo saw the message from the Federation Intelligence Department and replied, "Prepare the standard energy stones first, then provide the coordinates. I'll let you know the rest. After I get the energy stones, I gather more information as soon as possible." The Federation president had no choice. If the news of their previous victory were publicized, it would deal a huge blow to the Federation's reputation. Of course, the Federation president and his men deeply resented this mysterious individual, because this mysterious individual's email was a threat to them, and this threat could bring them to ruin at any time. This despicable is just saying this now. If this guy had said this beforehand, we could have changed our propaganda. This guy is blatantly blackmailing us. Give him 20 trillion credits worth of artificial standard energy stones. The more he takes, the more awful his death will be. That's right, he betrayed the Pirate Alliance when he sent us the intelligence, and now he's threatening us. No wonder this sent us the intelligence. It seems he's not well received in the Pirate Alliance either." The Federation president issued a direct order. "Send him a message saying we agree." After receiving the email, Yang Bo didn't reply, but waited for a response. In fact, the intelligence from that time wasn't worth even 10 trillion credits. Because the last intelligence was so crucial, but for Yang Bo, this was a windfall. Furthermore, Central State's finances were currently tight, and several of its major financial groups were in dire straits. Its government departments were facing dissolution due to non-payment of taxes by other states. Furthermore, the federal Central State was currently at war with the Pirate Alliance, and this artificial standard was a strategic material. Even if Yang Bo asked for more, they wouldn't give him anything. Hee hee. Yang Bo chuckled, convinced that the Federation would stall for time. This was even better. After he obtained the energy stone, he could buy some time before sending them the news about the Pirate Alliance's operation. In other words, he would only inform the federal Central State government after the Pirate Alliance's pirate groups launched a large-scale attack on the Central State's mineral planet. He wanted to let the Central State know the cost of delaying. Then he could charge a higher price the next time he sold them intelligence. These guys' money isn't their own anyway. Yang Bo's wishful thinking resonated loudly. Yang Bo was only trying to give them the illusion that they were late in providing him with energy. In reality, No matter how long they were providing him with energy, he would wait until the Pirate Alliance's pirate groups took action before sending them a message. Of course, once they had that illusion, the next transaction would be quicker, and he could even make more money. Yongbo wanted to be the balancer between the federal central state and the Pirate Alliance. Whoever was stronger, he would take on them. If the Pirate Alliance was stronger, he would sell the information to the federal central state or take action himself. If the central state was stronger, he would join the other pirates in fleecing the central state, because there were many more tricks waiting for the federal central state. Right now, it was just robbery, but there were also kidnapping and extortion. Look at the massive terrorist attack the Pirate Alliance staged on March Star. The Federation had to delay delivering the energy stone to Yongbo, as they were letting the intelligence department investigate first. If they could get information from elsewhere, they wouldn't have to pay Yongbo so much. So, the Federal Intelligence Department quickly sent a message to their spies within the Pirate Alliance. However, the internal structure of the pirate group meant that the spies couldn't obtain any further information. On the one hand, pirate groups operate independently, only gathering temporarily for joint operations. On the other hand, even Federation spies within these pirate groups, unless they're high up in the group, ordinary members have no idea where they're supposed to be before the real fight begins. Yongbo unexpectedly made a small fortune and returned to March Star. Huh? After returning to March Star, Yongbo prepared to check out the company. He had also cast a spiritual seed on Lu Jingxiang. What Yongbo didn't expect was that Nolan had actually joined his company. She was the former crown prince's consort. Because a legitimate company needs basic staff, for example, accounting, finance, cashier, and HR. And the accountant, finance, and cashier can't all be the same person. So Lu Jingxiang hired 3 people, all women. One of them was Nolan. This made Yongbo less inclined to go to the company, so he simply continued his white hat hacking at home, finding more vulnerabilities. Then Yongbo discovered he had run into a small problem. To be precise, it was Prince Holden of the Second World. Yongbo had planted a spiritual seed in Prince Holden's steward, so whenever something happened, it would quickly appear in the Second World. Congratulations, Your Highness. His Majesty has sent a proposal to the Kingdom of Harlan. The Princess of Harlan is expected to arrive in Your Highness's territory in 3 months. His Majesty has specially dispatched 200 craftsmen and 500 slaves to decorate the venue for a grand wedding. Prince Holden's stepfather had sent someone to inform Prince Holden. Yongbo saw through their scheme immediately. Prince Holden's territory was already small in population. Now, with 200 craftsmen and 500 slaves, they were throwing an extravagant wedding. This was going to bankrupt Prince Holden. Yongbo was considering how to get out of this predicament. Chapter 1301. Yongbo wanted to use the name of thriftiness, but that wouldn't work in the Second World, because nobles valued face. Thank you, Father. This prince will make every effort. Please have the special envoy report back to Father. Yongbo quickly came up with a plan, and respectfully escorted the envoy away. Come on, escort the envoy aboard. Yongbo gave the envoy no chance, and had him escorted aboard. The envoy dared not resist, but in his heart, he cursed Prince Holden profusely, and resolved to denounce him upon his return. In reality, Prince Holden's reputation within the kingdom had already been tarnished by these people. Prince Holden wasn't even in the kingdom to begin with, but in this remote territory. Additionally, he had offended many nobles, who had spread rumors. As a result, Prince Holden's reputation was now extremely bad throughout the kingdom. After driving the messenger away, Yongbo summoned the mayor, deputy mayor, sheriff, and the heads of farms, ranches, quarries, and fisheries. Prince Holden's territory was named Coastal Town. The mayor, deputy mayor, sheriff, and the heads of farms, ranches, and other farms were all elected from the players. The appointments were made quarterly. This meant that if you didn't perform well this quarter, you wouldn't be allowed to work the next quarter. This approach wouldn't work for the natives of the Second World, as they needed a stable government. But for the players within the territory, it was perfectly normal. It was like being a CEO. Managing a business depends on performance. If performance is good, the CEO will continue. If performance is poor, the CEO will definitely be fired. Mayor Harden, Deputy Mayor Mu, just one name, and the sheriff, with a glass of green wine, all looked at Prince Holden. They were privately discussing their situation, wondering why Prince Holden had called the meeting. 300 craftsmen, freely distribute them among your departments. 500 slaves, awarded to you by this prince, will be selected based on their contribution to the territory. Yongbo's plan was simple. The kingdom wanted to use slaves and craftsmen to drag him down. He would assign these craftsmen directly to his various departments. Then he would award the slaves to the players. This way, he could shift his financial burden. Yang Bo could offer a large amount of gold, but that would cause inflation throughout the territory, and any abnormality in funds would likely attract the attention of the Second World's administrators. After hearing Prince Holden's words, the gamers erupted in excitement. "Thank you, Your Highness. Thank you, Your Highness, your wisdom and might. Long live Your Highness." The gamers were incredibly excited. Because in the second game world, it was impossible for a commoner to own a slave. Commoners simply didn't have the qualifications to purchase slaves, not to mention these gamers were outsiders. Outsiders could only purchase slaves after attaining a noble title. Silence. Yang Bo knew this. This action would make these gamers feel incredibly proud in real life, and it would also give them a sense of accomplishment. Of course, the stronger their sense of accomplishment now, the angrier they would be if the Second World game officials ruined their lives in the future. Listen up. This prince allocates 50 gold coins for the development of long-range weapons. Allocate 50 gold coins for the development of a hydraulic forging system. Allocate 50 gold coins for the development of a new sailing system. Yang Bo issued another series of orders. These were all requests submitted by the players in the territory before. But Yang Bo rejected them. The main reason he agreed now was that he feared the kingdom would be disadvantageous to him. Of course, 50 gold coins wouldn't be enough for these developments. But after all, these guys are gamers. The price of game coins has reached a terrifying level. The surge in the price of game coins is mainly due to large-scale purchases. That is, the night territory that was divided from Yang Bo's game character's territory. The players in the night territory will only realize the cost of ruling a village when they actually do. Everything costs money, and the resources in the second game world are scarce to begin with, and they are controlled by the nobles. To build their own villages, these gamers need to purchase supplies, and the prices of these supplies continue to rise. In a backward world like the second world, excessive consumption of supplies within a region is difficult to replenish because shipping costs are a major issue. This is also why disaster relief was so difficult in ancient times. It's because of transportation capacity. Yes, Your Highness. The gamers were overjoyed to hear that they had received more money. They discovered that Prince Holden had returned to his occult studies. These gamers weren't surprised at all, because this was the gamer world, and people in ancient times also enjoyed studying these things. Yang Bo could only handle matters within Prince Holden's territory. As for what to do next, he had no plans to return to the kingdom, unless they sent troops to attack him. Now Yang Bo was worried about some disease spreading in Prince Holden's territory, because in a civilization like the Second World, if some malignant infectious disease broke out, the entire territory would be doomed. Yang Bo left Prince Holden's castle, and reached Li Zhan's warship. Li Zhan's fleet returned to Kolia State. 200 engineers from the Empire were preparing for the construction of the dock. The dock's design was Yang Bo's. The 200 engineers' job was to carry out the construction according to the blueprints. The dock's parts, especially the basic mechanical parts, were all ordered from other mining companies. These parts required specialized personnel to inspect them, and then keep records of the data. An intelligent construction platform also needed to be built. The blueprints, construction techniques, and other information would need to be imported into the intelligent construction platform. Also, the software controlling the various construction robots used by the intelligent construction platform was needed. In the interstellar age, the more advanced the product, the more it relied on people. Because the more advanced the product, the more human assistance is needed. If a problem occurs with high-end manufacturing, the resulting losses are enormous. On the other hand, even if a problem occurs with low-end manufacturing, the losses are not significant. Thus, all high-end manufacturing requires human assistance, which simply increases labor costs. Another point is that the robotic programs used in high-end manufacturing are not the most intelligent, because no one knows if these robot programs have vulnerabilities. Most high-end manufacturing robots use local area network control and manual verification, meaning that every command requires human confirmation. If all systems were intelligent, once hacked, everything would be visible to the hacker. And manual verification requires human identity verification every time. The 200 engineers were also surprised that Li Zhan could come up with such a dock. However, these people were accustomed to following orders in the Empire, so no one questioned the blueprints Li Zhan presented. Furthermore, in the eyes of the Imperials, these warlords of the Federation were extremely brutal. More importantly, these Imperial engineers had some very bold speculations about the dock design Yang Bo had presented. They speculated that Li Zhan was a spokesperson for the Empire. The main reason for this was the series of experiences these engineers had that was truly bizarre. 2 B-class battleships being tested by the Empire were secretly sold by a certain prince, and the engineers on the test vessels were sold along with them. And then John Lee had all the blueprints for the battleship dock. The 3 nations' shipyards were designed by numerous companies working together, and the Empire's battleship dock involved over 60 companies involved in designing and manufacturing the ship. For one thing, the technical requirements for a battleship dock are very high, and no single company can truly master all the necessary technologies. The entire battleship dock is not only a massive intelligent manufacturing plant, but also a war fortress. Of course, a deeper issue is the limited number of warships that can be produced. A dedicated company dedicated to designing and manufacturing this thing would be bankrupt. Furthermore, a warship dock has an extremely long service life. When there's no war, it's likely used for system upgrades and the like. Thus, the collaboration of dozens of companies is necessary. On the other hand, dividing the work among dozens of companies prevents leaks, as spies can only steal the technology of one or a few companies, not all of them. Of course, the most important factor is funding. The funding involved in warship dock construction is too high to justify a single company's profits. Furthermore, these companies saw the Empire's trade warships being seized from pirates by John Lee. There are many problems here. Officially, the authority over the trade warships lies with the pirates, not the Empire. However, no one understands the difficulty of cracking this authority better than these engineers. What makes these engineers even more certain is that their family members were easily delivered to the Federation, and these engineers never imagined that John Lee could actually destroy the biochip in their brains. Although the engineers heard Lee John's explanation, they all assumed that the Empire had given Lee John the control of the biochip, allowing him to perform such operations. If a biochip could truly be destroyed so easily, it wouldn't be a biochip. Of all these events, even a single one couldn't be called a coincidence, even more so when so many of them come together, so the engineers worked diligently. They also discovered that the design of this dock was similar to some of the Empire's previous dock designs. The spiritual seeds Yang Bo released to these people knew what they were thinking. But Yang Bo didn't object. Sometimes misunderstandings can be a good thing. When Yang Bo returned to Kolia State, no one knew where John Lee was, because no one knew which warship John Lee was actually aboard. General. Lisa and Vivian looked at John Lee as he appeared, but they didn't ask where he had been recently. For one thing, they were both very busy. As the deputy captain of a B-class warship, Lisa's first priority was to recruit enough soldiers and officers for the ship. And as John Lee's secretary, Vivian had to manage relationships with all parties, primarily accepting bribes. Both were very satisfied with their current lives, so when they saw John Lee, they admired him from the bottom of their hearts. Although Vivian was once a singer and had many admirers, her social status was just that. And now there are congressmen, senators, and even company directors, shareholders, and CEOs. Moreover, they're directors and shareholders of major international companies, fawning over me in every possible way. This kind of social status isn't even available to singers. Vivian has so many luxury goods, she could fill several rooms. These were all gifts. How's work going lately? Yang Bo knew what the two of them did, but he still had to ask. General, the Federal Central State has imposed sanctions on us, forbidding their technical personnel from coming to our state. I recruited many alumni, but none of them can come to us. The battleship is overwhelmed with personnel. Lisa complained softly, hugging John Lee's arm tightly. I can't help it. Here's how. I give you a special budget. I doubt those parasites in Madhya Pradesh won't be greedy, Yang Bo said. Yang Bo really enjoyed Lisa's flirtatiousness. Thank you, General. Lisa was delighted. If she hadn't met John Lee, she never have dreamed of becoming a captain. Lisa also knew that if she hadn't been recruited by the intelligence department, she would at best be an assistant to an officer on a warship. And most likely not an officer. She was just entertaining the officers on the warships. After all, a warship went out on patrol for at least 10 days to half a month. As an officer, what's the point of enjoying so much? Because in the Federation, it all comes down to background. No matter how talented you are, you can't compete with the descendants of the scholar officials. These families are truly scholar officials, integrating politics, business, and the military. They're arguably even more powerful than the imperial nobility. The imperial nobility, at least on the surface, are very gentlemanly, and they treat the people of their territories very well. Being a slave to the nobles meant a lifetime of worry-free food and clothing, with no worries about anything. Just 2 words: obedience. In these cities of the Federation, civilians were the victims of exploitation, and they were only exploited with no regard for benefits or anything like that. So, even though Lisa was a genius, she couldn't become a captain. Furthermore, the Federation's consortiums and families had even tighter control over these geniuses. They wouldn't let them escape their control, and if they showed any second thoughts, they would be killed. General, these are gifts from some companies. Vivian also presented her recent finds. Excellent. You can divide the gifts among yourselves, and keep the money in the bank for now. Yang Bo glanced at them and said, Thank you, General. The two hurriedly thanked him. Wei Weiyan, please notify the ministers for a meeting tomorrow, and the Senate will also meet tomorrow. Yang Bo's main purpose for this meeting was to obtain export authorization for the warships. As the governor of Korea State, John Lee must abide by the law. Although the warships hadn't been built yet, the necessary procedures had to be followed. Also, another meeting would be held regarding the fleet personnel. Chapter 1302. Yang Bo lived on the warship while in Kolia State. The next morning, Yang Bo arrived at the governor's mansion by fighter plane. Your Excellency the Governor! Your Excellency the Governor! The ministers of Kolia State were waiting outside the governor's mansion. Although Yang Bo was already an hour late, these people still looked fawning. There was nothing he could do. Look at those warships gleaming in the starlight in the sky. That's a sign of strength. Sorry, I'm late. Yang Bo was up late after being treated well by Lisa and Vivian last night. Your Excellency the Governor is a very busy man. We just arrived. The Minister of Justice and the Minister of Security quickly replied. This emergency meeting is mainly because the warships are short-handed. Everyone, think of a solution. Madhya Pradesh and the Pirate Alliance are fighting fiercely right now. Once Madhya Pradesh has a chance, they definitely attack us. Yang Bo walked in front, followed by a dozen ministers. Yang Bo spoke. The dozen or so ministers followed Yang Bo, listening quietly. After arriving at the conference room, everyone sat down. I'm sorry to trouble you all with this matter. And there's a high probability that there will be more warships in the future. Also, my warship manufacturing company wants to obtain import and export rights for warships. Yang Bo finally stated his purpose in a casual manner. The ministers present were actually from various companies. Since the meeting wasn't confidential, they shared the meeting's contents with the senior management of each company. Governor, don't worry. The warship manpower issue will be resolved soon. We already addressed it from many fronts. In both the Empire and the Federation, many graduates graduate from relevant professional schools each year, but few find employment. It's just that these two countries have imposed some restrictions on the export of these talented individuals, so it's a bit more difficult for them to come to our Korea State. The Minister of Justice said. The company behind the Minister of Justice is a financial consortium within the alliance. The Minister of Defense said, Governor, rest assured. We will quickly enact legislation to resolve the warship import and export issue. The proper process still requires legislation. Members of the House of Representatives must submit a bill, which will then be voted on. The Senate will then vote. Only after both houses pass the bill will it be officially implemented. Governor, may I ask how the warship energy engine is being developed? The Minister of Culture asked. I'm worried about this. While there are many companies in the Federation capable of manufacturing energy engines, they're mostly in Madhya Pradesh. And there's only one company capable of manufacturing battleship energy engines. If you have a suitable candidate, please introduce them to me. Yang Bo was planning to develop energy engines himself, but he still needed someone to take the blame. Because battleship energy engines are only manufactured by 4 companies in the entire galaxy, 1 in the Empire, 2 in the Alliance, and 1 in the Federation. The Alliance has 2 companies because of the Alliance's antitrust laws. Otherwise, it would still be just 1 company. This Minister of Culture is also backed by a consortium from the Alliance. Of course, no problem. The Minister of Culture, whose consortium was involved in the manufacture of battleship energy engines, said, Battleship energy engines are indeed strategic materials, but they are not subject to import and export controls by any country. That's because those who can build warships won't use energy engines from other countries. Because other companies won't sell the control programs for energy engines. This means that if a war breaks out, the other side can directly control the control programs for the energy engines. Yang Bo wasn't actually looking to buy them, but rather to contact them so that he could successfully manufacture his own battleships. The outside world believed that the battleship energy engines were purchased from these companies. If you have any information, please contact my secretary Vivian, and we discuss it in detail. Yang Bo said again. Okay. The Minister of Culture was beaming. Exporting energy engines would not only generate huge profits for the consortium behind them, but would also expand the Alliance's influence in Korea State. Only 20% of the companies in Korea State are currently controlled by local forces. The rest are controlled by alliance and imperial conglomerates. This is unavoidable, as planets like Korea State don't export any special products. They are simply dumping grounds for interstellar trade. Korea State primarily operates gambling and other businesses. But behind these businesses, there are also shadows of alliance and imperial conglomerates. To be more precise, many casinos and entertainment venues in the Federation are controlled by alliance conglomerates. This means that alliance conglomerates are engaging in activities in the Federation that are illegal in their own countries. Of course, some are also involved in pharmaceutical research and the like. Of course, these companies certainly have bad intentions, because if you use their energy engines, they might fail at a critical moment, and these companies are ostensibly owned by the Korea State, so they could easily take over the warships. At that point, these people will divide up John Lee's assets. So, while those present were superficially respectful to John Lee, they were secretly calling him an idiot. Because John Lee came from a relatively humble background in the Federation, he was looked down upon by these people. These people had doubted John Lee, but no matter who put themselves in John Lee's shoes, there was nothing they could do. Of course, these people also suspected John Lee of having imperial influence behind him. But these companies only believed that the empire could provide backing. And don't forget that many companies in the Korea State also have imperial backgrounds. Yang Bo signed some more documents that the governor was supposed to sign, without even looking at them. Then Yang Bo returned to the warship. The minister who had just attended the meeting turned around and entered a club. There were still a dozen people in the club. Our Governor John Lee is a bit incompetent. He always rushes to the planet and leaves just as quickly. They all went to a room and found their seats. Someone chuckled. He's just afraid of death. What else does he own besides a warship? He also has 2 women. Ha ha ha. The 30-plus people roared with laughter. These people actually looked down on John Lee because he was once just a shareholder in a company. How many people does a shareholder of a small company have under his wing? And now this shareholder is over everyone else, bossing everyone around. I have to say, this John Lee is a real fighter. This is just the right time for him to fight. The more warships he brings back now, the more severe the retaliation he faced from Madhya Pradesh and the Pirate Alliance. There's no way we attack the governor. Of course. The only ones who could attack our governor are Madhya Pradesh or the Pirate Alliance. John Lee is still wary of us. We have no idea what's inside his 2 B-class warships. Can he defend himself against us? In fact, these companies have long been trying every possible means to insert people around John Lee. In Weiwei's secretariat, these companies have inserted several women. In addition, some alumni invited by Lisa also have people from these companies. We need to speed up. We have too many warships and too few personnel. Actually, we don't need to rush now. We should wait until John Lee's warship dock is completed and a finished warship is ready before we start. We definitely have to wait until the dock is completed. The Empire will be relying on you then, said the head of a company with alliance background. Don't worry about that. The one colluding with John Lee is most likely our Emperor. The Emperor has been trying every possible means to pull off these little tricks outside these days. The warship that Malay Bart brought from Pandora disappeared mid-transit. It must have been taken over by the Emperor. Perhaps these warships will appear in our Korea State later. That would be even better. I think we have several main tasks right now. The first is to quickly fill the fleet with manpower. These people will need a period of adaptation after they board the warships. The second is to place people around John Lee. John Lee is quite cautious. The 2 women he's closest to are the ones closest to him, and he doesn't usually live on the planet. The third is the energy engine. Your alliance should contribute to this. The fourth is to expedite the supply of supplies, and strive to complete the construction of John Lee's warship dock as soon as possible. I also think we need to speed up the process. John Lee will bring this back later. The more warships that arrive, the worse it will be for us. Anyway, given the economic level of our Korea State, we certainly can't maintain too many warships for long. I also think we need to hurry. Who knows when the war between Madhya Pradesh and the Pirate Alliance will end? Once it's over, we must push John Lee out. Let him take all the responsibility, so Madhya Pradesh can't attack us. Otherwise, Madhya Pradesh might just come and seize our fleet. Yes. We must use various means to restrict and control John Lee. Okay. Everyone present nodded. These people have been in Korea State for many years, and their interests have long been clearly divided. John Lee, who suddenly appeared out of nowhere, became their public enemy. However, John Lee was too powerful, possessing so many warships, so they had no choice but to proceed slowly. And John Lee, on the other hand, presented them with numerous opportunities. Lee John's actions looked like idiocy to these people. Of course, they also knew Lee John had no choice. They had already planned to eventually use outsiders to eliminate Lee John. Since Yang Bo left Korea State, the Federal Intelligence Department has yet to respond. And the Pirate Alliance has already begun organizing pirate groups, preparing to attack most of the Central State Consortium's mineral planets. After returning to March Star, Yang Bo took a look at the mutant animals he had raised in the villa's basement laboratory. The most numerous species in Yang Bo's laboratory were gerbils, followed by attributeless mutant leeches, bugs capable of gnawing at Warship armor, and interstellar creatures. Where did the Red Earl's people get these bugs? Could it be that the Red Earl also controls a planet? Are there no similar bugs on Green Devil Planet? Yang Bo wondered. Yang Bo knew his guess was a bit bold, but it was still quite logical, because mutant bugs like these aren't bred in a laboratory, but grow naturally. This meant that there were other planets with such mutant bugs. The probability of bug mutation is the lowest. Although the bug population is large, Yang Bo hasn't found any information on the existence of other planets. What kind of planet could possibly give rise to such bugs? Yang Bo asked, looking at the 3 bugs trapped in the ceramic device. There was only 1 bug before, but last time, 3 were seized from the Red Earl. That's Zhang Sin's villa. This means there's probably a population of this kind of bugs in the Red Earl's area. I won't discuss the strength of the battleship's armor. This bug can chew a hole through the armor in a fraction of a second. The most crucial thing is that it possesses very little energy. The most crucial feature of this bug is its dense ring of teeth. If energy were used to cut the hole it burrowed into the battleship's armor, the energy consumed would be tens of thousands of times greater than the bug's own energy. This bug's habitat must be extremely dangerous. And this bug maximizes its energy utilization. Could it be that the Red Earl organization is more than it appears? Could there be other mysterious organizations? Yang Bo released his spiritual seeds to all 3 bugs. However, these bugs' memories were fuzzy, and their intelligence wasn't particularly high, just slightly higher than that of ordinary bugs. Yang Bo paused, having already made arrangements targeting the Red Earl. Already monitoring the Grand Duke of Golden Oak store, Yang Bo had observed the Grand Duke of Golden Oak store manager over the past few days, and he found him acting like a diligent small business owner. He couldn't find a single flaw. Furthermore, the people he interacted with were mostly from surrounding shops, though these people were, of course, arranged by the Grand Duke of Golden Oak. After coming out from the basement, Yang Bo saw a message from Lu Jingxiang on his watch, saying another company wanted him as a spokesperson. Su Wei and the other 2 were resting. They've been working hard, training in superpowers and mechas, and even finding time to learn other things. It's rainy season again. Yang Bo left the villa in his smart flying car, only to discover that it was raining heavily outside. This kind of weather has a significant impact on energy weapons. Yang Bo arrived at the company's underground garage. The company's property, a 5-story building with fortress-like construction, had been purchased by Yang Bo. Welcome, boss. As the elevator opened on the 5th floor, Yang Bo saw employees lining up to greet him. Chapter 1303. Yang Bo felt overwhelmed by this scene. How valuable was an all-female company in the Alliance, even though there were only 6 female employees in the entire company? Hello everyone, please don't be so polite, Yang Bo said. Lu Jingxiang was the general manager, Zhou Kersen was the deputy general manager in charge of finance, and there was another person Yang Bo knew well, the former Crown Princess Nolan, now known as Yulia, who was the company's cashier. There was another person named Li Qiubai, who was in charge of logistics. Yang Bo had long known that there was something fishy about this Li Qiubai. These 4 female employees were all beautiful. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen were old acquaintances, not to mention them. Although Yulia was dressed plainly, she was naturally beautiful. And as the crown princess, her looks were definitely not bad. This Li Qiubai was even more beautiful than Yulia, deliberately dressing plainly, and her hair didn't seem to suit her face shape. Yang Bo knew that this Li Qiubai was probably a member of an intelligence organization. However, Lu Jingxiang couldn't tell from her memories which organization the other person belonged to. This was also Yang Bo's main reason for coming here, primarily to prevent someone from infiltrating a terrorist organization. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen looked at Yang Bo with a hint of resentment in their eyes. They had made a fortune when they went to the Empire Sword competition with Yang Bo. Although they had made money, they had lost everything from investing in the stock market and other things over the past few years, and were now in debt. Of course, what these 2 people didn't know was that the stock they invested in was falling because of Yang Bo's manipulation. The two of them bought insurance funds and encountered various terrorist attacks. The insurance company paid out excessive amounts, causing the stock price to plummet. They invested in robots and other things, and then, due to concerns about the safety of the robots, they bankrupted the robot manufacturing companies. In fact, both of them had feelings for Yang Bo before, but they didn't take the initiative at the time. After all, they were raised in the alliance, and they inherently dislike being too proactive with men. And now, Yang Bo has become one of the top young rich people. He has achieved success in both career and love, and his fame and influence in the alliance are growing. Yulia glanced at Yang Bo curiously. This is the alliance's renowned cleaner in the empire. Not only did he crush the younger generation of the empire's nobles, he even abducted the princess, leaving the nobles furious. Li Qiubai also looked at Yang Bo curiously. He grew up in a welfare institution, and in just a few years, he went from a welfare resident to a person of immense influence. It's no wonder the alliance's top brass was curious about Yang Bo. What could have caused him to change so drastically in such a short period of time? Okay. The four nodded at Yang Bo's words. Yang Bo, this is Yulia, the company's cashier. This is Li Qiubai, and this one is in charge of logistics. Zhou Kersen is in charge of finance. Since the company hasn't started any specific business yet, there are only four of us for now. Lu Jingxiang introduced them. Hello, my name is Yang Bo, and welcome to the company. Yang Bo politely greeted Yulia. Yulia nodded. Hello, my name is Yulia. Please take care of me. Let's work together. Yang Bo nodded. Hello, my name is Yang Bo, welcome. Yang Bo greeted Li Qiubai again. Mr. Yang Bo, I long heard of you. I look forward to your guidance. Li Qiubai extended his hand. Let's work together. Yang Bo didn't expect the other party to extend his hand, so he did the same. Li Qiubai's fingers were slender, long, white, and soft to the touch. And during the handshake, the other party directly hooked his palm with his little finger. Yang Bo also applied a little pressure and gave it a light pinch. Since the other party was going to deal with him, he naturally had to fall into their trap. Because Yang Bo didn't have much social experience, appearing too shrewd would only make others think he was incredible. Li Qiubai felt Yang Bo's hand pinch him, and the corners of his mouth curled up even more. That's it, worthy of a dispatch from an ace intelligence officer like me? We're having a company lunch today. Let's discuss what we like to eat. Yang Bo said. Yang Bo, our company still hasn't had any business. This isn't a solution. Lu Jingxiang spoke first. Although Yang Bo had bought the entire building for property management, only the top floor was used for offices. The floor below was staff quarters. Yulia and Li Qiubai lived in the dormitory. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen also sometimes lived in the dormitory. They both had houses, but theirs had been frozen by the bank due to stock market debt. There was no need for a meeting room for just a few people. They could just sit down in the office area. Once seated, Yang Bo felt a little regretful. The four people were dressed in business attire, leaving several pairs of long, white legs exposed before him. Yang Bo simply picked up his teacup and walked over to the window, leaning against it. He then said, I created a website, which will be managed by the company. It's primarily for publishing my research. This website, Yang Bo said, projecting a virtual image on his smartwatch. Li Qiubai observed Yang Bo's expression and didn't find him acting out of place. Because Yang Bo's behavior was consistent with that of most men in the alliance. Gender antagonism is severe in the alliance, so men are wary of women in this way, giving them no chance at all. Of course, it's different in entertainment venues, because everyone's there for fun. Researching alien life? Lu Jingxiang asked, looking at the virtual image. Zhou Kersen looked at Yang Bo, feeling a mixture of emotions. She wished she had been more proactive. Yulia also observed Yang Bo's virtual image. She hadn't expected the alliance's cleaners to actually be researching interstellar life. Li Qiubai wasn't paying attention to the virtual projection Yang Bo was releasing, but rather carefully observing Yang Bo himself, because Li Qiubai already knew Yang Bo had a young interstellar creature. Yang Bo's behavior wasn't illegal, as there weren't any laws or regulations related to interstellar creatures before. Yes, I'd be publishing 2 more papers soon. Also, if anyone else wants to publish a paper, please send it to my email address and I review it. Also, I've been learning hacking techniques lately, and I've been making some progress. This is my White Hat hacker account, which the company also manages. You can also take on some missions. Yang Bo waved his hand again, and the virtual projection shifted. Wow! Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen were stunned. They hadn't expected Yang Bo to possess hacking skills, And judging by the high-level account of this white-hat hacker, he was a high-level hacker. You know, in this world, becoming a hacker is incredibly difficult. In the age of intelligence, while there are many programs, many of them are constantly self-checking. This makes finding vulnerabilities even more challenging. Do you have any other questions? Yang Bo asked, taking a sip of water. Boss. Li Qiubai raised his hand. Yang Bo nodded in agreement. Li Qiubai then asked, Boss, what is our company's main business? For now, our company focuses on these two businesses. We talk about the future later. Yang Bo said. Also, our company offers a lot of flexibility. Everyone can work remotely. I won't be coming to the office very often in the future. We mainly communicate via email. Yang Bo added. Okay, I go check out my office first. Yang Bo felt a little uncomfortable around these women. And Yang Bo wanted to give Li Qiubai a chance. It was also about giving myself a chance, finding a chance to unleash my spiritual seed on the other person. Yang Bo, I have something to discuss with you. Lu Jingxiang followed Yang Bo into his office. After entering, Yang Bo put down his teacup, sat down at his desk, and turned around in his chair. Sit down, Yang Bo said to Lu Jingxiang. Yang Bo, with this little business, there's absolutely no need to start a company. Are you sympathizing with us? Lu Jingxiang asked, not sitting down, but looking at Yang Bo intently. Sister Jingxiang, I didn't mean that. The company has many future projects. I also merged some of the businesses into this company. For example, the development of those mutant creatures in my territory. Yang Bo shook his head. Why is your relationship with Lu Jijia growing distant? Is it because of me? Lu Jingxiang asked again. Of course not. Brother Jia and I are still very close. It's just that for some special reasons. Let's put it this way. Brother Jia is a politician now, and I'm a wealthy man now. We can't get too close. Yang Bo was at a loss for words. That's good. Lu Jingxiang felt Yang Bo's explanation was a bit far-fetched, but since both parties insisted their relationship was fine, there was nothing she could do. I heard you lost money in the stock market. How much money do you still owe the bank? I just loaned it to you. Yang Bo hadn't expected these two to be so unlucky. You have to know that insurance funds are very conservative investment funds. They rarely lose money because insurance companies calculate their losses like no one else. It's impossible for an insurance company to lose money unless they encounter a major emergency that year. This will lead to a decline in profits this year. The Alliance's insurance companies are experiencing a decline in profits this year due to a series of terrorist attacks, leading to a drop in stock prices. Of course, while the insurance companies themselves are losing money this year, they will make it back next year. Premiums will definitely increase next year, especially in industries that are losing money this year. Premiums will rise accordingly. These industries, for example, are experiencing their own problems, such as the transportation and robotics industries. These two sectors have left insurance companies practically broke, with some small and medium-sized insurance companies even going bankrupt. Yang Bo, thank you. Lu Jingxiang thanked him heartily upon hearing this. We're friends. Call Sister Kersen over. Yang Bo decided to finish quickly and then leave. After Lu Jingxiang left, he led Zhou Kersen into Yang Bo's office. Sister Kersen, how much do you owe at the bank? Send me a message and I'll lend you some money. Yang Bo looked at Zhou Kersen, feeling a bit overwhelmed. In fact, Zhou Kersen had offered to help before, but Yang Bo had refused. Yang Bo, thank you. You saved me last time too. I didn't expect you would do it this time. Zhou Kersen looked at Yang Bo with resentment in her eyes. We're friends. There's no need to say so much between friends. Yang Bo said. Yang Bo. Zhou Kersen wanted to muster up the courage to say something, but the thought of Yang Bo having 3 girlfriends made her feel discouraged. Sister Kersen, just work hard. We get rich together someday. Also, if you want to invest in stocks, keep an eye on Warship-related materials. Yang Bo said. You know about stocks too? Zhou Kersen immediately piqued his interest. The situation between the Federation and the Pirate Alliance is worsening. I suspect the Pirate Alliance will target the Federation's mineral planets next. And the international situation is unstable. All 3 countries are increasing their warship fleets. Of course, this is just my analysis. Yang Bo said. Yes, thank you. Zhou Kersen nodded, deciding to go back and analyze it more carefully. After Zhou Kersen left, there was a knock on the door. Come in. Yang Bo knew it was Li Qiubai. Boss, I need your autograph. Li Qiubai said, a hint of pleading, as he entered. Why did you ask for my autograph? Yang Bo asked, feigning a certain wariness. Boss, you're a hero of our alliance. I watched you compete in the Empire that year. Boss, you're just a cleaner, yet you crushed the Empire's young elite. And, boss, at such a young age, you're already a top-tier tycoon. Boss, you even created the Yang-style meteor fist. Li Qiubai acted like a little fangirl. As Li Qiubai spoke, he observed Yang Bo's reaction. He noticed that Yang Bo relaxed after he said these words, and even the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Li Qiubai felt that this mission was a piece of cake. Just a few casual words from Yang Bo had the other person drop their guard. You're so flattering. It's all just luck, Yang Bo said with a smile. Li Qiubai approached Yang Bo with a small notebook and a pen. Yang Bo picked up a pen and was about to sign when he asked, What would you like to write? Boss, how about signing as a cleaner for the Alliance? Li Qiubai flattered him. Okay. Yang Bo readily agreed. After signing his name, Yang Bo handed the small notebook to Li Qiubai. Li Qiubai dropped the notebook. Ouch. Then, as they both tried to pick up the notebook, their heads bumped together. Yang Bo took the opportunity to release his spiritual seed into the other. Sorry. Yang Bo handed the notebook to Li Qiubai. Thank you, boss. Li Qiubai said delicately, shaking Yang Bo's hands. Ahem. Yang Bo coughed twice, seeming a little nervous. Boss, I like you. Li Qiubai said, then turned and walked away. Playing hard to get. A double agent. Yang Bo muttered to himself, watching Li Qiubai's back. Chapter 1304. Li Qiubai was smug, believing her tactics of playing hard to get were ingenious. She had no idea how perverted her opponent truly was. Li Qiubai was a commercial spy, affiliated with two companies. The first was the Alliance's Kolia Research Institute, one of the Alliance's most renowned research institutions, specializing in mutant creatures and energy potions. Yang Bo's transformation was easily noticeable, and the numerous mutant creatures, including mutant black rock bees, had appeared in Yang Bo's territory. The Institute had previously offered Yang Bo a cooperation letter, but unfortunately, Yang Bo had granted all the rights to develop mutant creatures to Zhang Boijin. Since Yang Bo didn't participate in social activities, the Institute tried various methods, including sending people to join the Sword Association and approaching Lu Jijia, but to no avail. Thinking all their chances were lost, the Institute unexpectedly discovered that Yang Bo was starting a company, so they sent Li Qiubai to join. Li Qiubai was not only from Kolia Research Institute, but also from the Imperial Sword Association, primarily to find out what else Yang Bo had discovered in the Second World. The Yang-style meteor fist is so powerful, its effectiveness is beyond measure. There's also evidence that Yang Bo has gained further insights. The president and two vice presidents of the Alliance Ancient Martial Arts Association have been in seclusion for quite some time. Although they haven't made public appearances, there's some information indicating that these individuals are in better shape than before. They even mentioned to others that the body is the greatest secret. Li Qiubai himself is from the Alliance and comes from a wealthy family. Both his parents are lawyers. He was introduced to swordsmanship at a relatively early age. How should I put it? Although the Alliance members may claim to be neither here nor there about the imperial nobility, their aristocratic ways are quite popular in private. This is a combination of a correct stance and personal preference. Li Qiubai is a swordsman prodigy, having passed the master-level swordsmanship exam at the age of 18. Now, at 32, he has reached grandmaster-level swordsmanship. During his university years, Li Qiubai was noticed by the Kolia Research Institute and subsequently developed into an intelligence officer. It is worth noting that Li Qiubai does not have a biochip implant. Li Qiubai is currently a Class B psychic, and could reach Class A before the age of 40. His psychic ability is super memory. This is also a branch of the psychic system, so when gathering intelligence, he doesn't need any external equipment and can memorize a large amount of information. It is worth noting that this is Li Qiubai's first mission. This is also a common practice among companies and organizations. Many intelligence officers only undertake one mission in their lifetime, and success is enough. Of course, the missions of these intelligence officers are extremely important. Ahem, everyone, get busy. I have something to do, so I'm leaving now. Yang Bo straightened his clothes, walked out of his boss's office, and left without a word. Yang Bo's actions were perfectly executed. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen thought Yang Bo couldn't face the two of them. In Li Qiubai's opinion, Yang Bo was a homebody with a coveted and fearful personality. Both organizations agreed that Yang Bo was a homebody. Li Qiubai, feeling smug, prepared to proceed according to his plan. He would message Yang Bo in 2 days. After Yang Bo boarded the speeding car, he became completely indifferent. I thought the Empire had given up. I didn't expect they were so intent on getting close to me. Can I use them to spread some false information? Yang Bo hadn't yet figured out how to use Li Qiubai. It's mainly because I haven't demonstrated sufficient expertise in biology. So I need to think carefully about how to mislead the people at the Institute. Yang Bo certainly knew what these biological research institutes were doing behind the scenes. He also knew that if they were misled, they could get into trouble. The consequences of misdirecting research could be severe. With the development of science today, no research project is solely the work of one person or a single institute. Yang Bo hadn't been to the supermarket in a while. He looked at the dazzling array of goods at all prices. After purchasing some items, he bought some small gifts. After returning to the villa, he went to the 10,000 Flowers Valley and collected some flowers. After Su Wei and the others rested, they noticed that the flowers in the house had been replaced. He then found Yang Bo busy in the kitchen. The three of them felt incredibly happy at that moment. After dinner, Yang Bo accompanied them for a stroll to the flower fruit mountain in the background. There was a colony of secondarily mutated black rock bees within Flower Fruit Mountain. Now, many of the fruits growing there were being devoured by the black rock bees. However, Yang Bo had always limited the number of black rock bees. Because the area was so small, a large colony would be impossible to sustain. Yang Bo stored all these black rock bees as a resource reserve. The next day, Yang Bo woke up refreshed and tucked the three of them into bed. I worked hard last night. After all, I've been away for days. Then Yang Bo arrived at Bart's territory, and from Bart's underground laboratory, he headed straight to the center of the universe. Because I just had some free time recently, in the second world game, Yang Bo's character didn't have much to do. Yang Bo himself, using the excuse of conducting experiments, entered the laboratory. Li Jian wasn't busy either. The fleet had manpower and shipyard construction, so he wasn't needed right now. The Pirate Alliance's plan to attack the mineral planet of the Federal Central State hadn't been implemented yet, so Li Jian was free for the time being. As for Bart's identity, there wasn't much to do either. So Yang Bo decided to visit the center of the universe again, looking for a place to build a base. Yang Bo, completely wrapped in armor, wandered aimlessly in the center of the universe. Yang Bo wanted to find a planet inhabited by interstellar life that no one else had discovered. Interstellar life generally appears in places with large energy fluctuations, so finding it would be easy for Yang Bo. Of course, they're not stars. The density of stars at the center of the universe is incredibly high. Everywhere you look, it's a sea of stars. This is also where the most galaxies are found. You can even see galaxies colliding with each other. Of course, what we're seeing now happened millions of years ago. But for two galaxies to collide, it would take a very long time. A galaxy could be tens of thousands of light years in diameter, or even millions. Even Yang Bo wouldn't dare venture into the inner core of such a galaxy. The density of stars there is even higher. Moreover, the very center of the galaxy is the core of power for the entire galaxy. There are all sorts of supermassive planets there. There are even black holes, so no energy can escape there. Anyone who enters will be torn apart by the powerful, twisting gravity. Light is also a form of energy. Where even light can't escape, then no energy can escape. Because planets rotate and move, the gravitational pull between them also drives each other, and the friction of these forces causes energy reactions. There is no life there, not even interstellar life. Yang Bo wondered if the center of the galaxy led to a higher dimension. Higher dimensions still exist in human theory. Some say that the alternate dimension experienced during space jumps is the fourth dimension. But there's no evidence to prove this. As a creature of the three-dimensional world, Yang Bo couldn't observe the four-dimensional world at all. Perhaps only by becoming an energy state can one perceive the fourth dimension. Because there were the earliest experiments on energy double-slit interference. The entire universe was too vast for someone like Yang Bo. Using space teleportation, Yang Bo traveled through space for a full day, yet he found nothing. Mainly, Yang Bo didn't want to have any contact with other human bases. Because Yang Bo wanted to establish his own base, after 3 days of searching, Yang Bo had no choice but to leave an energy stone space beacon where it was. Then he returned to Bart's lab to recharge. And to rest. Then Yang Bo returned to Bart's manor, and checked out some recent news. Nothing major had happened recently. Then he spent another afternoon and evening with Ning Shui and the others. The next day, Yang Bo continued his journey to the center of the universe. But just as he reached the center, Yang Bo disappeared again. The next second, Yang Bo appeared in Prince Holden's territory in the second world. Because Yang Bo had discovered through Prince Holden's steward that a pirate invasion was underway, disguised as Prince Holden, Yang Bo emerged from the castle's attic. Then he saw two pirate ships on the sea, pursuing the fishermen of the territory. Ding ding ding. The bells in the territory's bell tower began to toll. All the players in the territory pricked up their ears at the sound of the bells. In ancient times, information was transmitted through sound, so the number of bell tolls represented a specific event. After the first round of bells rang out, the players knew there was an invasion. Then, two more bells rang, and everyone knew it was from the port. Then everyone heard Prince Holden shouting from the castle, "Kill a pirate, and you get 10 gold coins. Distribute weapons. Kill these damn pirates." The players heard Prince Holden jumping up and down from the castle. The players never imagined that the usually aloof Prince Holden would actually get angry one day. The players in the territory had already prepared crossbows. While they didn't have the range or lifespan of modern crossbows, in this second world, this low-level civilization was more than sufficient. Furthermore, catapults and giant crossbows were installed near the port. However, these were usually hidden. The only downside was that the preparation time was a bit long. The giant crossbow's bowstring needed to be strung temporarily. Players in the territory all took up arms, for they were all militiamen. After picking up their weapons, they rushed to the harbor. The fishing boats at the harbor weren't very large. The pirates' boats were much larger. Then everyone saw Prince Holden, clad in metal armor and holding a spear. "Quick, get aboard." Prince Holden's boat was docked at the harbor. Players heard Prince Holden wave his hand and jumped aboard. Prince Holden, his guards, and 20 or 30 other players boarded. But these sailboats were slow. In the distance, players had already been killed by pirates. Their fishing boats were too small and couldn't move as fast as the sailboats. Yang Bo wasn't sure if these pirates were real or if they were orchestrated by someone. Yang Bo now hated them deeply. Prince Holden's sailboat finally moved. Prince Holden's vehicle was far superior to the pirates. Seeing only Prince Holden's ship approaching, the two pirate ships didn't flee. These pirates had actually received a mission from someone to attack Prince Holden's territory, destroying his port and fishing boats. This destruction would slow production within the territory. This reduced production within the territory would lead to insufficient food. These pirates were armed with a variety of weapons, primarily bows and arrows, and some long weapons. There were no catapults or giant slaves. Many gamers aboard Prince Holden's ship quickly started live streaming. This was the first time that Second World gamers had engaged in naval combat. The pirates on the two ships brandished their weapons and shouted. There were probably over 200 pirates aboard the two ships. On Prince Holden's ship, besides Prince Holden and a few of his guards, they wore plate armor. The rest wore leather armor. The players primarily wore leather armor, sourced from the skins of various beasts or creatures found within their territory. The leather armor was also inlaid with bamboo strips, which, after being dried and soaked in oil, became extremely tough. Dozens of gamers were live streaming, quickly attracting a large audience. Some even added music to their sessions. Prince Holden stood at the bow, clad in plate armor and clutching a long spear. Prince Holden's guards were also clad in plate armor. He looked imposing. "Free fire!" Prince Holden commanded, as the two sides drew closer. Of course, the pirates were within range, and arrows flew from both sides. The pirate archers were primarily targeting Prince Holden and his guards. Prince Holden stood motionless, allowing the arrows to pierce him. The arrows couldn't penetrate Prince Holden's plate armor. Two pirate ships trapped Prince Holden's ship. Then the three ships collided. At the moment of the collision, Prince Holden leaped onto one of the pirate ships. At the same time, his spear thrust pierced a pirate holding a wooden shield. Prince Holden then sent the pirate flying. Prince Holden led the charge, followed closely by several guards. Then the players all joined in attacking a pirate ship. As soon as the pirates on another ship had jumped onto Prince Holden's, they saw Prince Holden leap onto another ship and then give chase. Prince Holden didn't defend himself against the spear, thrusting relentlessly. The deck of the pirate ship was densely packed with pirates, armed with all sorts of weapons, attempting to stop Prince Holden. But Prince Holden was incredibly brave. With his spear in hand, no one could stop him. Any pirate caught in its path was pierced to the bone. The viewers were overwhelmed with emotion at this scene. Prince Holden charged straight from the bow to the stern of the pirate ship. "Kill! Kill 1 and you be knighted. Kill 10 and you be baroned." Prince Holden shouted loudly. The viewers were instantly filled with envy and resentment. The gamers following Prince Holden were like madmen. After roaring, Prince Holden hurled his spear. The spear pierced 3 pirates in one blow. Then Prince Holden picked up 2 swords. Without any defensive moves, he swung his swords like a windmill, Only then did the pirates realize the sheer power of the prince, who had beaten every noble son in the capital to tears. Prince Holden charged from the stern to the bow, just as the pirates on another ship were about to leap over. So Prince Holden jumped back onto his own ship and continued the slaughter. In less than 20 minutes, a search of the pirate ships and Prince Holden's ship revealed the wailing of pirates. Of course, even more were corpses. Of the 31 gamers who had come with Prince Holden, only 26 remained, and 5 were dead. Leave no pirates alive. Clean up the battlefield. Return in triumph. Prince Holden raised his sword and shouted. So the game players all started to finish off the pirates, who were still alive, then stripped them naked and threw them into the sea to feed the fish. Chapter 1305. Many people watching the game livestream on the Empire side were captivated by Prince Holden's actions. Wow! This Prince Holden is so handsome. This Prince Holden is a true noble. Yes, this Prince Holden leads by example, and this Prince Holden has a strong sense of combat. This game is so realistic. This NPC's performance is beyond belief. This crappy game is so realistic. These players following Prince Holden are so rich now. Yeah, I wonder if they ever receive knighthood. It's a shame we're so far from Prince Holden's territory. Prince Holden led a few guards and some other players to eliminate the pirates and capture 2 pirate ships. Yang Bo watched as the players finished off the pirates and threw them into the sea, feeling nothing wrong. After all, he was just pretending it was a game, and the pirates deserved to die anyway. What made Yang Bo laugh and cry was that killing these pirates actually gave him skills. They all give you sailing +1, 2 pirate ships, 107 pirates. Much more conscientious than those Federation bastards. Yang Bo muttered to himself. The Federation has so many cyborgs, so those guys won't give you any abilities at all. The same goes for those interstellar pirate groups. Because their population base can't support enough pirates, they resort to all sorts of methods, like genetically modifying humans and creating mutants. This is also why the pirates didn't give them any abilities when Yang Bo destroyed the interstellar pirate ship earlier. After the players on the ship were dealt with, Yang Bo spoke. I, Prince Holden, am here to knight you all and reward you with 10 gold coins each. 26 players remained who had followed Prince Holden aboard. After disposing of the bodies and the spoils, these 26 men looked at Prince Holden nervously. Knighthood was already the lowest noble rank in the game. Knights owning territories were called Knight Lords. These players had no idea they would soon become the lowest nobility, because nobles in the game had many privileges. Your Highness! After hearing Prince Holden's words, the players knelt on one knee. Only Yang Bo felt strange, since these players were nobles in real life. Rise! You will be the loyal guardians of the territories from now on. When your territories are large enough, I will grant you land. Also, you are allowed to recruit no more than 10 warriors each, Yang Bo continued. In the second game world, knights can recruit others. Of course, knights, as the lowest class of nobles, did not enjoy the kingdom's benefits. This was because knights relied on spoils of war and rewards from higher-ranking nobles. These knights, for example, would now be subordinate to Prince Holden, who could bestow rewards upon them. Of course, when Prince Holden went on foreign campaigns, these knights would also bring their recruited squires or retainers with them. I dare to die for His Highness. The 26 gamers present practically leaped for joy. This time, not only did they receive the title of knight, but they also received 10 gold coins. Of course, for these gamers, in real life, 10 gold coins are nothing. 10 gold coins are only worth tens of millions of blue coins. Also, all the spoils of this battle will be given to you, so you can use them to arm your subordinates. Yang Bo added. In fact, Yang Bo had wanted to do this for a long time, to arm these gamers directly. But there had never been a good opportunity. That's why Yang Bo was so generous this time. Although these pirates' weaponry was relatively simple, they had at least some weapons. Procuring weapons for over 100 soldiers would require a considerable expense. Thank you, Your Highness. Also, for those who died in battle, each will receive a 20 yuan pension. Bury them with honor. Yang Bo added, in theory, deceased gamers shouldn't need pensions. But Yang Bo knew that if he gave these gamers money, they would be able to help the people behind these deceased game characters. Yang Bo's main purpose was to build reputation, letting all gamers know the benefits of following him. These 20 or so gamers were live streaming and seeing Prince Holden's generosity during the live stream. Many gamers who had been deeply hurt in the second game world, those who had died, entered, and died again, were eager to play again. These gamers had a very positive impression of Prince Holden. In the second game world, the NPCs were extremely discriminatory against gamers. Prince Holden, however, was like a breath of fresh air among these NPCs. Also, I'm planning to build a navy. I recruit sailors after we get back. If any of you want to be a sailor, go to the steward and sign up. Yang Bo spoke again. Yang Bo now knew that some gamers were live streaming. Ostensibly speaking to the gamers on board, he was actually addressing the gamers watching the live stream, because a navy is a true skill, especially an ancient navy like the Second World game. Of course, Yang Bo wasn't at a loss, as these two pirate ships were worth at least tens of thousands of gold coins. These two pirate ships were capable of ocean voyages. They were true warships for the sea. Not only were they made of thicker materials, but key areas were also covered in copper. Although their carrying capacity was low, they were fast. And these ancient sailing ships required specialized control skills. As for developing weapons for the warships, that would be a later matter. On their way back, Prince Holden's ship towed the two pirate ships to the harbor. The harbor was rather rudimentary, with only a wooden plank road. The gamers in Prince Holden's territory were filled with envy and resentment. They hated themselves for running too slow. If only they had run faster and boarded Prince Holden's ship, they too would have been knights, and those who became knights held a formal coronation ceremony. Prince Holden held his sword, and the knights knelt on one knee. Prince Holden placed his sword on each man's left shoulder. Then he spoke, facing a powerful enemy, "Be fearless. We must cultivate humility, honor, sacrifice, bravery, compassion, honesty, justice, and spirituality. In my name, I knight you." The knighted gamers shouted, "Swear allegiance to His Highness." They shouted this because they thought it was just a game. Originally, knighthoods were bestowed on the kingdom or another religion, but Yang Bo changed it, knighting in his own name. These gamers were able to ascend to the top almost overnight, as becoming a knight is incredibly difficult. One must first become an apprentice knight, then earn sufficient merit, and meet various other requirements before becoming a full knight. Yang Bo then gave each of these gamers a red cloak. This was equivalent to becoming a full knight. In the armed forces of various countries in the Second World, each branch of the military has a different colored uniform. This allows both sides to clearly identify their branch, and also allows commanders to clearly identify the locations of their respective units. Prince Holden's territory suddenly gained 26 knights. Each knight gained 10 followers. This meant that Prince Holden's territory's armed forces suddenly increased by 286 men, 26 knights, and 260 followers. Of course, the knights were responsible for the food, clothing, and other expenses of these followers. However, these knight followers could perform other duties during their free time. In the Second World, knight followers typically engaged in farming and herding. Training times varied from year to year, with most training occurring during the slack season. Yang Bo also knew that the followers these knights recruited were all from the same game, so he didn't care about how they interacted with each other. From another perspective, Prince Holden profited, as he would be freed from the responsibility of losing over 280 men. Of course, Yang Bo also provided compensation to the fishermen killed by the pirates. Prince Holden's fame spread, and gamers throughout the Second World coveted his territory. Yang Bo handed the remaining matters to his steward, and appointed the deputy captain of the guards to oversee the navy, because they already had 2 existing warships. Then, using the excuse of studying occult science, Yang Bo left the Second World again. After leaving the Second World, Yang Bo returned to March Star. Looking at the Second Game World Forum, he saw that Prince Holden was highly regarded, and many gamers were eager to develop in Prince Holden's territory. However, Yang Bo knew it wasn't that simple, as the birthplace of the game characters was officially controlled by the Second Game World. Perhaps Prince Holden's territory won't be replenished by gamers for a long time. Yang Bo muttered to himself. First, the World Game officials, those within the Second World, would restrict Prince Holden's development. In fact, Yang Bo was also taking an experimental approach to Prince Holden's territory. If anyone came, he would handle it himself. If no one came, he would let the gamers develop on their own. Yang Bo still quite liked the Second World, because its climate and other characteristics were perfectly suitable. Planets like March Star were simply uninhabitable. Without advanced technology, humans simply couldn't survive in such an environment. Then Yang Bo secretly made another appointment with Wang Muxue. Although there was a violent storm outside, it had no effect on the fighter planes. Wang Muxue arrived secretly, stayed for a few hours, and then left. There was no way. Wang Muxue's identity made it impossible to publicly disclose her relationship with Yang Bo. Not to mention that Yang Bo had more than one girlfriend, Then Yang Bo went to the center of the universe. The energy radiation at the center of the universe was immense. Ordinary people without mechas or other man-made aircraft simply couldn't survive for long in such a place. What left Yang Bo speechless was that he had only just arrived. Something was happening again on Green Goblin Planet. It wasn't a problem elsewhere. It was a problem in his own territory. Yang Bo released a spiritual seed into Tainyo, and every once in a while, Yang Bo would check Tainyo's memories. When he was bored at the center of the universe, Yang Bo checked Tainyo's memories again and discovered unusual energy fluctuations beneath his territory. Mutated creatures, like Tainyo, were extremely sensitive to energy fluctuations. And Tainyo often led patrols throughout his territory. Yang Bo appeared in Green Goblin Star's own territory. Tainyo rushed over, shaking his head upon seeing Yang Bo. Tainyo had no doubt about Yang Bo's sudden appearance. Then Yang Bo produced a large quantity of rare metals. For the Iron Ox tribe, the more rare metals they consumed, the faster they grew. The Iron Ox's overall strength had reached that of an A-level Esper. However, Tainyo still stood no chance against a true A-level Esper, as human A-level Espers didn't use their powers to fight monsters. When Tainyo saw the large quantity of rare metals, he roared, and armored rhinos of all sizes appeared. Yang Bo looked at the rhinos, big and small, especially the adorable little ones. Then Yang Bo patted Tainyo's head. He headed alone to the underground world beneath his territory. Of course, Yang Bo knew there were other, more advanced mutants deep within Green Devil Star. As for why Yang Bo didn't provoke them, it was because the Alliance's 8th Fleet existed outside Green Devil Star. If he discovered these higher-level mutants in the underground world, it would only attract the Alliance's attention. As for why the Alliance didn't exploit the mutants in the underground world, it was because technology doesn't work well underground. The energy fluctuations underground are too intense and large, affecting the sensors and communications of various devices. When Yang Bo controlled the mecha in the past, at a certain level, the mecha would lose contact with the outside world, and its radar would cease to function. This was why the Alliance had previously turned a blind eye and allowed the Ashes organization to operate on the planet. In fact, the Alliance wanted these people to gain a thorough understanding of the planet's situation, so they could reap the benefits. Tainyo watched Yang Bo leave and tried to follow, but Yang Bo waved him off. Yang Bo arrived in the underground world. There, Yang Bo captured a mutant rock lizard. Yang Bo was not a reckless person. Although he possessed immense strength, who knew if there were any more powerful beings in this world? These planets had existed for billions of years, and who knew if even more powerful beings had emerged in those billions of years? And was his situation an isolated case? Yang Bo released the rock lizard before it reached the energy anomaly Tainyo had sensed, to be more precise. He was using his spirit seed to control the rock lizard. The rock lizard was completely bewildered and could sense the abnormal energy fluctuations around it. It wanted to flee, but instead, it kept charging forward. Yang Bo could sense the rock lizard's surroundings through his spirit seed. Furthermore, this mutant creature was extremely fast in the underground world. Over an hour later, Yang Bo discovered an unusual energy source. It was a steaming underground reservoir. To Yang Bo's surprise, there were energy stones beneath the water. So it was the energy stone causing the fluctuations. Despite seeing the result, Yang Bo felt a little strange. But the next second, a dark shadow flashed, and Yang Bo lost contact with the rock lizard. So fast? Looks like a flying creature. Yang Bo was also shocked. The rock lizard was killed just like that. Yang Bo decided to find some other exotic beasts to explore the area and see what was going on. Chapter 1306. Dark Vision +2. The other party killed the rock lizard and gave Yang Bo a skill point. Could it be that the energy stones attracted powerful mutants? Then these mutants treat the energy stones as their own, so any mutant that enters will be attacked. It's just that this guy was too fast just now, and I haven't noticed the energy fluctuations yet. Of course, this might have something to do with the rock lizard's body. Yang Bo pondered as he searched for other mutants. Although Yang Bo possessed a spirit seed, the rock lizards controlled by the spirit seed had only limited physical hardware. In other words, everything Yang Bo felt and heard was only through the rock lizard's sensory feedback. As low-level mutants, the rock lizards had limited reaction speed and perception. Yang Bo found a few more mutant rats. Controlling one of them, he headed towards the scene with familiarity. He let the remaining mutant rats stay in the area, allowing him to control them directly when needed. At the same time, Yang Bo himself followed the mutant rats. Yang Bo was always extremely cautious when facing these unknowns, because some mutant creatures are truly perverse. Yang Bo could sense the mutant rats' fear. Mutants in the underground world wouldn't easily venture deeper. Because the energy in each layer of the underground world varies, the concentration increases the deeper you go, and the more powerful the creatures that inhabit it become. But this rat couldn't do anything about it, because it couldn't control its own body. This mutant rat was about half a meter long and weighed about 6 kilograms. The underground world was incredibly fast. Yang Bo didn't consider the mouse's stamina at all. This time, the speed was much faster than last time, taking only a little over half an hour. Of course, the mouse was exhausted. This time, after arriving at the destination, Yang Bo directly controlled the mutant mouse to jump into the reservoir containing the energy stone. The energy stone inside the reservoir emitted a bright glow. To put it bluntly, this thing was radioactive. If the mutant mouse fell in, it would definitely be disturbed by the radiation. So why did Yang Bo do this? Of course, there was light above the reservoir. The light emitted by the energy stone allowed for clearer vision. The mutant rat leaped directly toward the reservoir, but before it could land, it was killed by a flash of black shadow. Spider? Yang Bo saw the strange creature clearly. A black spider. The spider wasn't very large, only the size of a fist, but it was walking on the surface of the water, so Yang Bo immediately turned invisible, because he was wearing armor, so he was invisible. It took Yang Bo just over 10 minutes to reach the reservoir. Before reaching the reservoir, Yang Bo noticed that the area seemed to have experienced an earthquake. This made sense. The earthquake caused the energy stone buried underground to appear somewhere in the underworld. As for the spider's origin, there are only two possible explanations. First, the spider appeared later, attracted by the energy stone. Second, the spider was already where the energy stone was, and it only appeared because of the crustal movement that caused the energy stone to appear. Spiders live in groups, while others live alone. Yang Bo quickly reached the underground reservoir, and clearly saw that this area had once been a reservoir. It was simply that crustal movement had raised the reservoir's surface. The light from the energy stone revealed a rock fracture beneath the water. The energy stone below was likely a fault in the energy stone vein. The largest energy stone, about the size of an egg, was visible, along with many smaller ones. Then, not far from the energy stone, Yang Bo spotted a bubble, and within it was a spider. This spider was the same one that had killed the mutant mouse. Yang Bo used his spirit seed to control another mutant mouse. This time, the mutant mouse, completely bewildered, ran for the better part of an hour. As the mouse approached the underground reservoir, still some distance away, Yang Bo spotted the underwater spider surfacing. This guy's rod is incredibly sharp. Yang Bo hadn't expected the spider to spot the mutant mouse from such a distance. This mutant spider leaped directly to the side of the reservoir. It eagerly awaited the intruder. And then, bad luck struck. Yang Bo immediately released a spiritual seed. Oh my god! After releasing the spiritual seed, Yang Bo read the spider's memory. He discovered that this spider actually feeds on metal ores, and lives near magma, a mutant with a composite nature of fire and gold. And this spider wasn't just one group. This one lived even deeper underground. The largest of its kind there had a body diameter of 5 meters. And beneath the earth, a strange creature lived, a natural enemy of these spiders. These creatures live within magma, their entire bodies resembling a mass of magma. When they attack, they transform into a mass of magma and pounce upon their enemies. Is this a silicon-based creature or a carbon-based one? Yang Bo was surprised. This was the first time he had seen this type of spider. Although the iron ox is made of metal, it also eats grass. To be more precise, the iron ox is a carbon-based creature. Of course, what intrigued Yang Bo even more was the existence of energy stones in the underground world below, and there were quite a few of them. The spider's nests contained a large number of them. Yang Bo felt he could write many papers on energy stones. Human exploration of the underground world is limited. This is because many high-tech devices cannot be used underground. This is partly due to terrain limitations, and partly due to environmental constraints. With the high temperatures and high energy radiation of the underground world, few high-tech devices can function for extended periods of time. Then, Yang Bo, donning his armor, went beneath the reservoir and removed all the energy stones, because these energy stones will constantly attract other mutant creatures. Right now, Yang Bo needed his own territory, safe and secure, and nothing could happen. If anyone knew there were energy stone mines beneath his territory, the capitalists in the Alliance would do everything they could to seize his territory. So what if Green Goblin Planet was independent? Anything could happen at any time, like an undetectable asteroid impact, or perhaps a wave of pirates. These pirates would kill all the natives. The capitalists in the Alliance were no strangers to this kind of thing. No matter how powerful the people on Green Goblin Planet were, they were no match for the pirate warships. After Yang Bo removed the energy stones, the energy fluctuations here would slowly return to their original levels. This thing. Yang Bo looked at the furry spider. It was precisely because of its long, furry hair that it could form an air bubble in the water, and its long hair could insulate energy. This allowed these spiders to survive for extended periods of time in the magma. And its long fur can even grow. Super refractory material. Yang Bo knew the purpose of these long furs. Understanding this material would greatly enhance humanity's overall technological civilization. Just like today's energy engines, they require super refractory materials. And refractory materials aren't just fire-resistant materials, as fire itself is also a form of energy. So Yang Bo simply took the spider back to March Star. He wanted to use it for experiments to see if he could cultivate similar mutant creatures.